The passage was tortuous. After walking about 10 meters, they reached a stone door. Gu Ning used her jade eyes and saw a large chamber behind it. From her direction, she could see another stone door at the front of the chamber, but she couldn't see what was behind it yet. On both sides of the stone door, there were 2 coffins. They were like guardians, guarding both sides of the stone door. Unfortunately, Gu Ning couldn't see what was in them. In addition to that, there was nothing else in the chamber. However, there were many small holes around the walls of the chamber. If Gu Ning guessed correctly, there should be hidden weapons. Given my experience, there might be hidden weapons, so we must be careful, said Gu Ning. Even if Gu Ning didn't remind them to be careful, they would be very cautious, but now they had to be even more careful. Gu Ning searched around the stone door for the switch. If there wasn't one, they would try to break the door. After searching for a while, Gu Ning found a different stone on the wall, so she assumed that that was the switch. The next second, she pressed it down. Because Gu Ning was unwilling to be stained with any dirty things or poisons, she put on gloves. The stone was really loose, so when Gu Ning pressed it, it sank in. Then the stone door moved with a loud groan and slowly opened. Seeing that, everyone was happy. When the stone door moved, Gu Ning stepped a little back, because there were hidden weapons. She didn't know whether they would be unleashed. The others didn't know that and didn't think further about it, so they just stood there. They didn't notice that Gu Ning stepped back either. Gu Ning didn't remind them to step back because they found the master chamber. It was time for her to get rid of them. Since there were hidden weapons, she would let them go in first. If the hidden weapons could help her get rid of them, it would be for the best. Seeing Gu Ning's behavior, the monster fox did the same thing. Gu Ning didn't make big moves because she didn't want to attract their attention. At their back, Nicholas was watching her. Therefore, she casually moved behind Ma Shibiao's 2 subordinates. When the door was mostly open, several arrows were shot out from inside. They were scared and immediately ran back to hide. The man at the front couldn't avoid the arrows quickly and was shot in the arm. It wasn't serious, but he was injured. At least he couldn't use this arm for the time being. When all of them backed to the turn of the grave tunnel, the arrows finally stopped. Ma Shibiao's other subordinate dressed the injured man's wound at once. At this moment, Ma Shibiao had 2 injured men. Fuck! There are hidden weapons, said Ma Shibiao angrily. Although it was very normal that there were traps and hidden weapons in an ancient grave, he was mad upon thinking that 2 of his subordinates were already injured. They couldn't carry many things later. It's very normal. The more hidden weapons there are in a grave, the more treasures there should be. Like only rich people have safes in their homes, because poor people don't have valuable things to take care of, said Gu Ning. Ma Shibiao felt much better once he thought that there might be a lot of valuable objects in the chamber. Nicholas barely said anything along the way. He followed them in silence, but Gu Ning never ignored him. After all, he wasn't an ordinary man, and Gu Ning wasn't sure of his abilities yet. No matter how strong Ma Shibiao was, he was just a mortal, so Gu Ning wasn't afraid of him at all. So what should we do now? Will there be more hidden weapons? Ma Shibiao asked. Let someone walk over there, and we'll know, said Gu Ning. Hearing that, they frowned. It was too dangerous. Although all the men here were Ma Shibiao's subordinate except for Nicholas, Ma Shibiao was reluctant to risk their lives. It's too dangerous. Do you have any other ideas? Ma Shibiao asked. He wasn't frightened, but it was too risky. If there was another idea, he wouldn't need to take the risk. You want the treasures, so you shouldn't be afraid of danger. You look like a coward now. Gu Ning laughed at him, then directly walked ahead. Ma Shibiao was angered by Gu Ning's words, but couldn't say anything about it, because Gu Ning walked out alone. Proved that she was braver than them. The other men felt embarrassed, but Nicholas stayed calm. He didn't go over because he wasn't the leader in this grave-digging team. There was no need for him to take the risk. In addition, he wanted to see Gu Ning's abilities. As soon as Gu Ning walked over, arrows shot out. Gu Ning held 2 daggers in her hands. She didn't run away, but directly fought against the flying arrows. She planned to see how long these arrows would continue. There weren't many flying arrows, but it wasn't easy to deal with. 5 arrows were shot over at a time, so there would be over 100 arrows after several rounds. Gu Ning could handle the flying arrows well, and it didn't take much energy. She was only a little tired. Nicholas and the other men were amazed by her agility. Perhaps only Nicholas could do the same thing. Ma Shibiao and his subordinate might not be able to handle it. After over 100 arrows were shot, it suddenly fell silent. The grave tunnel was quiet, but the chamber wasn't. It was only the first barrier outside the chamber. There were many hidden weapons in the grave tunnel, so there must be more in the chamber. After all, it was easier to hide in the grave tunnel than in the chamber. There were corners and turns in the grave tunnel, but there were only 2 coffins in the chamber. There was no place where they could hide. By then, they had to rely on their own abilities to protect themselves. After the hidden weapons in the grave tunnel stopped, Gu Ning ignored Ma Shibiao and the other men and walked ahead alone. Seeing that, Ma Shibiao and the other men immediately followed. They now fully believed that they would be safe and get the treasures by following Gu Ning. Gu Ning walked to the door of the chamber, but she didn't rush in. She observed it thoroughly first. This tomb chamber was very large, about 50 square meters. In front of the stone door, there was a canal about 2.5 meters in width, but there was no bridge, so they had to jump over by themselves. It was very difficult for ordinary people to do that. With the help of the 5 meters long road before the canal, Ma Shibiao could jump over, but his subordinates weren't able to. 2 of them were injured, and the uninjured one looked weak. On the other hand, it couldn't be easier for Gu Ning and Nicholas to jump over the canal. They couldn't swim over because there were strange creatures in it. They floated on the surface of the water now, so it was impossible for them to swim over. Looking at this canal, Ma Shibiao frowned. Can we jump over? Given his abilities, he thought that he could, but he still had worries. Even if he jumped over, how should he get back with treasures later? He couldn't throw the treasures over, because they were fragile. They would be worthless if they were broken. You look skilled. It shouldn't be difficult for you. Gu Ning mocked. Ma Shibiao was displeased, but he knew that it wasn't a problem for Gu Ning to jump over. He didn't want to embarrass himself by arguing with her. Little fox, go over before us. There must be more hidden weapons. Have a try, then come back right away. Don't waste time there and don't get injured, said Gu Ning. She decided to let the monster fox test it first. The monster fox was very agile, so Gu Ning wasn't worried about it. Without delay, the monster fox flew over, easily crossing the canal, and landed on the ground opposite. The moment the monster fox touched the ground, arrows were immediately launched from all directions to where the monster fox was standing. There were more than the arrows Gu Ning had dealt with earlier. Witnessing that, Ma Shibiao and the other men were scared. If they just jumped over, they might not be able to handle it and the arrows would pierce into their bodies. The monster fox, however, avoided all the arrows and immediately jumped back. As soon as it was back, the flying arrows stopped. The mechanism in the tomb chamber was inductive. As long as there was an intrusion, it would activate the mechanism and launch hidden weapons. How many hidden weapons are there? Ma Shibiao asked. He wasn't particularly asking Gu Ning. He was just wondering. We can just continue to test it. When it stops, it's over, said Gu Ning. There are too many flying arrows. Who can do the test? Ma Shibiao said. It was obvious that he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't order his subordinates to do it either. Gu Ning understood what Ma Shibiao was implying. She sneered and said, We can throw something over. There were too many flying arrows, so Gu Ning was unwilling to do the test alone. Even if she had to jump over and could handle it, she was reluctant to let Ma Shibiao and the other men share what she earned by doing nothing. Sure. Let's throw something over. Ma Shibiao agreed at once. Do it now. Take your valuable stuff out first. Then throw your backpack over. You can do it one by one. If it's too light or too few, it might not be able to test the hidden weapons, said Gu Ning. Ma Shibiao agreed, but he still did nothing. Gu Ning didn't know whether something light could trigger the hidden weapons, and she purposely wanted to make them throw more stuff over. Ma Shibiao stopped hesitating and told one of his subordinates to do it first. The subordinate didn't dare to waste time. There was nothing valuable in his backpack, and they carried guns on them, so he directly threw his backpack over. However, nothing happened after his backpack fell to the ground. Why? Ma Shibiao asked. Perhaps it's too light. Throw another backpack over, said Guning. She thought that she might have guessed correctly. If it was too light, it couldn't trigger the hidden weapons. Therefore, another man threw his backpack over. There were some tools inside, so it was a little heavier. Once the backpack touched the ground, flying arrows shot out again. Countless arrows hitting the backpack. It didn't stop until nearly 200 flying arrows were shot. After observation, Guning came up with a guess that every block on the ground was a hidden weapons mechanism. Once the mechanism of this block was triggered, hidden weapons would be fired, and it would stop when it was touched next time. The ground was made of 9 square divisions. In order to prove her guess, Guning told the monster fox to jump over to the place it had just touched. She told it not to touch any other blocks. The monster fox obeyed her order and jumped over to the same place. Because the monster fox quickly came back after its first jump, there were still a lot of arrows left and they shot out this time. Although the monster fox could avoid them, it was very dangerous. There were too many sharp arrows, while it could only protect itself from being shot within a block about 2 square meters big. If it touched another block by accident, more arrows would be shot at it. After over 100 arrows were fired out, it stopped. Added with those that were shot out last time, there should be about 200 arrows. Accordingly, Guning was sure that each block could fire about 200 arrows. When the monster fox got back, Guning told it to jump over once more. She told it to step on the same block it just touched. Guning was right. After the monster fox touched the same block, there were no more arrows. Ma Shibiao and the other men, however, thought there were no more hidden weapons. They were very excited. It's amazing. There are no more hidden weapons. No, I think only the 2 blocks where the fox and the backpacks are won't fire any more hidden weapons. There should be more hidden in other places. It's a 9 square division. After my test, I guess that each block is a trigger. The hidden weapons won't stop hitting us until all the traps have been triggered. What? Ma Shibiao was shocked. In that case, there were 7 blocks left, but they didn't have enough things to trigger the traps. We don't have enough things to do that. Could you let your little fox finish that work? Said Ma Shibiao. The fox was very agile, so he thought that it wouldn't be a problem. What? Guning turned to look at Ma Shibiao disdainfully. If I had known that you were so useless, I would have come here alone. Ma Shibiao couldn't stand it and argued angrily. Miss Gu, I know we relied on you to get here, but you can't humiliate me again and again just because of that. Stop bullying me. His subordinates were also mad at Guning. They had no intention of hurting her, but they felt reluctant to be humiliated by Guning. Guning snorted. If so, I don't want the treasures inside now. If you want them, go get them by yourself. Once she finished, Guning turned around and was about to leave. It seemed that she indeed lost interest. However, Ma Shibiao didn't want her to leave. Miss Gu, do you have to be so unreasonable? I'm unreasonable? It's you who is treating me as if I'm an idiot. Why do I have to do everything for you? I can only have 1/6 of the treasures. It's not worth my effort. Why shouldn't I leave? Said Guning. Ma Shibiao didn't know what to say. In fact, if he were Guning, he would also feel it was unfair. Fine, you can have 2 shares, said Ma Shibiao. As long as Guning was willing to solve the problem for them and take them to find the treasures, they wouldn't mind giving her 1 more share. However, she must have the abilities to safely leave here. I need 3 shares. I'll have 2, while my little fox can have 1 share. It's done a lot for us, said Guning. She didn't mean it when she said that she would leave. Took a lot of effort to come here, so she wouldn't leave with nothing. She just wanted Ma Shibiao to give in. In fact, even if she didn't help, Nicholas could help them get rid of the hidden weapons in this chamber. She also knew that Nicholas was observing her silently. Anyway, Guning had no intention of hiding her real abilities. It seemed that Ma Shibiao had no idea about what Nicholas could do, or he wouldn't have turned to Guning for help every time. It was true that Ma Shibiao was unaware of how strong Nicholas was. He only thought that Nicholas was as strong as him, so he didn't think Nicholas could do what he couldn't. Gu Ning continued. You can't get the treasures by doing nothing. 2 of you must join us in the fight. There are 7 blocks left. My fox and I will deal with 4 of them, while you can handle the other 3 blocks. It should be easy for you. No problem. Ma Shibiao hesitated for a few seconds, but still agreed in the end. He bet that Nicholas and he should be able to handle it. He didn't ask Nicholas for his opinions because they came together. There was no reason for Nicholas to stay on the sidelines. Actually, if Gu Ning hadn't come, they would have had to do everything on their own. Gu Ning might be mad if they did nothing. This girl and her fox were very skilled and had solved so many problems for them. They also agreed to deal with 4 blocks, so they only needed to handle 3 blocks. In that case, they were at an advantage, and there was indeed no reason for them to refuse. If they disagreed, they would have to deal with all the blocks by themselves. Great, my fox and I will go first. You can follow us. If we do it at the same time, it'll be too dangerous when all the hidden weapons are triggered, said Gu Ning. Sure, said Ma Shibiao. Because Ma Shibiao and the other men were present, Gu Ning ran a distance before she made a jump. If she directly jumped over, they would be stunned. She didn't need to hide some of her abilities, but she should keep her secrets from strangers. However, because it seemed too easy for Gu Ning to jump over, Ma Shibiao and the other men were amazed. Jesus, it seems so easy for her, said one of Ma Shibiao's subordinates. She's really impressive. Otherwise she wouldn't have been so disdainful to our boss just now, said another man. Once he said it aloud, he realized that he shouldn't have said that. He immediately turned to look at Ma Shibiao. Unsurprisingly, Ma Shibiao was displeased, but he said nothing. He had to admit that Gu Ning was really impressive. I'm sorry, boss, said his subordinate in horror. Ma Shibiao remained quiet, so his subordinate didn't dare to say anything again. Gu Ning and the monster fox jumped over and stepped on 2 blocks separately, which triggered the hidden weapons. Because they did it at the same time, 2 batches of arrows were fired. There were so many sharp arrows that it scared everyone. This time, Gu Ning didn't deal with it just with her bare hands. She directly used her magical energy to get rid of the flying arrows. For the time being, Gu Ning was unwilling to completely show her superpowers, so she limited herself. In other people's eyes, she was only avoiding the arrows. Nicholas, however, could see something different from her. He could feel a powerful energy from Gu Ning, but he was a foreigner and knew nothing about kung fu or magical skills. He didn't know what the power was exactly. He could only conclude that Gu Ning wasn't weak. Before long, Gu Ning and the monster fox got rid of the flying arrows, and it became quiet again. After taking a breath, Gu Ning and the monster fox jumped to 2 other blocks, triggering the hidden weapons once more. Although there were already 4 blocks without hidden weapons now, Gu Ning and the monster fox had to move around within the block they jumped to in order to completely get rid of the hidden weapons. However, even if there were countless flying arrows, Gu Ning and the monster fox were still able to handle it well. They were almost injured a few times, but luckily they were fine. Seeing Gu Ning and the monster fox handling the situation with ease, Nicholas and Ma Shibiao were more impressed. Although Nicholas thought more highly of Gu Ning, he still believed that he could defeat Gu Ning because he had his own secret weapon. After a few minutes, Gu Ning and the monster fox had completely gotten rid of the hidden weapons linked to the 4 blocks, so they jumped back to the stone door. Now it's your turn, Gu Ning said to Ma Shibiao. Ma Shibiao and Nicholas didn't hesitate. They directly jumped over after doing a run-up. Couldn't be easier for Nicholas, while it took some strength from Ma Shibiao. They stepped on the safe blocks before moving to the blocks still linked with hidden weapons. Nicholas could handle the flying arrows easily, but it was a little difficult for Ma Shibiao. His clothes were quickly torn in several places. When he was almost done, a flying arrow hit his arm. Luckily, there was only a shallow cut, which wasn't serious. Now there was only 1 block left. Because it was only 2 square meters large and 2 men could barely stand on it together, Nicholas told Ma Shibiao to stay away. Ma Shibiao was injured, so he decided to do it alone. Although all the flying arrows would attack the same block, they were coming from all directions and would fly through some of the other blocks. As a result, Ma Shibiao didn't just stand there and do nothing. He still had to avoid the arrows. It was just easier for him now. After all the flying arrows were finished, it was finally quiet. However, it was only quiet for the time being, because they weren't sure whether there would be other traps. They believed that there would be more, but they just didn't know where they were hidden. After handling the 2 blocks of flying arrows, Nicholas wasn't injured, but his clothes were torn in 2 places. Once it was done, Gu Ning and the monster fox jumped over again to meet them. Ma Shibiao's 2 injured subordinates couldn't get over, but the uninjured subordinate successfully jumped over after a run-up. It cost him much effort to jump over, and if he had made a shorter leap, he would have fallen into the water. Therefore, the man felt quite lucky when he made it. After the man came over, he immediately went to dress Ma Shibiao's wound. While they did that, Gu Ning didn't rush to search for treasures. Instead, she used her jade eyes to see what was in the 2 coffins. After a glance, she was scared. The corpses in the coffins didn't rot, and remained as fresh as living people if they were just asleep. Inside the coffins were a man and a woman, who looked about 20 years old. They were wearing the same white ancient costumes, like the uniform costumes of ancient sections. There was a Taoist magic figure on their chests. Upon seeing that, Gu Ning realized that they had already turned into ghosts. Once the Taoist magic figure was removed, they would wake up. Afterwards, Gu Ning looked at the stone door behind the 2 coffins, but she only saw darkness. This was the 3rd time that Gu Ning had encountered such a situation. It happened at the Kunlun Sect's place the first time when she was in the tower where Shangguanyang stayed. Then there was the barrier in the windy cave at Xianyun Mountain. And now was the 3rd time. Therefore, Gu Ning guessed that this ancient grave had something to do with cultivators. If so, she was afraid that she might get nothing this time, but that wasn't a big deal because she didn't want to deal with difficult problems. She thought that she better stay away from unknown danger. At that moment, Ma Shibiao's wound was completely dressed, so he walked straight to the coffin. He couldn't wait to see what treasures might be in the coffin. Wait a second. Gu Ning stopped him at once. What? Ma Shibiao stopped and turned to look at Gu Ning in confusion. You can't open them, said Gu Ning. Why? Ma Shibiao was displeased. Aren't you afraid that there might be zombies or something inside? Gu Ning asked. Ma Shibiao was taken aback, then laughed. Zombies? Do you believe in ghosts? I don't believe it at all. Not only Ma Shibiao, but his subordinates also didn't believe in it. Instead, they felt it was very ridiculous. Even if you don't believe in it, this gentleman who came with you should believe in it, right? Gu Ning said and stared at Nicholas meaningfully. It seemed that she knew something different about Nicholas. Nicholas squinted and sized Gu Ning up. He wanted to know whether she could see something different from him or if it was just her guess. Gu Ning didn't bother to hide her reaction, so her meaningful look made Nicholas believe that she could see his differences. Nicholas was mad and became more alert to Gu Ning. Who was she? How could she see his differences? Was she an enemy or friend? Ma Shibiao also turned to look at Nicholas and asked, Nicholas, do you believe in ghosts? Although he asked that, Ma Shibiao didn't think that Nicholas would believe in ghosts. Yes, I do, said Nicholas. Since Gu Ning could see his differences, there was no need for him to hide any longer. They would put their cards on the table sooner or later. Given what Gu Ning said, could there really be ghosts in the coffins? Ma Shibiao was surprised. He couldn't believe his ears. What? You believe in ghosts? Because they do exist, said Nicholas firmly. Ma Shibiao refused to believe it. You're just a bunch of cowards. You don't dare to open the coffins. If so, I'll do it. Ma Shibiao was slightly angry. He felt that they were too timid to open the coffins. Once he finished, he walked to the coffins. Great, since you insist on opening them, I won't stop you, but don't beg for help then, said Gu Ning. She didn't bother to stop him this time. Although she wasn't sure whether she could handle the 2 ghosts, she believed that she could run away. Although she wanted to catch Ma Shibiao and Nicholas alive and hand them to Leng Xiaoting, she didn't care about it if they were killed. Anyway, they would be sentenced to death after Leng Xiaoting caught them. Gu Ning backed to the edge of the room, waiting to see the drama. Nicholas also walked towards her. He wasn't sure whether Gu Ning was right and whether there was really a ghost, but he thought that he better be more careful. Seeing their reaction, Ma Shibiao panicked a little. Could there really be ghosts? Was there a ghost in this coffin? Ma Shibiao hesitated. However, he only hesitated for a few seconds, then went to open a coffin. Miss Gu, have you seen ghosts before? Nicholas asked. Although he asked that question, he actually already had the answer. If Gu Ning hadn't seen ghosts before, she wouldn't be so calm now. Yes, how about you? Gu Ning asked. She asked that casually because she was sure that Nicholas had met ghosts before. He even carried a soul with him. Because Nicholas was sure that Gu Ning had seen ghosts before, he wasn't surprised when Gu Ning admitted it. What do you think? He asked instead, returning Gu Ning's question. He was trying to find out how much Gu Ning knew about him. Gu Ning understood his purpose, but she didn't care. How could I know whether you've seen ghosts before? She smiled. Even though Gu Ning said that, Nicholas thought she was lying. If she didn't know, how could she know that he believed in ghosts? Miss Gu, do you know me? Nicholas asked. This is our first meeting. I don't even know your name. I don't think we've met before, said Gu Ning honestly. Nicholas wasn't convinced. If so, why do you think that I believe in ghosts? Just my feelings, said Gu Ning. Her feelings? He didn't think so. Before Nicholas continued to ask Gu Ning questions, Ma Shibiao had already opened a coffin and saw the body lying inside. Instantly, he got a fright and dumped the coffin lid, running away. Jesus, there was a body in it, and it was preserved so well it was as if there was a person sleeping inside. However, it didn't seem to be a living person. In that case, it could only be a ghost. Oh, what's wrong? Why are you so scared? Gu Ning made fun of them. She knew that they were frightened by the body in the coffin. A ghost. Ma Shibiao pointed at the coffin in great horror. Although it wasn't proven yet, he believed that it was a ghost. What else could it be? Would anyone deliberately sleep inside to scare other people? Nobody would be so bored and annoying. A ghost? Nicholas was scared too. He wasn't surprised by the existence of ghosts, but he was astonished that there was really a ghost. The next second, Nicholas turned to observe Gu Ning. Did she know that there was a ghost in the coffin? Who was she? How could she know? Or was it just a guess? A ghost? Didn't you refuse to believe in ghosts? Why did you say there is a ghost now? Gu Ning laughed at him. She wasn't scared at all when she heard there was a ghost. Normally, mortals couldn't see ghosts. So how could Ma Shibiao and his subordinates see it? Mortals couldn't see normal ghosts, but this ghost wasn't normal. After a ghost reached a certain level, it could become an entity. Or as with this female body, a spell was cast when they died so that they wouldn't rot and their soul stayed in the body. In fact, Gu Ning knew very little about it. But as a cultivator, she wasn't surprised by such strange things. Ma Shibiao was struck dumb. He indeed refused to believe in ghosts earlier, but now, Ma Shibiao and his subordinates didn't know what to say. It was still difficult for them to accept that ghosts really existed in this world, but they had to admit that it was true. At the same time, they were also surprised that Gu Ning was aware of the ghost in the coffin. Who was she? How could she know that there was a ghost? She didn't seem scared at all. Nicholas hadn't seen a local ghost before, so he immediately went up to have a look. He wasn't scared of ghosts either. Gu Ning didn't go ahead. She stood at the edge, enjoying watching the drama. At the front of the coffin, Nicholas saw a female body lying in the coffin. It was wearing local ancient costumes. Although the female body was kept well, its face was completely pale without any breath. It was dead without doubt. However, Nicholas couldn't smell rotting either, so it confused him. Gu Ning knew the reason. It was because of the Taoist talisman on its body. When Nicholas saw the Taoist talisman, he reached out his hand to pick it up out of curiosity. Stop it! Gu Ning stopped him at once, then walked over. Nicholas stopped. He wasn't mad because Gu Ning interrupted him. Instead, he felt that Gu Ning told him to stop for a reason. Gu Ning walked to the front of the coffin. After a glance at the body in it, she turned to look at Nicholas and said, "If you pull off the Taoist talisman, this ghost will wake up. If it wakes the other one up, we'll be in great danger." Hearing that, Nicholas gave up the idea of removing the Taoist talisman. He wasn't scared, but there was nothing valuable in this coffin. There was only a sword next to the body. It was a good sword, but he didn't have to take it away. Therefore, the less trouble, the better. Why don't we leave these two coffins here and open this stone door instead? Ma Shibiao said. Although he was frightened by the ghost, they could stay away from the coffins since Gu Ning said that they would be fine as long as they didn't move the bodies inside. They were already here, so they had to take something away with them. The treasures should be hidden behind the door. No, you can't move this door either. There might be something scarier than these two coffins behind it, said Gu Ning. Even she was reluctant to touch the stone door. So she didn't want them to do that unless they were willing to risk their lives. If we can't take anything, it'll be a total waste of our effort, said Ma Shibiao, feeling devastated. Is treasure more important than your life? Gu Ning laughed at Ma Shibiao. Ma Shibiao was struck dumb. Obviously his life mattered more than treasure, but he was still unwilling to give up. Why are you so sure that there is danger? Perhaps it isn't dangerous at all. If you don't believe me, do whatever you want. I won't join you, said Gu Ning airily. Then she walked back to the edge of the room. At the edge, she paused and said, "Oh, you better close the coffin now." The next second, she directly jumped back to the stone door on the other side. This time, she didn't do the run-up and just made a leap. It seemed that she could do qigong, which shocked everyone. Who was this girl? How could she do that? Nicholas stared at Gu Ning carefully. Now he was almost sure that Gu Ning also had superpowers, but he didn't know what her skills were. It seemed that he must be very cautious when he dealt with Gu Ning. Now Ma Shibiao was left in a dilemma. He didn't know whether he should open the stone door or not. Anyway, he called his subordinates to help him close the coffin first. However, an accident happened when they put down the lid. Ma Shibiao's hand suddenly slipped, so the corner of the coffin lid fell first. By coincidence, it fell on the chest of the female corpse and pressed on the Taoist talisman. Seeing that, Ma Shibiao was scared and immediately let the lid go and stepped back in case this female ghost woke up. "Don't!" Gu Ning tried to stop him, but it was too late. Gu Ning was furious. Actually, if he could carefully put the lid in place, it would be fine, but the Taoist talisman was removed after he moved his hands. All of a sudden, the female body suddenly opened her eyes. It directly shook off the coffin lid on its body and flew out of the coffin. Ma Shibiao and his subordinates were terrified. At this moment, Gu Ning showed surprise. She couldn't believe this female ghost. No, it shouldn't be a female ghost because it was alive, and Gu Ning sensed that she was a cultivator. Even Gu Ning was amazed at this time. Once the woman was out, she directly attacked Ma Shibiao and his subordinates because she felt that they woke her up. Ma Shibiao was frightened, but he used to be a professional killer, so he was still able to fight back. Out of great desire to survive, he did his best to deal with this woman. He was strong, so the woman couldn't defeat him within a short time, but his subordinates were much weaker and were soon beaten by the woman. Gu Ning had no intention of helping them right now. She knew that Nicholas would do that. They were a team after all, so Nicholas shouldn't be willing to watch Ma Shibiao being injured. When Nicholas saw that Ma Shibiao was about to lose, he joined the fight. He had a good relationship with Ma Shibiao, so he wouldn't let him be injured right in front of him. However, even though Nicholas joined the fight, the two of them still couldn't defeat the woman. It was barely a draw. "Miss Gu, come and help us. If you don't team up with us, you won't be able to escape after we lose," Ma Shibiao shouted to Gu Ning. "I don't think so. I can figure out a way and leave," said Gu Ning. Knowing that the woman was alive and wasn't a ghost, she wasn't worried at all. Therefore, she decided to let the woman injure them before she caught them. Ma Shibiao was mad. "None of you can escape," said the woman. They had intruded into their place and interrupted them, so it was impossible for them to safely leave. "You can't blame me for that. Although I intruded, I told them not to move the coffins. They wouldn't listen. Since you're not dead, why must you lie in the coffin all the time? Why don't you go out and visit the beautiful world?" Gu Ning said as if she was innocent. She mentioned aloud that this woman actually wasn't dead. Not dead? Nicholas and Ma Shibiao were shocked. If this female ghost wasn't dead, it meant that she wasn't really a ghost. Nicholas couldn't judge whether this woman was still alive or already dead, but she had lain in the coffin for a long time. She couldn't be a living person, so he believed that she was a ghost. However, Gu Ning said that the woman wasn't dead. In fact, Gu Ning thought it was a ghost at the beginning, but she sensed that she was a cultivator after the Taoist talisman was removed. Nicholas and Ma Shibiao were confused. If this woman wasn't dead, why did she lie in the coffin? Anyway, there must be a reason for that. The woman was also astonished. How could you know that I'm not dead? Because I sensed the same breath of a cultivator from you, said Gu Ning, and immediately released the breath of a cultivator. The woman was surprised to know that Gu Ning was also a cultivator. However, Gu Ning didn't seem to be at a high level. How could she hide her breath as a cultivator? Was she actually at a very high level to be able to hide her breath as a cultivator? Thinking of that, the woman was more surprised. Even if Gu Ning was at a very high level and could hide her abilities, the woman wasn't fully convinced because Gu Ning was too young to do that. There were young cultivators who were at a very high level, but there were very few of them. So it was hard for the woman to believe it. Why didn't I sense your breath of a cultivator earlier? Asked the woman. I hid it, said Gu Ning. She knew that the woman misunderstood her, but she didn't bother to explain. Although the woman still couldn't believe that Gu Ning was at a very high level, it was true that Gu Ning hid her breath of cultivation. In that case, the woman was unwilling to be her enemy. If so, as long as you promise that you won't tell anyone else what has happened here, I'll let you go, but these men must stay. I'll deal with them, said the woman. If Gu Ning was willing to keep it a secret, she could trust her. No, Ma Shibiao shouted reluctantly. He wasn't willing to watch Gu Ning leave while he was killed here. Sorry, I can't, said Gu Ning. Hearing that, Ma Shibiao thought that Gu Ning wasn't so cold-blooded and wouldn't leave them here. However, what Gu Ning said afterwards left him in despair. They're criminals. I have to catch them and take them back. You can beat them, but don't kill them. They'll be sentenced to death after I take them back. I just need them to be alive for the interrogation, said Gu Ning. You, Ma Shibiao was shocked. At the same time, he realized that Gu Ning was indeed not one of them. Who are you? Ma Shibiao angrily questioned her. Even if he already had the answer, he still wanted to hear it from Gu Ning's mouth. I was sent here by the military, said Gu Ning. Ma Shibiao fell into silence. The two men, Ma Shibiao's subordinates, standing behind Gu Ning immediately realized that something wasn't right after hearing that she came to catch Ma Shibiao. They originally thought that Gu Ning wouldn't watch them die here and they might survive, but now they figured out that they would only be caught if they stayed here any longer. Therefore, the two exchanged a glance and planned to run away. Unfortunately, once they moved, the monster fox stood in their way. They knew how strong the monster fox was, so they gave in at once. I'm a foreigner. I didn't commit any crimes in your country. You have no power to catch me, said Nicholas. He tried to persuade Gu Ning to let him go, and what he said was the truth. I only need to catch you. I don't care why and how you'll be punished. That's something our leader should consider, said Gu Ning. Nicholas was mad. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what he could say. Gu Ning obviously had no patience with them. All right, I can do you this favor. I won't kill them. You can take them away, the woman said to Gu Ning. The woman agreed with Gu Ning on that. Since they were both cultivators, she believed that Gu Ning wouldn't tell other people about her secret. Gu Ning said that she was sent here by the military, while those men were criminals, which left a good impression on the woman. The next second, the woman directly punched Ma Shibiao's chest, and he was knocked several meters away. He fell at the edge of the canal and almost fell into the water. Because Ma Shibiao was immortal, he couldn't stand a cultivator's magical energy. Besides, the woman used a lot of magical energy in this punch, so blood spurted out of Ma Shibiao's mouth at once. He couldn't stand up again. This woman was too strong. After injuring Ma Shibiao, the woman said, "Don't tell anyone what has happened here." "Of course, I won't tell anyone about it." "Do you plan to still stay here after waking up?" Gu Ning asked. She had the intention of drawing this woman over to her side. I don't think it has anything to do with you, said the woman. Gu Ning raised her eyebrow and said nothing. She didn't give up, but decided to talk about it after the woman injured Nicholas. Nicholas was left alone to fight with the woman after Ma Sherbiao was wounded. And without Ma Sherbiao's help, Nicholas was soon at a disadvantage. At this moment, Nicholas hadn't used all of his skills yet. Once he realized that he was going to lose, he took out his wand and waved it towards the woman. Then, a black gas that could be seen with their eyes attacked the woman. That black gas was an evil force. If ordinary people were affected by it, they would feel uncomfortable right away and lose strength. The more evil force they touched, the weaker their bodies would become. If they were surrounded by the evil force, they would soon die, because the evil force could corrode human beings' flesh. Both Gu Ning and the woman squinted a little. Gu Ning wasn't surprised because she was aware that Nicholas was a magician, but the woman was unaware of it, so she was slightly surprised. However, she soon calmed down and directly got rid of the black gas with her magical energy. This time, Nicholas was taken aback. To his surprise, this woman could easily get rid of his evil force, because in his opinion his evil force was very strong. Although Nicholas was astonished, he soon accepted it because he knew that they were people with superpowers. Nicholas didn't feel too shocked, even if the woman easily fought back. She was a strong enemy after all, and he didn't expect to defeat her within a short time. Therefore, Nicholas continued to wave his wand towards the woman and black gas attacked the woman. Without hesitation, the woman used her magical energy to get rid of it again. In her eyes, Nicholas was too weak and his evil force was barely harmful. Gu Ning had the same idea. She was at a lower level than the woman, but even she had confidence that she could defeat Nicholas. So it should be very easy for the woman to do so. Although Gu Ning wasn't sure of the exact level of the woman, she believed that the woman was stronger than her. If she guessed correctly, the woman should be in the golden core stage. Nicholas could emit an evil force with his wand, and he could also use it to make himself invisible in front of the woman for a short time. However, it was only useful for mortals and cultivators at low levels. It wasn't of great use before high-level cultivators. Even though high-level cultivators couldn't see him, they could still know his position with the help of their senses. Therefore, even if Nicholas made himself invisible, he still failed to hurt the woman. On the contrary, he was injured by the woman. This time, Nicholas was extremely mad and became anxious. This woman was so strong. He didn't expect to encounter such a strong person here. She could easily get rid of his evil force and his invisibility was of no use before her. Given the current situation, he realized that all of his skills were useless in his fight against the woman, so he had to play his trump card. It was the soul in his crystal ball. Without delay, Nicholas took out the crystal ball and let the soul out. The woman didn't know what Nicholas was doing, so she didn't stop him from doing that. Gu Ning was aware, but she didn't bother to stop Nicholas. She wasn't deliberately putting the woman in danger, but she thought it was better to deal with the soul as well since they targeted Nicholas. After all, the soul was harmful. If they didn't give Nicholas the chance to let the soul out, they wouldn't be able to catch the soul even if they could get the crystal ball later. All of a sudden, Ma Sherbiao and his subordinates saw a person, or a strange creature to be specific, appear out of nowhere. They were all stunned. Was this a ghost? Although the woman turned out not to be a ghost, they were almost convinced that ghosts really existed after what had just happened to them. As a result, looking at the soul which showed up suddenly and didn't have the appearance of a human, they believed that it should be a monster or a ghost. To Ma Sherbiao's astonishment, Nicholas kept such a strange thing with him. The soul was full of resentment because it was completely covered in black gas, which also meant it was very strong and aggressive. Once the soul joined the fight, it became a little difficult for the woman to defeat Nicholas. This time, Gu Ning couldn't stand on the sidelines. With a leap, she went to help the woman. Gu Ning directly fought against the soul. Gu Ning wasn't at a high level, but she had the help of her magical power, so the magical energy she released wasn't weak. It was even stronger than the woman's magical energy, and could easily fight back the soul's evil force. Witnessing that, the woman was shocked. This girl was indeed very strong. Compared with Nicholas, the soul was much more resistant. When Guning hit it with her magical energy, it only shook a little and wasn't injured at all. If it hit Nicholas, he would surely be injured, although not seriously. Nicholas was a sorcerer, but he relied on his wand and crystal ball for strength. He wasn't actually stronger than ordinary people. After living with evil forces for a long time, he looked evil too. Nicholas was good at fighting, but it had nothing to do with his wand and crystal ball. He practiced the skills on his own. There were wizards who weren't good at fighting or could barely fight. After all, magical skills had nothing to do with kung fu. The soul was very strong, so even Guning couldn't control it within a short time. Without the soul's help, Nicholas was soon at a disadvantage again. It was hard for him to win, so he became anxious. However, no matter how anxious he was, it was useless. Seeing that the soul couldn't defeat Guning, he realized that he was doomed this time. However, Nicholas refused to admit it unless he was caught. He still did his best to fight against the woman. As time went by, Nicholas was out of strength and was knocked away by the woman's magical energy, then knocked himself against the other coffin. The woman was scared and immediately ran over. No! The man lying in the other coffin was the woman's senior. They had the same master. After the coffin was knocked over by Nicholas, the man lying inside rolled out onto the ground and was pressed down by the heavy coffin. The woman went over and easily moved the coffin with a simple wave of her hand. Afterwards, she supported the man and removed the Taoist talisman on his chest. Once the Taoist talisman was removed, the man opened his eyes. He was still a little confused, and it took him some time to get back to his senses. After a few seconds, the man saw the woman and looked very surprised. No way. Yeah, it's me. The woman was thrilled when the man woke up, and she almost cried in joy. They finally saw each other again, and could be together again. Although she felt that she had only slept, she felt many years had passed after she woke up. Oh, it's you. The man was also very happy to see the woman. Without hesitation, he pulled her into his arms and hugged her tight. Nicholas was injured by the woman's punch, but he could still move and walk around. Seeing that the woman was happily chatting with the man, Nicholas seized the chance and lifted his wand to attack the woman. Unfortunately, the moment he moved, Guning saw him and directly took out a gun to shoot at Nicholas. Bang! The loud gunshot scared the woman and the man. Nicholas was shot in the arm and his wand fell to the ground. It was impossible for him to continue to attack the woman. Although the woman and the man didn't know it was a gun, they saw Nicholas injured by it, so they believed that it was a hidden weapon. However, it was too loud, so it wasn't good. Once it fired, all of their enemies would be alerted. They knew very little about guns. I understand that you're super excited to see each other, but it's obviously not the right time to tell each other how much you miss one another now. Why don't you do that later? Guning said. She wasn't blaming them because she felt for them. Therefore, she spoke in a resigned tone. The woman and the man were embarrassed. It was indeed their fault. After the man woke up, he was curious about what had happened. How did they get into their place? Who was this girl? He knew that Guning was a cultivator, but why did she come here? The woman could see that the man was curious about it, so she said, "Let's deal with the man and the soul first. I'll tell you the whole story in a while." Sure. If so, the man stopped asking them. He immediately got up and joined the fight. The man helped Guning deal with the soul, while the woman continued to beat Nicholas. Nicholas was badly injured now, but he could still fight, so the woman had to beat him till he couldn't fight back at all. The man was at a higher level than the woman, so the soul was soon at a disadvantage once he joined the fight. However, if they wanted to get rid of the soul, they had to beat it to pieces, which was very hard and energy-consuming. If they were fighting against a human, they could easily beat a human to death, but it took a lot of time to beat a soul to pieces. As the man and Guning worked with each other, the soul gradually weakened. Within a short time, the woman seriously injured Nicholas, but didn't kill him. When Nicholas couldn't fight back or run away, she stopped and went to help Guning deal with the soul. The three of them were stronger together, so finally, the soul was beaten to pieces and disappeared. At this moment, Nicholas was in complete despair. He was seriously injured and even his soul was ruined by them. It was his last hope, but it was gone now. Ma Shibiao had the same feeling. He hoped that Nicholas and the soul could save them, but the result was quite the opposite. All right, you can take them out now. Do keep your promise and don't tell anyone what has happened here, the woman said to Gu Ning. Of course. I'll do what I promised. But can you tell me what you plan to do next? Gu Ning asked. She wanted to persuade them to leave with her. I don't think it has anything to do with you. The woman gave Gu Ning the same reply. She was a little cold, because Gu Ning was a stranger. There was no need for her to be friendly to Gu Ning. Gu Ning didn't mind it at all. Instead, she understood why the woman did that. Gu Ning smiled and said, I don't know how many years you've stayed here. Given the clothes you are wearing, I bet it must have been hundreds of years. Are you sure you can get used to the current world after you leave this place? Well, if you have no intention of leaving here, you can continue to live your own life in hiding. I can't judge, but you have such a long life. Do you really want to stay here forever? There is thinner magical power in this world now. So it'll be difficult for you to cultivate, unless you can find a place with thick magical power. The woman and the man both frowned. They had no intention of leaving this place right now, but they didn't think it would be a problem for them to continue to live. Nicholas, Ma Shibiao, and the other men were stunned when they heard that the woman and the man had stayed here for hundreds of years. Even though Nicholas was also a man with superpowers, he could only live as long as other ordinary people. As a result, it was beyond his imagination that some people could live for hundreds of years and still look so young. Ma Shibiao and his subordinates couldn't believe their ears, because it was totally beyond their knowledge. What's your purpose? Asked the woman. They were very smart, so they knew that Gu Ning said that to them for a purpose. Gu Ning decided to be straightforward. I hope you can work for me. Hearing that, the woman and the man were mad. The man coldly said, Work for you? Why do you think we'll agree? Just because we won't be able to get used to the current world after we've stayed here for hundreds of years? That's ridiculous. We don't think it'll be a big problem. The man felt slighted. He was a cultivator at a high level after all, so he had great pride and felt displeased when Gu Ning slighted him. Of course not. I'm just impressed by your abilities. That's why I need you, said Gu Ning. You're at a lower level than us. Why should we listen to you? The man asked. Although he knew that Gu Ning was stronger than her level, they could feel that she wasn't at a high level. The man also wanted to test Gu Ning's abilities. It's true that I'm at a lower level than you, but I didn't mean to make you my subordinates. I just hope we can team up. We can help each other when we need it. You're still free. You can go wherever you want, said Gu Ning. She wasn't domineering and wouldn't force outstanding people to work for her. In fact, she wouldn't work for other people either. She would choose to be friends with other people and help them when they needed her. The woman and the man felt better. It sounds good. If you really mean it, we're willing to do that, but it's just our first meeting. We barely know each other. How can we trust you? The man said. It had been hundreds of years, so they indeed needed guidance to get used to the current world, but they couldn't blindly trust a stranger. Gu Ning understood their worries. After all, nobody was willing to trust a stranger at their first meeting. All of a sudden, Gu Ning thought of Shangguanyang. She bet that they must know Shangguanyang. If they trusted Shangguanyang, they should be less alert to Gu Ning. Oh, do you know the elder of the Kunlun sect, Shangguanyang? Gu Ning said. The woman and the man were surprised. They didn't expect that Gu Ning could know Shangguanyang. Do you mean Shangguanyang, the elder of the Kunlun sect? The man asked. He heard it clearly, but he still wanted to make sure of it. Yes, said Gu Ning. Do you know him? The man asked again. Since Gu Ning mentioned Shangguanyang, she should know him, but it didn't mean that Shangguanyang also knew her. Therefore, the man wanted to know whether Gu Ning had a relationship with Shangguanyang. If she had, it meant that Shangguanyang was still alive, which was shocking news. Thinking that Shangguanyang might still be alive, the woman and the man got excited. Although they controlled themselves, Gu Ning still noticed their reaction. She guessed that they might have a relationship with Shangguanyang too. They were wearing clothes from a sect, but Guning didn't know which sect they belonged to. However, now Guning thought that they might be disciples from the Kunlun sect. If they weren't disciples of the Kunlun sect, they should be from other sects. Their master must have a good relationship with Shangguanyang, so they got to know Shangguanyang. However, that was just Guning's guess, so she didn't say anything. If she was wrong, it would be embarrassing. Guning didn't rush to tell them about her relationship with Shangguanyang. Instead, she only answered their question. Yes. In that case, is he still alive? The man asked. It also proved that he knew Shangguanyang. Of course, he's fine and healthy, said Guning. Shangguanyang now lived a good life and he had made some friends in the modern society. He often had fun with them and even spent less time on cultivation. Anyway, one must enjoy himself during his life. It would be meaningless to live a long life, but be unable to enjoy his life. What's your relationship with him? Asked the man. We're teacher and disciple, said Guning honestly. What? Both the woman and the man were shocked. It turned out that this young girl was Shangguanyang's disciple. In that case, they actually belonged to the same sect. However, they didn't believe it just because Guning said so. It seems that you're familiar with my master? Guning asked. Yeah, he's senior to us. We're also disciples of the Kunlun sect, said the man. When he said that, he stared straight at Guning to observe her reaction. To be frank, he simply wanted to see whether Guning would panic after knowing that. If she panicked, she must be lying. If not, they might believe her words. Guning was a little surprised. She had guessed, but unexpectedly it was true. If so, I guess we belong to the same sect. You don't need to be suspicious of me then. I know you still have doubts, but I can prove it after daybreak. Anyway, do you dare to go out with me now? We can't prove anything here, said Guning. She tried to get the woman and man out of this ancient grave. Of course, the man said. He accepted Guning's challenge and was persuaded by her. Like Guning said, if they didn't go out, how should they prove what they just said? Even if Guning really lied to them, they should be able to handle it given their abilities. Guning smiled with satisfaction. Very good. Let me introduce myself now. My name is Guning. My name's Jiang Lilua. She's junior to me. Her name is Si Jin, said the man, who was Jiang Lilua. Oh, can you tell me what's behind the stone door? Guning pointed at the stone door and asked curiously. Jiang Lilua and Si Jin looked upset. Our master's coffin is behind it. Because of the barrier, nobody can get inside. Our master was seriously injured that year, and he was dying, so we built this tomb and wanted to bury ourselves with him. However, our master didn't allow us to do that. He cast a spell on us with the Taoist talisman, so that we could live for this long, said Jiang Lilua. Oh, I see. Guning also felt a little sad after hearing the story. She went ahead and bent 3 times in front of the stone door. Disciple Guning, trained by Shangguanyang, the elder of the Kunlun sect. I'm so sorry for bothering you. Please forgive me. Guning didn't come in by accident this time, but for a purpose, so she felt guilty. Jiang Lilua and Si Jin were displeased with Guning's intrusion, but they woke up due to their intrusion, so they couldn't blame Guning for that. After that, Guning walked back to Jiang Lilua and Si Jin, then said, What else do you need to prepare? Nothing. We just need to knock our heads against the ground 3 times to our master before we leave with you, said Jiang Lilua. Although they were filled with sadness, their master was already dead, so they had to get over it. Jiang Lilua and Si Jin knelt down before the stone door, then knocked their heads against the ground 3 times. Master, since we're awake now, we can't stay here and keep your company any longer. Don't worry, we'll come back and visit you. Once they finished, Jiang Lilua and Si Jin knocked their heads against the ground 3 times again before standing up. All right, we can leave now. They picked up their swords. Following Guning, they escorted Nicholas, Ma Shibiao, and the other men out. Nicholas and Ma Shibiao were too injured to walk on their own, so Jiang Lilua and Si Jin dragged them. Guning walked at the front to lead them out, while the monster fox guarded the other 3 men who could still walk behind Guning. Jiang Lilua and Si Jin weren't surprised that Guning was able to find the chamber where they had been, since strong cultivators could find it with their senses. What they didn't know was that Gu Ning actually had a pair of jade eyes which was more useful than her senses. Before they left, they filled the hole because they didn't want other people to interrupt their master. On their way out, Gu Ning hid her breath as a cultivator, which reminded Jiang Lilua and Si Jin of her strange skill. Therefore, Jiang Lilua asked, "Junior Gu, can I ask you about something?" "Sure," said Gu Ning. She knew what Jiang Lilua wanted to know about her. "Can you tell me your level? How can you completely hide your breath as a cultivator?" Jiang Lilua asked. "I'm at the peak of the heartbeat stage." Gu Ning was very honest, but she refused to tell them too many details. It's because of my special physical condition that I can completely hide my breath as a cultivator. I don't know how to explain it. I have great strength too, so I can fight with cultivators at the golden core stage." Ma Shibiao and the other men didn't understand what they were talking about. Anyway, they would be punished according to the law after they were arrested, so they wouldn't have any chances to say anything. Jiang Lilua and Si Jin were surprised. Although they were also cultivators, they didn't know everything. There were many strange things that were hard to explain anyway, so they didn't doubt Gu Ning's words. They hadn't seen such a thing before, but that didn't mean it didn't exist. When they got out of the ancient grave, it was already 6 a.m., but because it was winter, the sky became bright late, so it wasn't fully bright yet. Once they were out, Jiang Lilua and Si Jin filled the hole made by the gravediggers. Gu Ning's phone could also receive signals, so she called Xian Bei right away. Xian Bei and the others were still waiting in the living room. As soon as his phone rang, Xian Bei picked it up. "Hi. Gu Ning, how is it?" Xian Bei asked in a hurry. "I caught them. There are 8 of us. 5 are criminals. 2 are my friends. Arrange for a car to pick us up. Tao Lin will guide you to find us. I'll see you at the place where I parked my car," said Gu Ning. She knew that Tao Lin was fine now, so it wasn't a big deal to let him be the guide. Jiang Lilua and Si Jin turned to look at Gu Ning. When they saw her talking to a small box, they were confused. What was that? Why was Gu Ning talking to it? "Sure, we'll be right there," said Xian Bei. Without delay, Xian Bei and 3 other men drove 3 cars to their destination. "Gu Ning, what's that in your hand? Why were you talking to it just now?" Si Jin asked. Gu Ning raised her hand and said, "This is called a smartphone. Can help you talk to people who are far away. You can also have a video talk. After the sky is totally bright, I'll have a video call with my master. We can see his face on this phone at that time. My master is in the capital, which is over 1,000 kilometers away. We can't see him face to face right away, so I can only settle everything here before we go to meet him." "What? This thing can help you talk to people who are far away. We can also see Senior Shangguan in it." Si Jin and Jiang Lilua were both shocked. "Yes, I wasn't talking to it, but to someone else through it," said Gu Ning. "Jesus, that's unbelievable." Si Jin and Jiang Lilua were too shocked to believe it. Ma Shibiao and the others, however, were scared. In fact, they were horrified the entire time. What kind of people were they? How could they live for hundreds of years? Was it true? Ma Shibiao and the others still couldn't believe it was true, but they didn't think they were acting when they had no idea what a smartphone was. Besides, there was no need for them to act. They just witnessed that Nicholas took out a wooden stick and made black gas. Nicholas could even become invisible for a few seconds. Even if they refused to believe in ghosts, they had to face the reality that ghosts might really exist. However, although they believed it, they still couldn't accept it. There are many unbelievable things in today's society. You need more time to learn about them. If you can't learn how to use them, you won't be able to live properly. Well, given your abilities, I don't think you'll have no food, but you have a long future ahead. You still need to learn about them. Can you teach us? Asked Si Jin. At the beginning, they didn't think it was a big deal because they had great survival skills, but there were indeed many new things in this world waiting for them to learn about. They were already shocked by a smartphone, but there were many other inventions. They had doubted Gu Ning's words, but gradually they were convinced by her sincerity. Of course I can, but I don't have much free time. I can't teach you everything in person. I'll arrange for someone to help you with it. Gu Ning said, I think you can live with my master for the time being. You just left the ancient grave and you don't know anyone except for my master. He'll introduce the current world to you. Thanks, said Si Jin and Jiang Lilua. Although they stood in awe of Shangguanyang was the only person they knew now. They would feel safe if they lived with Shangguanyang. Are you Senior Shangguan's only disciple? Asked Si Jin. No, there is another senior disciple. He's also my fiancé. I'll introduce him to you later, said Guning. She didn't want to tell them Leng Xiaoting's name in front of Ma Shibiao and the other men. It took them about half an hour to escort Nicholas and the other criminals back to where Guning stopped her car. There was still a distance away from the intersection, but they didn't go to wait at the intersection since it was almost bright now. Xian Bei and the other men wouldn't arrive until more than half an hour later, and they didn't want other traffic to see them. At 7 a.m., Xian Bei and the other men arrived. When Jiang Lilua and Si Jin saw 3 large boxes moving around on the road, they asked curiously, "What's that?" "It's a car. We move around in it now. It's just like a horse or a carriage, but I don't know how it's made," said Guning. "Oh!" Jiang Lilua and Si Jin nodded. Hearing Guning's explanation, they understood that cars were of the same use as carriages in their age. It was a way of transportation. Xian Bei and the others saw them from a distance and quickly drove to them. Once Ma Shibiao saw Xian Bei, he realized who wanted to catch him. Xian Bei and the others were amazed by Guning's efficiency, because she easily caught the criminals that they had been chasing for a long time. Actually, if Leng Xiaoting was present, they could easily have caught the criminals as well. Although they admitted that Guning was very impressive, Leng Xiaoting was still the best in their eyes. After all, they had been Leng Xiaoting's comrades for years and had witnessed his abilities. When Xian Bei and the others walked closer, they saw Jiang Lilua and Si Jin, then felt surprised. They were wearing ancient costumes. What was going on here? Were they actors? Were they shooting nearby? Did they meet Guning by chance? It made no sense. Guning understood their doubts, but she had no intention of explaining it. "Take the criminals. I'll drive my friends back to the city," she said. "Sure." Zhao Weixian nodded, then gave Guning the car key, because he drove Guning's car here. They had questions, but they didn't say anything. "Oh, Guning," shouting came over. "He should be out of the plane in a while," said Xian Bei. "All right, I know," said Guning. After that, she walked to her car along with Jiang Lilua and Si Jin. Because it was the first time that they had ever seen a car, they didn't know how to open the car door. Guning helped them with it and let them get in. Jiang Lilua and Si Jin hesitated for a second, then sat inside. After the door was closed, Guning started the car and left. "Hey, don't you think Guning's 2 friends look a little strange?" Xian Bei didn't say that until Guning's car was gone. "Yeah, they look indeed a little strange." The others agreed, but they had no interest in it. No matter how strange they were Guning's friends. Strange? They're not human beings. They've lived for hundreds of years. "The girl is also a ghost," said Ma Shibiao, but he seemed to be out of control of his emotions. He had been too frightened by them earlier, so he couldn't calm down now. Anyway, he didn't lose his reason. He just wanted to stir things up between them. He felt that Xian Bei didn't know Guning's background. If Xian Bei knew that Guning and her friends were ghosts, he should catch all of them. Ghosts? Except for Tao Lin, Xian Bei and his other comrades immediately understood what Ma Shibiao was talking about. They were aware that Guning had superpowers, so they weren't surprised. As for the strange man and the woman, since Ma Shibiao said they were not human beings, they must have superpowers too. They didn't care about whether they had really lived for hundreds of years. They just believed that Ma Shibiao was crazy now and said many ridiculous things. Tao Lin had no idea about it, so he was astonished. "What? They've lived for hundreds of years?" he asked. "All right, he's obviously crazy now. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Let's get him back now." Xian Bei interrupted at once. He didn't want Tao Lin to ask about it and wanted to stop Ma Shibiao from saying more. After saying that, he immediately took out ropes and tape to tie them up and seal their mouths to prevent them from talking nonsense again. It wasn't a big deal that Xian Bei and his other comrades heard it, because they were aware of the existence of people with superpowers. However, Tao Lin had no idea about it, and they didn't want more people to know. When Guning drove far away, she called Leng shouting at once, but his phone was still turned off, so he should still be on the flight. Guning stopped calling him. She didn't send him a message either, because Leng shouting would call her back once he saw the missed call from her. It was their first time to take a car, so Zhang Lilua and Si Jin were anxious. Guning didn't know how to help them relax, so she could only chat with them. Senior C, I bet you two aren't just senior and junior disciples, right? Guning asked meaningfully. She could see that they were very close. Si Jin flushed a little and gave a glance at Zhang Lilua. There was obvious love in her eyes. Zhang Lilua also looked at Si Jin with affection. We almost got married, but we had to delay it because of the accident that year. Unfortunately, we didn't leave the ancient grave until now, said Si Jin. Oh, I see. Don't worry, Senior Shangguan can preside over a wedding ceremony for you, said Guning. Thanks, Si Jin said, looking shy. They were born in an ancient age, so they were very timid in a romantic relationship. People nowadays were much more straightforward. Yeah, we do need Senior Shangguan to help us with that, said Zhang Lilua. Given the current situation, it was the best solution. Everything was different now, but he and Si Jin still loved each other as deeply as always. Therefore, he was determined to present a wedding for Si Jin. It was once in a lifetime. Moreover, he wanted Si Jin to marry him legally. It's still early now. All the shops aren't open yet, so I'll take you to my home first. We can have breakfast, then you can have a shower and change your clothes, said Guning. Great. Thank you so much, Junior Gu. Zhang Lilua and Si Jin thanked Guning. From what Guning and other people wore, they knew that people put on different clothing nowadays. It was inappropriate for them to go out in their own clothes. Those people who were called over by Guning were surprised by the clothes they were wearing earlier. We belong to the same sect. You don't need to thank me, said Guning. She wasn't helpful to strangers, but she was more than willing to help people who she was familiar with. Oh, we have nothing with us now. We don't know what to do, so please help us with it, Junior Gu. We'll do our best to learn about the new world as soon as possible. Then we'll find a job, said Zhang Lilua. They couldn't rely on Guning forever, and weren't that lazy and useless. No problem, said Guning. She was willing to help them, but she had no intention of supporting them forever. They must be independent. About 20 minutes later, Leng shouting called Guning back. He was extremely anxious on the way there. Even if he believed that Guning would be fine, he was still worried about her safety. It was pure torture for him during the hours of flight. The moment the plane landed, he turned on his phone and saw the missed call from Guning. Guning called him, which meant she had finished the task, but he was worried that she might have encountered some trouble, so he called her back at once. Once Guning answered his call, Leng shouting asked anxiously, Ningning, how is it? Everything went well. I already handed the criminals to Xian Bei, and I'm on my way to Huafu Hills now, said Guning with a warm smile on her lips. Hearing that, Leng shouting was finally relieved, but he still asked, Are you injured? Not at all. I'm safe and sound, said Guning. Great. I'll go to Huafu Hills to meet you right away, said Leng shouting. He should deal with the criminals first, but he was too worried about Guning. He had to see her first so that he could relax. Sure, said Guning. If she didn't allow Leng shouting to come over, he wouldn't relax. Therefore, she agreed and they would deal with the criminals later. Is that your fiancé? Si Jin asked. They had good hearing, so they heard Guning's conversation with Leng shouting on the phone. They could feel that Leng shouting was very worried about Guning. Yeah, he'll come in a while, so I'll introduce him to you later, said Guning. Great. Zhang Lilua and Si Jin nodded. After sitting in the car for a long time, Si Jin began to feel dizzy. She was carsick. Zhang Lilua also felt a little uncomfortable, but it wasn't serious, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Jin, are you all right? Zhang Lilua asked with concern. I'm a little dizzy, said Si Jin. She's carsick. Normally, people who don't often drive in a car will feel carsick. It's like you're drunk. Don't worry, she'll be fine after she gets out of the car, said Guning. Then she took out a porcelain bottle with power crystals inside and gave it to Zhang Lilua. Tell Senior C to take this medicine. She'll be more comfortable. If you're uncomfortable as well, take a pill too. Thank you, Junior Gu. Zhang Lilua didn't doubt Gu Ning's words. He took the porcelain bottle and thanked her, then opened it. Once he opened the porcelain bottle, a flow of magical power came out, which surprised Zhang Lilua and Si Jin. Junior Gu, this is a magical pill. The first idea that appeared in Zhang Lilua's mind was that it was a magical pill. If it was really a magical pill, it must be very precious. It would be a waste if they used them to treat car sickness. It's solidified magical power. It's very useful, said Gu Ning. It's too precious. I don't think it should be wasted to treat such a minor illness, said Zhang Lilua. He felt that he shouldn't take it. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just a little dizzy. I'll be fine in a while, said Si Jin. Don't worry. I have countless power crystals. I always give some to my family to help them stay healthy. If you need more, you can ask me for it in the future, said Gu Ning. She was very generous to them. Both Zhang Lilua and Si Jin were touched by Gu Ning's kindness, so they accepted it. Thank you so much, Junior Gu. Zhang Lilua and Si Jin thanked her. Don't say that. We belong to the same sect after all, said Gu Ning with a smile. Hearing that, Zhang Lilua and Si Jin were very touched and had a better impression of Gu Ning. After that, each of them took a pill. As soon as they took the power crystal, they felt much better. Half an hour later, Gu Ning took Zhang Lilua and Si Jin back to Huafu Hills. At the gate, Gu Ning parked the car. She told Zhang Lilua and Si Jin to wait for her in the car, while she went to do grocery shopping in the supermarket. Then, with all the ingredients they needed, they went to Gu Ning's house. At this time, it was only 8:30 a.m. Chao Wenxin wasn't up yet, so she didn't know that Gu Ning was already back. That was good, because Gu Ning didn't know how to explain it if Chao Wenxin saw Zhang Lilua and Si Jin. After all, Chao Wenxin didn't know that people with superpowers really existed. Gu Ning brought Zhang Lilua and Si Jin into her place and told them to sit on the sofa. She had called the staff at Gufan to bring several sets of clothes over, so Zhang Lilua and Si Jin could have a shower and change their clothing afterwards. However, at the moment, Gu Ning needed to make breakfast for Zhang Lilua and Si Jin. She made noodles for the three of them. Zhang Lilua and Si Jin hadn't eaten for a long time, and Gu Ning was afraid that noodles might not be enough. So she bought some beamed buns and eggs as well. Gu Ning was right. Zhang Lilua and Si Jin hadn't had any food for too long, so a bowl of noodles was hardly enough. They ate several big beamed buns and eggs to fill their stomach. Sorry, we haven't eaten for so long, so we're starving, Zhang Lilua and Si Jin said, feeling slightly embarrassed. It's fine. Actually, when my master left the tower, he alone ate as much food as 8 men. Gu Ning joked. Zhang Lilua and Si Jin were amazed. It was too much. It seemed that Shangguanyang was also starving back then. Oh, you just said Senior Shangguan came out from a tower. Can you tell us what tower it is? Zhang Lilua asked in confusion. The tower at the back of the Kunlun sect's place. He had been cultivated in it for hundreds of years. He never left it. There was food on it, so he wasn't too hungry. He's just bad at cooking, so he couldn't help eating a lot once he saw delicious food. Gu Ning laughed. Oh, I didn't know that Senior Shangguan never left the Kunlun sect's place. Junior Gu, may I know how you met Senior Shangguan? Zhang Lilua asked. He was very curious about it. Well, my fiancé's mother is a cultivator. She went missing about 10 years ago. We thought she was already dead since we didn't know that she's a cultivator. After that, we ran into evil cultivators and my fiancé was injured in the fight. When the evil cultivator attacked him, a strong power suddenly erupted from his energy center. He managed to become a cultivator like that, but because the magical energy is very thin now and is barely enough for cultivation, my fiancé and I went to the Kunlun sect's place after we heard that there was thick magical energy. That's how we ended up at the back of the mountain. We found thick magical energy at the back of the mountain, so we went over. We tried to open the tower at the beginning, but failed. We gave up in the end. Then we roasted a chicken outside. My master smelt it and came out on his own. He saw my fiancé's talent and took him as his disciple. Then I brought him down the mountain. Guning smiled. How about you? When did you become Senior Shangguan's disciple? Asked Sijin. It happened afterwards. I used to be a mortal, and I became a cultivator after going through a lot, said Guning. What? You became a cultivator after being a mortal? Zhang Lilua and Sijin were shocked, because it was extremely rare. Yes, Guning said. It impressed Zhang Lilua and Sijin. At this time, Guning heard sounds of a car stopping outside. She thought that it should be Leng shouting, so she immediately stood up and went to open the door. Once the door opened, Leng shouting strode inside. As soon as he saw Guning, he walked faster towards her. Leng shouting wanted to hug her, but he sensed two cultivators in the room, so he decided against it. Because there were strangers, he felt embarrassed. However, when Guning went to him, he still placed his hands on her shoulders. Are you all right? He sized her up. Guning put on a resigned smile and said, Didn't I tell you that I'm fine on the phone? I'm safe and sound. After making sure that Guning was safe, Leng shouting was finally relieved. Here, let me introduce two people to you, said Guning. Then she pulled Leng shouting into the house. In the living room, Leng shouting finally met Zhang Lilua and Sijin. When he walked inside, Zhang Lilua and Sijin stood up to face him. Although Leng shouting already sensed them before he walked in, he was still surprised and confused when he saw their clothes. Because they were brought back by Guning, Leng shouting treated them as guests. However, he always wore a cold face in front of strangers, so he seemed unhappy. However, even if Leng shouting looked cold, Zhang Lilua and Sijin didn't sense any malice. They felt that perhaps he was used to keeping a distance from other people. Shouting, I met them at the ancient grave. He's Zhang Lilua while she's Sijin. They were kept in the coffins. Ma Shibiao opened the coffins by accident and they woke up after the Taoist talisman was removed. I thought they were ghosts at the beginning, but they turned out to be humans. After we talked, I learned that they're also disciples of the Kunlun sect. Their master is junior to Senior Shangguan, so we actually belong to the same sect. I brought them home and I plan to take them to visit Senior Shangguan. They'll live with Senior Shangguan. Also, because they've slept for hundreds of years, they need time to learn about modern society before they take the next step, said Guning. Leng shouting was surprised that they had been kept in the ancient grave for hundreds of years. After Guning introduced them to Leng shouting, she turned to Zhang Lilua and Sijin. Senior Zhang, Senior Si, this is my fiancé. He's also senior to me. His name is Leng shouting. He's a major general in our country. He's a little introverted, and he's used to keeping a distance from other people. Please don't mind it. It's fine. Zhang Lilua and Sijin didn't mind it at all. After that, they greeted Leng shouting. Nice to meet you, Junior Leng. Nice to meet you too, Senior Zhang, Senior Si. Leng shouting greeted them too, doing his best to be gentle. Since Guning said that they were also disciples of the Kunlun sect, Leng shouting believed it. Even if he didn't trust them, he trusted Guning. Unless Guning knew that they were fake and wanted to do something without pointing it out. Oh, have you eaten? Guning asked Leng shouting. Not yet. I rushed here once I got off the plane, said Leng shouting, sounding aggrieved. I'll cook noodles for you. You can chat with Senior Zhang and Senior Si for a while, said Guning. I'll do it by myself. You can chat with Senior Zhang and Senior Si. Leng shouting stopped Guning right away. He didn't want to bother her, and he had no idea what to talk to Zhang Lilua and Sijin about. He wasn't talkative after all. Fine. Guning understood his worries, so she didn't insist. She took Zhang Lilua and Sijin to sit down on the sofa, then had a video call with Shangguan Yang. Hey, Ningning, this is our first video call. Are you missing me? Once Shangguan Yang answered the call, he joked. Hearing his voice, Zhang Lilua and Sijin felt it was very familiar, and got excited. Guning didn't turn the camera to Zhang Lilua and Sijin. Instead, she talked with Shangguan Yang first. Yeah, but not really. I just don't want you to end the video call if I deny it, said Gu Ning and laughed. What a naughty girl you are. Shang Guanyang was amused. Master, I need to talk with you about something serious. I have 2 people with me now. Do you know them? Gu Ning said and turned the camera to Zhang Lilua and Si Jin. The moment Shang Guanyang saw Zhang Lilua and Si Jin, he was shocked. With a glance, he recognized them. That was the reason why he was astonished. Zhang Lilua and Si Jin saw Shang Guanyang too, because Shang Guanyang had the same face. Although his clothes were different, Zhang Lilua and Si Jin recognized him with a glance too. Therefore, they excitedly called, Uncle Shangguan, Lilua Jin. Shang Guanyang was also thrilled to see them. It had been hundreds of years, and he didn't expect to see them again. Tears welled up in his eyes at once. Zhang Lilua and Si Jin cried. Although they were very scared of Shang Guanyang in the past, Shang Guanyang was the closest elder to them in the Kunlun sect except for their own master. Therefore, they called him Uncle Shangguan. At the beginning, Leng Xiaoting still had doubts, but seeing that, he was fully convinced. There, stop crying now. We should be happy that we can meet again. Shang Guanyang fought back his tears and comforted them. He would be embarrassed if he cried in front of the young people. Zhang Lilua and Si Jin did their best to stop crying. Where is your master? Shang Guanyang asked. That year, their master, who was junior to him, the 6th elder of the Kunlun sect, left and traveled around with Zhang Lilua and Si Jin. A year later, he moved into the tower for cultivation. Afterwards, the whole world changed and he was the only one left in the Kunlun sect's place. Zhang Lilua and Si Jin looked sad. Our master has passed away for many years. He took us out to travel around that year, but we ran into the evil king after half a year. We had a battle and no one won. We escaped, but our master was seriously injured. He said he would soon die, so we dug a grave for him. We prepared 3 coffins because we decided to stay with our master in the grave. Our master didn't want us to do that, but we insisted, so he cast a spell on us. We were kept in the coffins till today. Junior Gu chased the criminals and got into the grave. Then the Taoist talismans on us were removed by accident. So we woke up, said Zhang Lilua. Oh, I see, said Shang Guanyang. Although he thought that the whole Kunlun sect was ruined, he still had hope that Zhang Lilua and Si Jin's master might have survived when he saw them again. When he heard that their master was already dead, Shang Guanyang was very upset. Lilua Jin, if you don't mind, you can stay with me from now on. Although I'm not your master, I'm your uncle. I'll treat you as family, said Shang Guanyang. He understood that they knew nothing about the new world, so it would be hard for them to live a life in modern society. Given their abilities, they would have no problem with food, but they should learn more about the new world if they wanted to live a good life. Moreover, Shang Guanyang had known Zhang Lilua and Si Jin for hundreds of years. They were more like a family, so he wouldn't abandon them. Of course. Zhang Lilua and Si Jin agreed excitedly. Great. When Ningning is free, she'll take you to my place, said Shang Guanyang. At this time, Leng Xiaoting approached. Before he said anything, Shang Guanyang exclaimed, Oh, you're there too? Yeah. Leng Xiaoting nodded and said, They don't have ID cards now, so they can't take a plane. Ningning needs to keep her mother company, so she can't leave either. However, I'll go back to the capital by private jet this afternoon, so I can bring them to see you. I'll deal with their ID cards later. Since they needed to live in this society, they needed an ID card. They belonged to the same sect after all, so Leng Xiaoting wouldn't hesitate to help them. Great, you can take them to my place this afternoon. Thank you for your help with their ID cards, said Shang Guanyang. He was very grateful to Leng Xiaoting for everything he had done for him. Although Leng Xiaoting was his disciple, it didn't mean Leng Xiaoting had to do everything for him. My pleasure, said Leng Xiaoting. After that, they ended the video call. Zhang Lilua and Si Jin were still surprised. They knew nothing about smartphones and video calls, but they were sure that it was their uncle Shangguan that they saw just then. After having the call with Shang Guanyang, clothes from Gufan were delivered. Gu Ning had prepared 2 sets for each of them so that they could have a change of clothing. Because Gu Ning planned to send Zhang Lilua and Shang Guanyang to the capital to see Shang Guanyang, she didn't prepare too many clothes for them. It would be troublesome if they carried too many clothes with them. They could buy more in the capital anyway. Gu Ning told Leng Xiaoting to take Jiang Lilua to the guest room on the second floor to have a shower. Leng Xiaoting would teach him how to do it, while Gu Ning took Si Jin to the guest room on the third floor. She directly filled the bathtub for Si Jin. After that, Gu Ning taught her how to wear the clothes women normally wore nowadays. After all, Si Jin was from ancient times, so she had totally different habits. In ancient times, women always put on a piece of loose cloth to cover their chest, so even an ample bosom couldn't be seen at all. So because Gu Ning didn't know Si Jin's bust circumference, she could only prepare several bras of different sizes. After knowing what a bra was, Si Jin flushed totally red. She felt it was too scanty. Seeing Si Jin's reaction, Gu Ning put on a resigned look and explained, "Don't worry, you'll get used to it. Women all wear this nowadays. You just wear it inside. No one can see it." Si Jin obviously knew that, but this was the first time that she had ever seen such a thing, so it was unavoidable for her to be embarrassed. Anyway, since Gu Ning said that women all wore this nowadays, she had to do the same thing. At the same time, Leng Xiaoting also taught Jiang Lilua how to turn on the faucet and how to put on men's underwear and clothing. After Leng Xiaoting walked out, he suddenly thought that Gu Ning would have had to do that by herself if he didn't come. Upon thinking of that, he was extremely uncomfortable. Luckily, he came. Although they hadn't taken a shower for hundreds of years, their bodies weren't very dirty, so they took a quick shower. Jiang Lilua came out first. Although it was his first time to wear modern clothes, and he wasn't very used to it, he was a grown man after all. No matter how uncomfortable it was, he would soon get used to it. Si Jin, however, might have some trouble with it, because her bosom became much more noticeable after she put on a bra. She was quite embarrassed. When she walked out, Si Jin covered her chest with her hands. They were from ancient times, so they weren't as open-minded as people in today's society. Women nowadays tried to make their boobs more noticeable and would lack confidence if they didn't have big bosoms. They were even willing to have breast surgery. In the ancient times, on the other hand, most women felt shy when they had ample bosoms, so they normally wrapped it tightly till it wouldn't attract any attention. It was the difference in people's values. Therefore, Gu Ning understood why Si Jin did that, but Si Jin had to learn to live in the modern world. It's winter now, so we're wearing a lot of clothes, but you still feel embarrassed. In the summer, we normally only put on a piece of thin clothing. Will you lock yourself at home and refuse to go out? Gu Ning joked. Si Jin flushed red. She knew Gu Ning was right, but she was still embarrassed. All right, put the coat on. Nobody can see it then. You'll get used to it, said Gu Ning. She handed a loose, long coat to Si Jin, so no one could see whether she had an ample bosom. As a cultivator, Si Jin didn't need to wear too many clothes and wouldn't feel cold. She only put on thin long johns, a loose sweater, and a coat. Her pants were also a medium thickness. Normal people would be shaking if they only put on so few clothes, but Si Jin felt very warm. After putting on the coat, her ample bosom was indeed hidden well, so she felt greatly relieved. It was uncomfortable to wear the bra, but she could stand it since it was inside. It was the first time that she had put on modern clothes, so it was still uncomfortable, but it wasn't too much of an issue. After all, she needed to live like every other woman. If she continued to wear her own clothing, she would look abnormal in the crowd. Your hair is too long. I think you better cut it shorter to the waist, said Gu Ning. Si Jin's hair was too long and it reached her butt. If it was at her waist, it would be prettier. In fact, she was already out of style when her hair reached the butt. It was fine if she was wearing ancient costumes, but it wasn't beautiful when she was wearing modern clothes. Sure, said Si Jin, since Gu Ning said that she was willing to accept her advice. It wasn't a big deal to shorten her hair a little. If it was too short, Si Jin wouldn't be willing, but she just needed to leave her hair at her waist. Can you help me with that? I'm afraid I can't do it on my own, asked Si Jin. She didn't know how to do it, so she could only turn to Gu Ning for help. Of course. Have a seat. I'll go get scissors. It was Gu Ning's advice, so she was obviously willing to help. Without delay, she went to get scissors. Because she only needed to cut the end of Si Jin's hair, it wasn't difficult and Gu Ning soon finished. Therefore, Gu Ning had soon shortened Si Jin's hair, and it looked very pretty. Actually, when her hair was shortened, Si Jin had a totally different air, and she was very satisfied with it. If you don't want it down, you can have it in a ponytail, said Gu Ning. Sure, Si Jin agreed. She was indeed not used to having her hair down, so she tied it up to a ponytail. Once she put her hair in a ponytail, she looked more like a mature woman than an elegant lady. In fact, Si Jin was more like a mature woman than an elegant lady. She practiced kung fu every day after all, and was very agile and strong. Afterwards, Gu Ning helped Si Jin put on light makeup. Every woman looked different after putting on makeup, and women were normally prettier with makeup on. Although Si Jin was very beautiful without makeup, she was even more attractive with some makeup. Si Jin would wear light makeup in her daily life, so she didn't feel it was bad when Gu Ning helped her put on some makeup now. She was only amazed by the makeup products in modern society. I'll send you a set of makeup products later. Shouting's mother or Aunt Meow can teach you how to use them. They often stay in my master's place for a bit. They are also women, so you can ask them whenever you have questions. Don't feel shy. My mother will deliver her baby in a few days, so I can't go to the capital with you right now, but I'll go to the capital after the New Year holiday, said Gu Ning. Junior Lung's mother? Didn't you say? Si Jin was surprised, because Gu Ning had told them that Lung Shouting's mother was missing, but she didn't say whether his mother was found or not. Oh, I forgot to tell you that we found Shouting's mother. Aunt Meow is a friend of Shouting's mother. She became an evil cultivator after going through some bad things. However, my master caused her to lose her abilities as a cultivator and she became immortal. She started to cultivate again later, and lives with Shouting's mother now, said Gu Ning. Oh, I see, said Si Jin. It was good news that they could meet again after being lost for over a dozen years. They also felt lucky and happy to see their Uncle Shangguan. Don't worry. They're very easy to get along with. Gu Ning comforted Si Jin in case she was nervous. She didn't want Si Jin to be burdened. Sure, Si Jin nodded. However, it was unavoidable for her to be nervous. After all, they were all strangers and were senior to her. If they were junior to her, she wouldn't be as nervous, but she had to be careful before the elders. Perhaps because she cared about their opinions of her, she was nervous. If there was no relationship between them, she wouldn't feel anxious at all. After putting on makeup and adjusting her clothes, Si Jin followed Gu Ning downstairs. In the living room, although Zhang Lilua had changed his clothes, he kept the same hairstyle, so he looked strange. If Zhang Lilua went out like that, he would attract attention and passers-by might discuss him. He could have his own style without caring about other people's opinions, but he would feel embarrassed if people wouldn't stop talking about him. Besides, it was better for men not to keep long hair. Anyway, it was up to Zhang Lilua whether he wanted to keep it or not. When Zhang Lilua saw Si Jin walking downstairs, he was a little distracted because Si Jin looked different yet attractive after changing her look. Perhaps because he was so used to Si Jin's old look, he felt that she looked unusually attractive now. Si Jin also felt that Zhang Lilua was different when she saw him, but his hairstyle didn't match his clothes. Lilua, I think your hairstyle doesn't match your look, said Si Jin with slight embarrassment. She didn't want to embarrass Zhang Lilua, but it was indeed strange. Hearing that, Zhang Lilua was a little awkward, but he agreed with Si Jin. Well, I actually had the same thought. Because you're wearing modern clothes, but your hairstyle is ancient, they don't match at all. Are you willing to cut your hair? You can have the same hairstyle as Shouting. Well, there are many other hairstyles. You can also go to a barbershop, but men normally have short hair nowadays, said Gu Ning. She actually felt slightly embarrassed to point it out, but now that they noticed it by themselves, she could talk about it. Zhang Lilua hesitated for a while. He was reluctant to cut his long hair. However, men in today's society mostly had short hair. He was going to live in this new world now, so it was inappropriate for him to keep his long hair. Fine, let's do it now. Zhang Lilua agreed with alacrity. Although men all had long hair in their world except for monks, they were in a different world now, so they had to learn to get used to it. All right, we can go out for a meal together later. You can have a haircut then, said Gu Ning. Ning Ning, I need to know more about the criminals, said Ling shouting all of a sudden. Sure. Gu Ning agreed, then brought Ling shouting upstairs to her room. Once they were in the room, Ling shouting closed the door and pressed Gu Ning against the wall. Aren't you? Didn't Ling shouting want to learn more about the criminals? Gu Ning wanted to ask him about that, but Ling shouting shut her mouth with his lips before she could say anything. Gu Ning didn't realize what he really wanted to do until now. Ling shouting wasn't going to learn more about the criminals from her. He simply wanted to kiss her. Gu Ning was amused. Ling shouting's kiss was very passionate at the beginning. He seemed to lose control of his desire. He wanted Gu Ning badly, but gradually he became gentle. However, he didn't let Gu Ning go until both of them were out of breath. In fact, he wanted more, but his reason stopped him because now wasn't the right time. After letting Gu Ning go, Ling shouting stared straight at her. Gu Ning panicked a little. She didn't know what she had done wrong to make Ling shouting like this. What's wrong? Gu Ning didn't think that she had done anything wrong, but she somehow felt guilty when she met Ling shouting's dangerous eyes. If I didn't come, would you have taught Zhang Lilua how to wear underwear? Ling shouting asked, sounding dangerous. Hearing that, Gu Ning blinked with a guilty conscience. Why should she feel guilty? Although she had never thought about that, Ling shouting had told her that he would come. Therefore, Gu Ning argued. No, before I came home, you told me that you were coming. Even if you didn't come, it was a male employee who delivered the clothing. I could let him do that. Oh, really? Then why did you panic just then? Ling shouting squinted. Gu Ning understood that Ling shouting wouldn't believe it, so she didn't know what to say now. She indeed panicked a little just then, but it didn't mean anything. Staring at her, Ling shouting said nothing, nor did he let it go. He wanted to see how Gu Ning would explain it. I didn't panic. You misunderstood me. Do you want to quarrel? Gu Ning denied it and said angrily. Ling shouting put on a resigned smile. There was deep love for her in his eyes. All right, I'm just joking. Although Ling shouting was indeed displeased with what happened earlier, he felt that he shouldn't vent his anger on Gu Ning after hearing her explanation. He had to admit that he easily got jealous. Even though he could keep his reason most of the time, he would still lose control a bit when he got jealous. Fine, I forgive you. Gu Ning stopped arguing about it when Ling shouting softened. I have to leave now. I won't finish until 2 p.m. If you're going to have a meal somewhere, tell me where you are eating. I can drive them there, said Ling shouting. I can send you all to the airport together, said Gu Ning. Great, but I'll drive later. Ling shouting agreed. He thought that Gu Ning wanted to stay with him for a while longer, and he wanted to spend more time with her too. Sure, said Gu Ning, because she indeed wanted to stay with Ling shouting for a while longer. After that, they went downstairs and Ling shouting left. It was already 10 a.m. when Ling shouting left, so Gu Ning was ready to take Zhang Lilua and Si Jin out. Before they left, Gu Ning looked at Zhang Lilua's long hair and felt it wasn't appropriate. She said, Senior Zhang, let me help you cut your hair a little. It's too long. I don't think you want to be the focus of everyone's attention. It was unnecessary trouble. Thanks. Since he already decided to cut his hair, Zhang Lilua didn't think it was a big deal. Therefore, Gu Ning cut Zhang Lilua's hair till his shoulders, then tied it up. Some men kept their hair to that length, mainly artists and stars, so it wasn't strange. Other people might just take Zhang Lilua as an artist or a star. Afterwards, Gu Ning found a suitcase and told them to put their clothes in. They would take it with them because after eating they would leave with Ling shouting. Once they were out, Gu Ning took Zhang Lilua to a barbershop first. Only when Zhang Lilua's hair was as short as other men would he look normal in the crowd. People would only be attracted to Gu Ning's beauty and some of them might recognize her. Although several passers-by came to say hi to Gu Ning or take photos with her once in a while, Gu Ning wasn't affected. Zhang Lilua and Si Jin were curious about what they were doing when they took photos, but they didn't ask about it in front of strangers. They knew it would cause unnecessary trouble. After having a haircut, Zhang Lilua had a totally different air. He was more handsome now than when he had long hair. Even Si Jin was amazed by his change. When Zhang Lilua saw that Si Jin was impressed by his new hairstyle, He was cheered up at once, since he actually felt a little sad after losing his long hair. "Jean, what do you think?" Zhang Lilua asked. Although he already had the answer from her expression, he still wanted to hear the answer from her. "You're really handsome," said Si Jean, feeling a little shy. Hearing that, Zhang Lilua was happy. After that, Gu Ning paid the money and took them away. "Junior Gu, I'm sorry that you have to pay for everything for us." Zhang Lilua was slightly embarrassed. "It's fine. You can pay me back in the future after you have money," said Gu Ning. She was unwilling to hurt their pride or burden them. If she said it was nothing and she didn't need them to pay her back, it might hurt their dignity. Hearing that, Zhang Lilua and Si Jean indeed felt much better. They didn't think it was wrong that Gu Ning wanted them to pay her back in the future, and they didn't think she was mean. She simply did it to protect their pride. "Of course, we'll pay you back once we make money," said Zhang Lilua and Si Jean. "Great," said Gu Ning. She could feel their emotional change. Zhang Lilua and Si Jean didn't work for her like Gao Yi and Xiaoya, so she couldn't treat them the same way. Gu Ning gave Gao Yi and Xiaoya money because they worked for it so they wouldn't feel burdened. Zhang Lilua and Si Jean would live with Shangguanyang, and Shangguanyang would accommodate them. In that case, Zhang Lilua and Si Jean would feel more relaxed. After all, they had a closer relationship with Shangguanyang. And after they learned more about modern society, they would find a job on their own. In fact, she and Leng Xiaoting could easily help Zhang Lilua and Si Jean get a job, but it depended on them whether they were willing to rely on Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning to make a living. They had their pride after all, so they might feel hurt if Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning helped them too much. Sometimes it wasn't a good thing for a person to have a lot of pride, because he or she could easily get paranoid. In that case, he or she would accept little help and live a difficult life. Therefore, people could have pride but should also learn to seek help when it was necessary. People built friendships with one another by giving and accepting help. Anyway, Zhang Lilua and Si Jean weren't in a rush to get a job right now. Gu Ning took Zhang Lilua and Si Jean to the Huangdeng Hotel and booked a private room. She gave the menu to them and told them to order whatever they wanted to eat. Zhang Lilua and Si Jean felt a little embarrassed, so they only ordered 2 dishes, then quickly returned the menu to Gu Ning. Gu Ning understood that they felt embarrassed to order many dishes, so she ordered more. "Junior Gu, there are only 3 of us. You don't need to order so many," said Si Jean. In fact, they could eat a lot of food and they were aware that Gu Ning ordered many dishes for them, but they only felt embarrassed because Gu Ning spent a lot of money on them. "Don't worry, we can eat more," Gu Ning said. "I don't want you to be hungry. We only have enough energy to deal with our business when we're full." Zhang Lilua and Si Jean said nothing further. Gu Ning had already finished ordering, and they could indeed eat a lot. "Oh, you're going to take a plane to the capital, so I need you to learn about it now," said Gu Ning and took out her phone. She showed Zhang Lilua and Si Jean photos of planes. "See? This is a plane. Can fly in the air, but it's very safe. You don't need to worry about your safety," said Gu Ning. "It can fly in the air?" Zhang Lilua and Si Jean were shocked, because the plane was so large, but it was able to fly in the air. "Is this faster than Uncle Shangguan's flying sword?" Si Jean asked curiously. She knew little about planes, but she was aware that Shangguanyang's flying sword was super fast, so she believed that planes weren't comparable to the flying sword. Zhang Lilua also had that opinion. The plane could fly 2/3 faster than the flying sword. "It only takes 2.5 hours for us to get to the capital by plane, and it might take 3 hours and 15 minutes by flying sword," said Gu Ning. "Wow, it's so fast. It's unbelievable." Zhang Lilua and Si Jean were astonished. They felt that Shangguanyang's flying sword should be much faster, but it turned out that planes were faster. Moreover, planes were a lot faster than the flying sword. They felt this new world was full of unbelievable things. Actually, people were always surprised by unknown things. People in modern society would also be amazed by monsters and ghosts because they didn't think they really existed. However, it was very normal for cultivators. You think it's unbelievable because you weren't born in this age. If you were born here, you wouldn't think it's unbelievable. It is like how people nowadays don't believe in monsters or ghosts, but they're very normal in your eyes, said Gu Ning. After that, Gu Ning suddenly thought of something important, so she seriously reminded them. Oh, don't show your abilities in front of other people. Even if you have conflicts with mortals, don't use your magical skills. It'll only cause more trouble. You can only do that when you encounter monsters, ghosts, or other people with superpowers. Of course, Jiang Liluo and Si Jin understood it was very serious, so they agreed. They chatted for a while. Then the dishes were placed on the table and they began to eat. Gu Ning, Jiang Liluo, and Si Jin ate a lot, so they ate almost all of the food. After all, they were cultivators who ate much more than ordinary people. In fact, even if they had eaten nothing for several days, they wouldn't feel very hungry. They just needed to eat more food the next time. After the meal, Gu Ning took Jiang Liluo and Si Jin to a tea house before Leng Xiaoting called her. They stayed in the tea house for a while. Then Leng Xiaoting called her and asked about where they were. Gu Ning told him that she was in the downtown Huangdeng Hotel, but Leng Xiaoting needed more than 20 minutes to arrive, so they had to wait for a while longer. 25 minutes later, Leng Xiaoting arrived and called Gu Ning. Gu Ning told Leng Xiaoting to wait for them in the hall, and they would go downstairs. Because Leng Xiaoting was too handsome, he easily attracted attention from other people, especially from women. So shortly after Leng Xiaoting hung up the call with Gu Ning, two beautiful young women walked out of the elevator and saw him. They were immediately attracted to him. Wow, what a handsome man! Let's go talk to him. I must get his WeChat account. What if he rejects me? I'll be embarrassed. Cici, you're so beautiful. No man will say no to you. You've never been rejected. Do you need me to start it for you? Said the other woman. Although she meant to please the woman called Cici, she had her own purpose and was scheming something. Cici filled herself with confidence. Sure, let's go over now. After making the decision, they walked towards Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting had already heard their conversation, so he was displeased. Seeing them walking towards him, Leng Xiaoting directly turned and walked away. The two women didn't know that Leng Xiaoting was deliberately avoiding them, so they continued to walk to him. Leng Xiaoting was annoyed. How could they be so shameless? This time, Leng Xiaoting didn't bother to walk farther away. Instead, he released a cold aura to show that he didn't want strangers to approach him. As a result, once the two women were closer to him, they felt the cold air and stopped at once. Jesus, he was so cold and aloof. I think we should give up. Lin Cici became timid and said quietly to the woman, who encouraged her to strike up a conversation with Leng Xiaoting. It's fine. The woman was unwilling to give up right now, because they hadn't even started yet. Do it yourself. I don't want to, said Lin Cici. She had a feeling that she would be rejected and embarrassed. An idea dawned on the woman and she directly said to Leng Xiaoting, Hi, Mr. Handsome. My friend, Cici, wants to make friends with you. Can I know your WeChat account? Xiao Yun. Lin Cici was a little mad when her friend ignored her feelings, but she didn't think further about it. She thought that her friend was just joking. No. Leng Xiaoting refused without hesitation. Why? Cici is so pretty. Qin Xiaoyun didn't stop just because Leng Xiaoting refused. Instead, she kept on praising Lin Cici. It sounded as if Leng Xiaoting was wrong. However, she actually knew that Lin Cici couldn't match Leng Xiaoting even though Lin Cici was very beautiful. Therefore, she said it on purpose. Xiaoyun. Hearing Qin Xiaoyun's words, Lin Cici immediately tried to stop her, but Qin Xiaoyun wouldn't listen. Leng Xiaoting ignored them and directly went to the elevator, because Gu Ning was coming out. Once Gu Ning was out, she saw Lin Cici and Qin Xiaoyun standing in front of Leng Xiaoting, but there was a distance of 2 meters between them. Obviously, they tried to strike up a conversation with Leng Xiaoting, but Gu Ning could see that Leng Xiaoting had already rejected them. In fact, Leng Xiaoting never accepted other women's affection. When Leng Xiaoting suddenly walked away, Qin Xiaoyun was mad. She turned and wanted to follow him, but she stopped as soon as she saw Gu Ning. She recognized Gu Ning, but unexpectedly this man knew Gu Ning too. Was he Gu Ning's boyfriend or something? If he was, didn't she just... In an instant, Qin Xiaoyun yielded. She dared not offend Gu Ning. What's wrong? Gu Ning asked Leng Xiaoting. A dumb woman was fooled by her friend, said Ling shouting loudly. So Lin Sisi and Qin Xiaoyun could hear him. Qin Xiaoyun was humiliated and had a guilty conscience, because Ling shouting told the truth. However, she didn't expect that Ling shouting saw through her and even pointed it out, which was unacceptable in her eyes. Ling shouting said that aloud, not because he wanted to remind Lin Sisi to be careful, but because he was displeased that he was also a part of Qin Xiaoyun's scheme. Therefore, it was Qin Xiaoyun who did unacceptable things. Since she dared to do it, she should be prepared to be embarrassed when her evil purpose was exposed. Lin Sisi subconsciously turned to look at Qin Xiaoyun. She felt it couldn't be true, but she had to face it when she saw Qin Xiaoyun's guilty expression. It turned out that Qin Xiaoyun deliberately embarrassed her. Although she was unwilling to believe it, Qin Xiaoyun indeed insisted on striking up a conversation with Leng shouting after she tried to stop her. Besides, Qin Xiaoyun panicked just then. Did she really do it on purpose? Why? Why did she do that to her? Lin Sisi believed that she had been treating Qin Xiaoyun very well. She had never made her unhappy before. Although Lin Sisi was easily attracted to handsome men and paid little attention to details, she wasn't dumb and soon figured the whole thing out. Gu Ning also turned to stare at Lin Sisi and Qin Xiaoyun. After seeing Qin Xiaoyun's guilty expression, she immediately realized what had happened. However, she said nothing. Sisi, don't listen to him. I didn't. Qin Xiaoyun explained it to Lin Sisi at once in case Lin Sisi cut off the friendship with her. After all, Lin Sisi was from a rich family, while her family had nothing special. Because of Lin Sisi, she was able to meet quality men from high society. Although Qin Xiaoyun relied on Lin Sisi to meet quality men, she still schemed against her because she was jealous of Lin Sisi. He didn't say it's you. Why are you nervous? Are you guilty? Lin Sisi coldly asked Qin Xiaoyun. Although she believed that Qin Xiaoyun deliberately embarrassed her and she was very mad at Qin Xiaoyun, she didn't lose her temper in public. She was reluctant to damage her image. Qin Xiaoyun didn't know what to say. Let's go now. Leaving Lin Sisi and Qin Xiaoyun behind, Gu Ning pulled Leng shouting away. Upon seeing Gu Ning holding Leng shouting's hand, Lin Sisi and Qin Xiaoyun were sure that they were a couple. Qin Xiaoyun felt that it was Leng shouting who made her dirty her image, but she didn't dare to blame him for that because he was Gu Ning's boyfriend. Lin Sisi felt nothing when Leng shouting was gone, but she was very disappointed at Qin Xiaoyun. Qin Xiaoyun, how could you do that to me? I told you to stop. Why wouldn't you listen? I thought you didn't mean it, but now I suddenly realize you've done such a thing to me many times before. If you really care about me, would you ignore my feelings again and again? Sisi, please let me explain. I didn't. Qin Xiaoyun still tried to win Lin Sisi's trust. No need. I'm not an idiot. I didn't take it seriously because I trusted you. I could tolerate your mistakes, but now I don't think we should continue to be friends. So, stay away from me as of today. Lin Sisi was unwilling to talk to Qin Xiaoyun any longer, so she directly interrupted and quickly walked away. Sisi. Qin Xiaoyun wanted to catch up, but she clearly knew that Lin Sisi didn't want to be her friend any longer. If so, she thought it was meaningless to explain or beg for Lin Sisi's forgiveness. So what? I don't need your money. There are a lot of people who are richer than you in this world, said Qin Xiaoyun angrily in humiliation, watching Li Sisi's retreating back. Although she seemed to disdain Lin Sisi, she was actually jealous of the rich. If she really thought Lin Sisi wasn't important, she wouldn't have made friends with her and wouldn't dream about marrying into a rich family through her. She just got angry because she felt humiliated. When Gu Ning and the others left, they went directly to the airport. Leng Xiaoting drove the car. Gu Ning sat on the front passenger seat, while Jiang Lilua and Si Jin sat on the rear seats. Did they go first? Gu Ning asked. Yeah, they went there before us, said Leng Xiaoting. How about Xian Bei? Gu Ning asked. Xian Bei was supposed to visit the Chao family today, so Leng Xiaoting should let him free. Gu Ning understood that Leng Xiaoting was very sensitive, but she was afraid that he might not think of that. Leng Xiaoting understood Gu Ning's concern, so he said, Xian Bei went back to Huafu Hills after driving me to the hotel. He's going to visit the Chow family today, so I won't make him leave with us." Hearing that, Gu Ning was satisfied. About an hour later, they arrived at the airport. Because of Leng Xiaoting's officer certificate, they could go through the special passage and directly drive the car nearest to the plane. However, they still needed to have a security check for public safety. Zhang Lilua and Si Jin carried their swords with them. So Leng Xiaoting explained that they were antiques, after which they could take them into the flight. Although Zhang Lilua and Si Jin had already seen photos of the plane, they were still amazed when they saw it with their own eyes. After all, it could fly and was even faster than Shangguan Yang's flying sword. Ai Weishun and his comrades had escorted the criminals into the plane. So when Leng Xiaoting and the others came, they directly boarded. After they were aboard, Gu Ning turned around and left. When Ai Weishun and his comrades saw Leng Xiaoting coming with Zhang Lilua and Si Jin, they were slightly surprised because they didn't know that Leng Xiaoting left to pick them up. Even if Leng Xiaoting went to pick them up, it wasn't a big deal. However, when Ma Shibiao and his men saw Zhang Lilua and Si Jin, they were scared. They had witnessed Zhang Lilua and Si Jin's abilities, and knew that they weren't ordinary people. Unfortunately, their mouths were gagged, so they couldn't make any sounds. They tried to struggle, but their limbs were handcuffed, so it was useless. When Zhang Lilua and Si Jin saw Ma Shibiao and his men, they were expressionless. Ai Weishun and Zhao Weixian were aware that they were people with superpowers, so they weren't afraid at all. After all, they were friendly towards them. "Hi!" Ai Weishun greeted Zhang Lilua and Si Jin first. "Nice to see you," Zhao Weixian and Tao Lin said. "Nice to see you too," said Zhang Lilua and Si Jin. After that, Leng Xiaoting arranged for them to have a seat and reminded them to fasten their safety belts. Gu Ning had taught them in the car earlier, so they were able to do it now. After they were all seated, the plane took off on time. As it drove, it gradually accelerated, which scared Zhang Lilua and Si Jin a little, but they soon calmed down. After a while, the plane was about to leave the ground. Zhang Lilua and Si Jin felt as if they were losing their balance, so they subconsciously stiffened and got nervous. They didn't get used to it until the plane stabilized in the air. Although they went up and down on flying swords as well, they were already used to it, so it was fine for them. However, it was the first time that they had ever taken a plane, so it was very uncomfortable. Luckily, they had great acceptance, so they soon got used to it when the plane stabilized. They weren't worried that this plane might encounter any danger. They trusted Gu Ning, and they could fly with swords even if an accident happened, so they weren't afraid of falling. They weren't at a high level in their cultivation and couldn't fly for long, but it was enough for them to safely get down to the ground. After Gu Ning left the airport, she went directly to the Tang family's house. She didn't ask about what Chao Wenxin was doing now, nor did she tell the Tang family about her pregnancy. When they visited the Chao family, they would hear the news. Gu Ning had to deal with a lot of things today. An hour after she went back to the Tang family's house, she received Qi Tianlin's call. Although Qi Tianlin was very displeased that Gu Ning was already engaged to Leng Xiaoting, and had been mad about it for a few days, he wouldn't cut off his relationship with Gu Ning just because of that. In addition, he needed to buy magical pills from Gu Ning. Gu Ning couldn't care less about Qi Tianlin's attitude. He was a little unkind to her now, but they didn't quarrel and she would still keep in touch with him. "Hi!" Gu Ning answered his call. "Well, it seems that you really don't take me as your friend. You've been back to City B for 2 days. Why didn't you call me out for a meal?" Qi Tianlin complained. In fact, once Gu Ning got back, he heard the news, but he wanted to see whether Gu Ning would call him before he called her. Even though she already had a fiancé, they were still friends. They could still meet and dine together. However, he was only disappointed. Gu Ning rolled her eyes. "Come on. I have too many friends in City B. I can't dine with all of them when I'm back. They're all my friends. I can't ignore any of them, right? I don't have much time." "You don't have time? I think you have enough time. Stop lying to me. Just a meal. It won't cost you much money. You've made a lot of money from me." Qi Tianlin understood that Gu Ning was always busy, but she should have some free time, so he believed that Gu Ning didn't take him as her friend. "I make money from countless people. Do I have to buy every one of them a meal? If you don't want me to continue to make money from you, you can stop making deals with me," said Gu Ning. She wasn't mad, but felt resigned. Hearing that, Qi Tianlin was angrier than ever. Gu Ning could easily get him mad. Hearing his heavy breathing, Gu Ning understood that she angered Qi Tianlin, but she didn't think it was too much. Qi Tianlin asked for it himself. "Boss, time to change dressings." At this moment, Gu Ning heard Yu Hao's voice from Qi Tianlin's side. "Get out!" Qi Tianlin roared. Gu Ning cocked her eyebrow. "Change dressings? Qi Tianlin, are you injured?" She wasn't caring about him, but he was her friend to some extent after all. She treated different people according to their different relationships. "None of your business," said Qi Tianlin coldly. He was venting his anger on Gu Ning, but he was actually pleased when Gu Ning asked him about his injuries. "Fine." Gu Ning stopped asking further about it. Anyway, Qi Tianlin sounded strong, so he should be fine. If he was seriously injured, he wouldn't have time to argue with her on the phone. "All right, if there is nothing else, I need to hang up now. My mother needs to go to the hospital," said Gu Ning. They were just friends, so Gu Ning was unwilling to pay too much attention to his injuries. She didn't want to cause any misunderstandings. If Qi Tianlin was really in danger, as his friend, she wouldn't hesitate to help him. However, obviously, Qi Tianlin was fine. Once Gu Ning finished, Qi Tianlin directly hung up on her. Gu Ning was struck dumb for a second, then shook her head with a resigned smile. Qi Tianlin had a bad attitude towards her, but she didn't care. They weren't very close, so she actually wouldn't be affected by his treatment. She just wanted to keep an appropriate distance from him. Although Gu Man's estimated due date was still 4 days away, it wasn't too early to go to the hospital now. After all, the estimated due date wasn't 100% accurate, and she might deliver a few days earlier or later. Therefore, it was better if she went to the hospital earlier in case anything happened. If she needed a cesarean section, she could do it right now. However, because Gu Man was physically strong, the doctor advised her to have a natural delivery, since if she had a natural delivery, she could recover more quickly. Although Gu Ning could help Gu Man have a quick recovery without leaving any scars no matter how she delivered, Gu Man also preferred to have a natural delivery. The new baby was a boy, and the Tang family was very happy about it. They didn't value boys over girls. They treated Gu Ning very well after all. They simply felt it was better for Tang Yunfan and Gu Man to have a son since they already had a daughter. Tang Yunhang and his wife didn't think it was bad news, because they didn't think the boy would steal Tang Huang. Actually, before Gu Man and Gu Ning joined their family, Tang Yunfan trained Tang Jiayang as the heir of Tang Huang. Therefore, even though they didn't have that idea, it would be understandable if they really had that worry. Nevertheless, in their eyes, Tang Yunfan built Tang Huang. Without Tang Yunfan, Tang Huang wouldn't have become so successful today. Therefore, they wouldn't be mad even if Tang Jiayang couldn't become the heir of Tang Huang. They cared more about their familial relationships than money. In fact, all of their family members had shares in Tang Huang. They didn't need to do anything and would still receive a lot of money every year. There was no reason for them to complain. Therefore, they only wanted a harmonious family and were reluctant to hurt their family just because of money. As soon as Qi Tianlin hung up on Gu Ning, he regretted it, but it already happened. He also couldn't call her again, because it would be embarrassing. Gu Ning also said that she needed to deal with something, so he shouldn't call her again. Besides, she already had a fiancé. It wouldn't change anything even if he continued to pay special attention to her. He was just being impulsive, so he called Gu Ning and scolded her for not seeing him after she came back to City B. Now that he calmed down, he felt that he couldn't force Gu Ning to see him. He knew that very well, but he couldn't control his emotions. After all, Gu Ning was the first girl he had ever sincerely liked. A while later, Gu Ning received Leng Xiaoting's call, and he told her that they had already arrived at the capital and that he was taking Jiang Lilua and Si Jin to the Sihiyuan now. Gu Ning asked Leng Xiaoting about Jiang Lilua and Si Jin's condition. After all, it was the first time that they had taken a plane. Leng Xiaoting told Gu Ning that they were fine. They only felt a little uncomfortable at the beginning, but they soon got used to it. After the call with Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoting told Ai Weixun and his other comrades to take Ma Shibiao and his men to their military base, while he brought Jiang Lilua and Si Jin to the Sihiyuan. An hour later, They arrived and Shang Guanyang finally met Jiang Lilua and Si Jin. Jiang Lilua and Si Jin cried tears of joy and they shared old stories. Only after a long while did they feel better. All right, let bygones be bygones. We finally met again. We can live a good life together from now on, said Shang Guanyang. He had a close relationship with Jiang Lilua and Shang Guanyang, so now he cherished their reunion very much. Uncle Shangguan, thank you so much for your accommodation. We're so lucky to have found you. Jiang Lilua and Si Jin were touched. Well, your rooms are already prepared. Let me take you there now. You can have a rest if you want. If not, you can walk around in the yard to get familiar with the place. Shouting's mother will be back in a while. I'll introduce them to you then, said Shang Guanyang. Sure, said Jiang Lilua and Si Jin. They were even more touched now, because Shang Guanyang had prepared rooms for them beforehand. After that, Shang Guanyang took them to see their rooms, while Lung Shouting left to deal with his own business. At 5 p.m., Chao Wenxin and Xian Bei visited the Chao family. In the morning, Chao Wenxin had told Tang Yunrong that Xian Bei would come to see them, so the Chao family was prepared. Xian Bei brought gifts for every member of the Chao family. Tang Yunrong and Chao Ruihua were very satisfied with Xian Bei. The other members of the Chao family also approved of their marriage. In fact, the other members didn't have the right to oppose their choice. Although Xian Bei's family wasn't comparable to the Chao family, he was a very outstanding man. Only when he was outstanding in his own right could he win people's respect. If he relied on his family to become successful, it meant nothing. He relied on himself to become successful, and his success could last for a long time. If he relied on his family, it wouldn't last. Moreover, Xian Bei was a distant relative of the Chao family, so they weren't actually strangers. However, although they were relatives, Chao Wenxin wasn't related to Xian Bei by blood, so it wasn't a big deal that they were together. In the Chao family's house, all the major members were present. Because Chao Ruihua was busy, he wasn't home yet, but he would come back later. After all, it was Xian Bei's first formal visit. Xian Bei was nervous. To be honest, he had never been so nervous even when he faced criminals. Most importantly, he wanted Chao Wenxin's family to agree to let him marry her today. No matter how nervous he was, he had to face it, so he could only calm himself down by taking a deep breath. Xian Bei's only relatives were his uncle and aunt. Therefore, he invited them to come over and directly told them that he would make a formal request for their approval of their marriage. However, Xian Bei didn't tell them that Chao Wenxin was already pregnant. Although they had been together for only a short time, it had been 8 months, so they could get married now. Anyway, they both thought that the other was the right one, so they would get married sooner or later. They weren't young anymore, and it was time for them to marry. So Xian Bei's uncle and aunt also supported him. They arrived at the Chao family's house earlier, but they didn't say that Xian Bei wanted to marry Chao Wenxin. They decided to let Xian Bei do it himself. After Xian Bei came, he greeted them one by one, and the Chao family was very happy to see him. Because Chao Ruihua wasn't home yet, Xian Bei didn't bring it up for the time being. He felt it was more appropriate to talk about it with Chao Wenxin's parents. When it was nearly 6 p.m., Chao Ruihua got home. The majority of the Chao family was present, and only several young members who were working outside were absent. The moment Chao Ruihua was back, Xian Bei got nervous, because it meant he had to talk about his marriage with Chao Wenxin right away. However, even if he was nervous, he had no idea of giving up. Right after Chao Ruihua sat down and exchanged greetings with Xian Bei suddenly stood up and made a deep bow towards everyone. It surprised everyone, because they didn't know what he was going to do. "Bei, what are you doing?" Chao Ruihua asked in confusion. "Well, in fact, I came today for 2 important things. First, I must apologize, especially to Mr. Chao and Mrs. Chao," Xian Bei said seriously to Chao Ruihua and Tang Yunrong. I have to be honest that I disappointed you. I got Wenxin pregnant before we got married." He was very sincere because it was his fault. "What?" Everyone was stunned. Chao Wenxin was pregnant? At this moment, Chao Wenxin lowered her head. She didn't dare to meet their eyes in case they criticized her. although, even though she didn't look at them, they might still criticize her. She just felt guilty. It shocked everyone that Chao Wenxin was pregnant, and they all had mixed emotions. They weren't mad, because they were open-minded and supported Chao Wenxin and Xian Bei when they were together. However, Chao Wenxin got pregnant before they married, which wasn't good news. Xian Bei continued. And second, I hope you can allow me to marry Wenxin. I know it's my fault that I got her pregnant before we got married. No matter how mad you are at me, I know it's my fault and I accept your blame. I promise I truly love Wenxin and I really want to marry her. Please allow us to marry. I'm busy with work, but I'll do my best to spend as much time with Wenxin as possible. I'll treat Wenxin to the best of my ability. No one said anything, and all turned to look at Chao Ruihua and Tang Yunrong. They were Chao Wenxin's parents, so they should make the decision. It was indeed not good that Chao Wenxin had a premarital pregnancy, but it already happened. The Chao family was satisfied with Xian Bei, and Xian Bei had a very sincere attitude, so it was the best choice to let them marry. After being silent for a while, Chao Ruihua released a deep sigh, then said seriously, I will never approve of a premarital pregnancy, but it has already happened, so it's meaningless to criticize you for that now. I can't force Wenxin to have an abortion. It's not good for her health and I don't want to separate you two. As a father, all I want is for my kids to be happy. Given the current situation, you should marry as soon as possible. Don't delay it till Wenxin's belly becomes too large or the baby is born. Chao Ruihua was dissatisfied with Chao Wenxin's premarital pregnancy, but it had already happened, so he didn't want to waste time criticizing them. Hearing that, Xian Bei and Chao Wenxin were greatly relieved and excited. Chao Ruihua continued. Although you two should get married as soon as possible, Xian Bei should still prepare the betrothal gift for the marriage. The Chao family didn't lack money and they would prepare a lot of dowries for their marriage, but Xian Bei must show his sincerity according to their custom. After all, the Chao family enjoyed a high status, so the betrothal gift couldn't be little. Even though it was just a ceremony and all the gifts would be given to the young couple, the Chao family still wanted Chao Wenxin to have a grand wedding. Of course, said Xian Bei. He surely didn't want Chao Wenxin to feel aggrieved, so he would give her the best he could. Normally parents should handle that, but Xian Bei doesn't have parents. We're his closest relatives, so I think we can do that for him, said Xian Bei's uncle. They knew that Xian Bei wanted to marry Chao Wenxin, but they didn't expect to hear that Chao Wenxin was already pregnant. Great, said Tang Yunrong. At this moment, Tang Yunrong had mixed emotions. When Chao Wenxin was single, they always wanted her to have a boyfriend. After she had a boyfriend, they hoped that they could love each other and get married. However, when they were really going to marry, they suddenly felt reluctant to see Chao Wenxin leave them. In fact, most parents had the same feelings. It was their beloved daughter and she was going to leave them now. No parents could accept that. However, no matter how unwilling they were, it would happen sooner or later. Xian Bei didn't have parents, and he was very busy at work, so Chao Wenxin would still live with her parents after they got married. She was pregnant after all and needed to be taken care of. And when she delivered, she needed even more care. Because Xian Bei didn't have parents, he didn't have a fixed abode. Therefore, the Chao family asked him to buy a house in City B. Although Xian Bei had a house in the capital, he was too busy to take good care of Chao Wenxin. If Chao Wenxin moved to live with him in the capital, nobody would look after her. Therefore, it was better for them to buy a house in City B. Chao Wenxin owned many houses, but people might have negative opinions about Xian Bei if he moved in to live with his wife after they got married. For the sake of Xian Bei's reputation, the Chao family asked him to buy a new house for their future. Xian Bei agreed without hesitation. Given his abilities, it couldn't be easier for him to buy a good house in City B. The Chao family was aware of that, so they made that request. If he couldn't afford a house, the Chao family would help him secretly, but he had to stand out and pay for it on his own. Xian Bei didn't have a car, because he normally drove the team's car. Therefore, the Chao family also asked him to prepare a good car. Xian Bei also agreed at once. As for the betrothal gift, because Xian Bei already agreed to buy a new house and a new car, the Chao family didn't ask him for much money. It was just a part of the custom, so the Chow family would take his money. Xian Bei was a soldier who wasn't born in a powerful family, so he wouldn't be very rich. If the Chow family asked him for too much money, Xian Bei wouldn't be able to afford it. Therefore, they only asked Xian Bei to prepare 1,000,000 yuan. Normally, families of power didn't prefer a luxurious wedding. Only families in business were interested in luxury. They had to arrange the wedding as soon as possible, but there were a lot of preparations to be done, so it took at least half a month to a month. The New Year festival was about a month away, so they had to finish the wedding before the holiday. Therefore, they decided on the date 22 days later, which was a good day. Xian Bei couldn't get leave from now till their wedding was over, so he had to talk about that with the Chow family. He could only have maternity leave for half a month, so he planned to take wedding photos and buy their wedding gowns and rings with Chow Wenxin in the following 2 days. After that, he would go back to work at the military base. It was cold, so they decided to buy traditional, thick wedding gowns. They could put on more pieces of clothing inside to keep themselves warm. They would hold their wedding indoors due to the low temperature. The Huangdeng Hotel was their obvious choice. Xian Bei could take his maternity leave a week before their wedding. His annual leave was also a week long, so he would have enough time to finish his wedding and celebrate the New Year festival with his family. Because the Red Flame was different from other military teams, they couldn't have days off during any holidays. Even if they had to leave, they could only do it in turns. They couldn't be absent altogether. There might be sudden tasks, and it was their duty to protect their country. Everyone was satisfied with Xian Bei's plan, especially when he took Chow Wenxin and her family into consideration, so they decided to listen to him. In the capital, Jiang Liluo and Miao Jingjing returned to the Sihiyuan at about 6 p.m. Then they met Jing Yunyao and Miao Jingjing. After knowing about Jiang Liluo and Si Jin's relationship with Shangguan Yang, Jing Yunyao and Miao Jingjing were very friendly to them. However, they just met, so they weren't overly familiar. It would take time to build a relationship. Anyway, they shared the same interests, so Jing Yunyao and Miao Jingjing were willing to help them whenever they needed it. After a long day, Jiang Liluo and Si Jin finally learned about the cultivation world, but it had already lost its glory. Only a few cultivators survived after going through the heavenly tribulation, and there were fewer masters. Now, it was necessary to mention Jiang Liluo's and Si Jin's level. Jiang Liluo was in the middle stage of the Golden Core stage, while Si Jin was in the primary stage. They were talented cultivators because they were very young when the accident happened. Back then, Jiang Liluo was only 22, while Si Jin was only 19 years old. Even though they looked as young as their ages, they were still senior to Leng Xiaoting because they became cultivators earlier than him. Yao, if you have free time these days, take them to walk around and learn more about modern society. You can also buy some clothes for them. I'll give them money. They can pay for them by themselves, said Shangguan Yang. Shangguan Yang's money was given by Leng Xiaoting, but that was very reasonable. As Leng Xiaoting's master, Shangguan Yang taught him many priceless things. Moreover, cultivators in the cultivation world paid tens of millions of yuan for a single magical pill. Shangguan Yang was very generous, and he never asked for anything in return when he gave Leng Xiaoting something. For example, the 2 Chengquan bags which Shangguan Yang gave Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao were highly valuable. Other cultivators might not be able to get it no matter how much they were willing to pay for it. Shangguan Yang also gave Leng Xiaoting a flying sword, and he had also saved Leng Xiaoting before. Therefore, what Shangguan Yang had done for Leng Xiaoting was priceless, and it was very reasonable that Leng Xiaoting supported Shangguan Yang now. Jiang Liluo and Si Jin couldn't make money on their own yet, but they belonged to the same sect as Shangguan Yang, so Shangguan Yang should take care of them. After they could make money, they would also look after Shangguan Yang. No problem, said Jing Yunyao. She didn't say that she could settle the bills for them, because it was best to leave it to Shangguan Yang. Uncle Shangguan, I don't think we need to buy more clothes, because Junior Gu has prepared 2 sets for us. We have a change of clothing. Right? Jiang Liluo and Shangguan Yang were unwilling to spend Shangguan Yang's money. 2 sets are barely enough. You need at least 5 sets for winter. You also need more clothing for spring and summer, especially for summer. You need to change every day in summer after all. Don't worry, I have enough money to buy everything. If you feel a little guilty, you can buy me stuff too after you make money, said Shangguanyang seriously in order to persuade them to use his money. Well, Jiang Lilua and Si Jin couldn't turn him down, because they didn't want to hurt Shangguanyang's feelings, and they agreed to do the same thing for him after they made money in the future. Even though they would treat Shangguanyang well whether Shangguanyang gave them money or not, they knew that Shangguanyang would be mad if they refused to take his money. Therefore, Jiang Lilua and Si Jin accepted his kindness. Thanks, Uncle Shangguan. Good kids. Shangguanyang smiled again when Jiang Lilua and Si Jin agreed. In City B, after having a meal in the Chao family's house, Tang Yunrong called Tang Haifeng and told him the news about Xian Bei and Chao Wenxin. Tang Haifeng released a deep sigh when he heard that Chao Wenxin had gotten pregnant before marriage. He didn't think it was a good thing, but he wouldn't scold Chao Wenxin because it had already happened. It was useless to blame her for it, especially since he was unwilling to make his granddaughter sad. In addition, since the wedding date was already settled, they should start preparing for the wedding. The other members of the Tang family had the same opinions. When Gu Man heard the news, she pulled Gu Ning aside to have a private talk. Ning, I'm not conservative. I don't think it's awful that Wenxin got pregnant before she's married, but it's not good news. Although the same thing happened to me that year, I don't want it to happen to you. Promise me that you won't have a premarital pregnancy, all right? Once you get pregnant before getting married, there will be rumors. You're a celebrity now, said Gu Man. Mom, relax, I want. Gu Ning made a serious promise to Gu Man. Gu Ning never thought about premarital pregnancy before, and she wouldn't allow it to happen. She had her own way to prevent it from happening. But Chao Wenxin was just an ordinary girl, so accidents could happen. Gu Ning was still young and she was still a kid. Even if she married Ling Xiaoting, she wouldn't have a baby quickly. She planned to have their first baby at 30 years old. After all, they still had a lot of things to do and they really shouldn't become parents so early. However, that was just her idea, and she might change her mind after she got married. It was hard to tell what would happen in the future. Gu Man trusted Gu Ning unconditionally, so she believed that Gu Ning would keep her promise. Gu Man had to go to the hospital today, but Tang Yunfan had a business meal this afternoon, so she decided to go to the hospital tomorrow. Although they could do it on their own without Tang Yunfan, as Gu Man's husband, and the baby's father, he surely hoped that he could go with Gu Man. The next day, Tang Yunfan took Gu Man to the hospital in the morning, followed by Gu Ning. Because Gu Man just needed to have a medical check and stay in the hospital for a few days, the other members of the Tang family didn't need to go with her. They would visit her again when she was about to deliver. They had their own business to manage, so they would visit Gu Man when they had time. Even Tang Yunfan needed to manage a large business group. Therefore, Gu Ning stayed with Gu Man in the hospital these days. She wouldn't leave unless she needed to deal with something. Tang Yunfan paid 2 professional and reliable nurses to take care of Gu Man, and they were ready for her delivery anytime. Although they were nurses, they were very good at cooking too, so they cooked for Gu Man. Gu Man stayed in a VIP ward, which was like a luxurious apartment with a living room, a kitchen, a master bedroom, and a guest room. The pregnant woman slept in the master bedroom, and people who took care of her slept in the guest room. There was a large double bed in the master bedroom, so Gu Ning could sleep with Gu Man if she needed to take care of Gu Man in the night. And if Tang Yunfan came over, Gu Ning would go back to Huafu Hills or the Tang family's house. She would leave the space to the 2 of them. Gu Man came to the hospital earlier, but she needed to walk around before the baby came. Therefore, when Tang Yunfan was absent, Gu Ning would take Gu Man out for a walk. This was the most advanced obstetrics and gynecology hospital in City B. It was large and there weren't many people or patients, so it wasn't a big problem to have a walk outside. If it had been a normal hospital, there would be too many patients with all kinds of diseases, which wasn't good for pregnant women. In the end, it was cold outside, so Gu Ning and Gu Man didn't go out. They only walked around in the building. Because of Gu Ning's presence, Gu Man wouldn't be in danger, so the nurses rested in the ward. Ning, if you need to do anything, you can leave and deal with it. You don't need to stay with me all the time, said Gu Man after Gu Ning had kept her company for a long time. She knew that Gu Ning was very busy, so she didn't want to waste her time. It's fine. If there really is anything I need to deal with, I'll go, said Gu Ning. Since Gu Ning said that Gu Man didn't insist. Gu Ning was very smart. If there was anything she needed to deal with, she would leave on her own. Your aunts will come tomorrow. I think they can stay in Huafu Hills as always, said Gu Man. Because Gu Man was about to deliver, Gu Qing and Gu Qingyang would surely be present. However, they were occupied with work too, so they couldn't come too early. Jiang Su was the busiest among them. His Shuri construction material store was no longer a small store, and had developed into a big company with over 100 million yuan in assets. He had already joined the high society in City F. Many building materials dealers from City F and many other cities around City F would purchase from Jiangsu. Although many of them did that because of Gu Ning, Shuri Construction Material Store was indeed reliable and had reasonable prices. If Jiangsu only relied on Gu Ning to manage his business, people would soon hear about it. After all, news about Gu Ning would easily go viral on the internet. Gu Qingyang also received a promotion, so he had a lot of work to do now. Although he hadn't yet become an official, he was a member of the leadership. As long as he did a good job and became a director, it would only be a matter of time. Because both Jiangsu and Gu Qingyang were busy, they could only come when Gu Man was about to deliver and would only stay for 2 days. Gu Qing and Wen Yulan could come days earlier, and could stay in the hospital for a few more days. Kamei Beauty Salon was very popular and the store was always full of customers. However, as the boss, Gu Qing didn't need to do everything on her own. She just needed to check the accounts and socialize with their customers, so she had enough time. When Yulan already quit 2 months ago, and was now managing a branch of Kamei Beauty Salon in City D. Although it had only been open for a month, it was extremely popular. After all, Kamei Beauty Salon had great fame. When there was no Kamei Beauty Salon in City D, many women flew to City F for their skincare. Out of 10 women who had skincare in Kamei Beauty Salon, 8 became loyal fans and joined the membership. Now there was a branch of Kamei Beauty Salon in City D, so they could enjoy the skincare service in City D. Many people saw that opportunity and tried to join Kamei Beauty Salon, but Gu Qing turned them down. It even caused them some trouble. When Yulan was their relative, so Gu Qing allowed her to join the business. After all, there would be more and more branches of Kamei Beauty Salon. When Yulan didn't hesitate to quit her job and became a businesswoman. After all, she couldn't make much money by having a regular job. Her salary could only afford an average life. Her children were still young and didn't need much money, but they had to make more money after their kids started studying at university. Actually, families with lower income could afford the tuition fee for college, and they should be able to do that too, but they wanted to provide their kids with a better life. Everyone had ambition. If they could make more money, they wouldn't miss the chance. Although it was risky to run a business, she could make more money by managing a business, and Kamei Beauty Salon was a popular brand now. There were countless people who wanted to join it. When Yulan wasn't dumb and wouldn't miss such a good opportunity, perhaps she could make enough money to support her for her whole life within a year. The reality proved that her choice was right. Within just a month, she made over 300,000 yuan, which was enough to pay the decoration fee. After 2 months, not only could the decoration fee be paid back, but the rent was also paid for. After that, she could start making money. However, even if the business was profitable, Gu Qingyang still needed to work because he also wanted to have a position in the government. Moreover, if when Yulan's business went bad, Gu Qingyang could still support their family. Sure, said Gu Ning. She agreed to let Gu Qing and Wen Yulan stay in Huafu Hills. After having a walk for about 20 minutes, they were ready to go back and have a rest. However, at this moment, 2 men and 3 women suddenly came out of a ward not far from them. They were all young, except for one older woman. A young woman was carrying a baby in her arms, and a pale-faced woman in a turban and pajamas chased after her, crying along the way. She had just delivered and wanted to snatch the baby. Give the baby back to me. Give it back to me. It's a cheap girl. We only want a boy. We don't want a girl, said the woman acidly. Hearing that, Gu Ning was immediately mad. Gu Man was also angered. They were unwilling to hear people say girls were cheap. Besides, she was also a female. How could she disdain girls? I really don't understand why there are women who disdain girls. It's unreasonable, said Gu Man furiously. She had suffered the same painful experience where her family valued boys much higher than girls, so she was very sensitive to it. Mom, have a seat. Let me have a look. Gu Ning supported Gu Man to sit on the sofa nearby. Because she felt the situation might get worse and she might need to interfere in it, she had to let Gu Man sit down first. Great, go have a look. If it's possible, help that poor woman. Don't let her be robbed of her baby. Gu Man understood that Gu Ning wasn't going to just watch the drama, so she didn't stop her. Instead, she really hoped that Gu Ning could help the poor woman. The poor woman reminded her of what she had suffered, so she really couldn't tolerate the tragedy. Of course, said Gu Ning, then walked over. However, an accident happened at this time. When the group of people were pushing and pulling each other, the baby fell from the young woman's arms. Seeing that, Gu Ning was scared. It was such a little baby. It might die after it fell. After all, a baby was too vulnerable. No! The mother screamed. She wanted to grab her baby, but it was too late because there were too many people standing in her way. Although Gu Man didn't see when the baby fell, she was frightened by the mother's scream. Gu Ning rushed over at once, but she was still seconds late. The baby already fell to the ground with a loud sound. Nobody knew whether the baby was knocked unconscious or died, but it didn't make any cries. But Gu Ning's heart ached at this moment. She really hoped that the baby was fine. As long as it had a breath, she would do her best to save the baby. Other people were struck dumb by the accident and didn't know what to do all of a sudden. Gu Ning rushed to them a second after the baby fell to the ground and directly knocked away two people who stood in her way. One was a man while the other was the older woman. Because Gu Ning was furious at this moment, she used a lot of strength and directly knocked them away. They heavily fell to the ground and screamed in pain, especially the older woman. She screamed as if she was going to be killed. It was understandable because the man and the woman both had an arm dislocated after the hit. The man just didn't scream as loudly as the older woman. At this moment, everyone was shocked by their scream. They turned to look at them, but no one went to help them get back to their feet. Instead, they stared at Gu Ning in surprise because she was so strong and easily knocked two people down. Without hesitation, Gu Ning picked the baby up and put magical power into her. Luckily, the baby had just passed out and was still breathing. However, it was seriously injured after the fall. Without Gu Ning, the hospital might not be able to save it. After all, a baby was too vulnerable, and it couldn't take the force of the fall. The baby's mother wanted to carry the baby right away, but Gu Ning was too quick and did it before her. Right at this moment, Gu Man saw that the baby had been thrown to the ground. She couldn't help shaking in horror. How could they do that? Gu Man wasn't aware whether they did it on purpose or whether it was just an accident, but the baby fell to the ground because of them. So she didn't think it was wrong that Gu Ning injured them. If Gu Man could move freely, she would surely go to help Gu Ning. My baby, my baby! The baby's mother ran over and tried to take the baby away from Gu Ning's arm, but Gu Ning avoided her. If you don't want the baby to die, don't touch her right now, said Gu Ning seriously. Hearing that, the mother stopped at once. She didn't want her baby to die. At this time, several doctors and nurses went up and wanted to take the baby away from Gu Ning to give it a medical check and treatment, but Gu Ning avoided them too. Miss, please give the baby back to us. We'll treat it right away. You can't bear the result if any accidents happen, a female doctor said seriously. Please, please, save my baby. The mother got anxious at once. She obviously trusted the doctor more than Gu Ning. Wait a second, said Gu Ning. Wait? How dare you tell me to wait? Can you take the responsibility if any accidents happen to the baby? The doctor snapped at Gu Ning. Sure, I'll take the responsibility if anything bad happens to the baby, said Gu Ning seriously with a frown. Although the doctor had a bad attitude, it was understandable, so Gu Ning wasn't mad. After all, no one would believe a stranger. Besides, the baby was indeed badly injured and needed immediate medical treatment. Can you take responsibility? The doctor asked again. She still couldn't believe Gu Ning because Gu Ning looked too young. It was impossible for them to trust her. This time, Gu Ning got angry. She turned to coldly look at the doctor and said, If you're responsible, You shouldn't have watched them fighting without doing anything. Why didn't you stop the tragedy from happening in the first place? The doctor didn't know what to say all of a sudden. Because of the older woman, Mrs. Shun's high status, she didn't dare to stop them earlier. However, unexpectedly, the baby was thrown to the floor. It was their fault to some extent, so they were also worried about the baby's safety. What are you doing? Help me up now, the older woman yelled angrily, because it was too painful for her to stand up on her own. She even cried in pain. Hearing that, other people by her side came back to their senses and immediately went to help her get back to her feet. However, as soon as they touched the arms of the older woman and the man, they screamed in pain. It hurts. Be gentle, the older woman shouted. My arm seems to be dislocated, said the man. You little bitch. How dare you do that? Mrs. Shin glared at Gu Ning as if she was going to tear Gu Ning to pieces. Facing her glare, Gu Ning wasn't affected at all. Because they were arguing, Gu Man couldn't hear what they were talking about from a distance. If she heard how Mrs. Shin called Gu Ning, she would surely be furious. The female doctor soon calmed down and said again, Miss Gu, even though it's our fault that we failed to stop the baby from falling, you should give it back to us. We must give it a medical check and treatment as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll call the police, because you deliberately stopped us from saving the baby. Hearing that, the baby's mother was scared. Although she didn't think that Gu Ning was stopping them from saving the baby on purpose, she was still worried about her baby's safety. Most importantly, her baby needed to be treated right away. Miss, please, give my baby to the doctor, she begged. Ridiculous. It's just a cheap girl. It's better that she's dead. Once they finished, Mrs. Shin shouted at them. She was unwilling to let the doctor save the baby. She was frightened earlier when the baby fell to the ground, but now she thought it was better that the baby died. Mom! The baby's mother, Mrs. Shin's daughter-in-law, was heavily hit. How could Mrs. Shin be so cruel? She was also a female. Don't call me Mom. Unless you can give birth to a boy, I won't accept you until you do that. Mrs. Shin snapped at her. Right at this moment, the baby cried. Its life was out of danger and it finally woke up. My baby! Junior Mrs. Shin got excited at once and wanted to take the baby away from Gu Ning's arms, but Gu Ning avoided her once more. If you don't want the baby to be hurt, let me carry it. You can't protect it right now. Don't worry, since I can save its life, I'll make sure it's fine. After everything is settled here, you can take the baby for a medical check. It already survived now. Gu Ning said that to remind Junior Mrs. Shun that the baby was able to wake up again because of her. She wasn't seeking a compliment, but wanted to get Junior Mrs. Shun's trust. Hearing that, Junior Mrs. Shun chose to trust Gu Ning, not because she could easily be convinced by a stranger, but because she cared more about her baby's safety. Her baby indeed fell unconscious and it woke up later after Gu Ning carried it for a while. Therefore, she listened to Gu Ning. Besides, she could barely stand steadily now. If she carried the baby, she could fall by accident or she might be robbed of the baby again. It was bad for the baby. Other doctors and nurses, however, couldn't believe their ears. They refused to believe that Gu Ning saved the baby. They felt that the baby might not have been injured badly. Although it was very likely for such a vulnerable baby to be injured after the fall, it could also be fine. It depended on its luck. Anyway, they were also relieved that the baby survived, or they might be blamed for it. Damn you, little bitch. Who told you to save the cheap girl? Senior Mrs. Shun was angered when she saw that the baby was saved. If she weren't injured and could move, she would definitely rush over to slap Gu Ning's face. Junior Mrs. Shin was heartbroken. She couldn't believe that her mother-in-law was so cold-blooded. What a shame that your mother didn't strangle you to death after you were born, said Gu Ning coldly, staring straight at Senior Mrs. Shun. At this moment, Gu Ning really wondered to herself why those women who valued boys much higher than girls weren't strangled to death after they were born. It was a crazy idea, but those women who valued boys much higher than girls were really evil. They were also females, so how could they hold bias against other females? Shouldn't they have sympathy for girls? Little bitch, what did you say? You should be strangled to death. Senior Mrs. Shin was furious. She turned to the two men with her and ordered, "That little bitch injured me. Go catch her now." The next second, the two men took action. Junior Mrs. Shin was scared. She didn't want Guning and her baby to be hurt, so she stood out at once to protect Guning and the baby. "You can't do that. Off!" a man shouted, then reached out to pull Junior Mrs. Shin away. However, before he touched Junior Mrs. Shin, Guning pulled her away first and directly kicked them away. One of them knocked down the young woman who carried the baby out of the ward earlier, so the woman fell heavily to the ground too. In an instant, they both screamed in pain. Because Guning used some magical energy in her feet, the two men felt sharp pain in their stomach and all over their limbs. They could hardly get back to their feet now. Everyone was shocked by that scene because Guning was so strong. It was unbelievable that she easily kicked an adult a few meters away. "You!" Senior Mrs. Shin was scared by Guning. If she could move, she really wanted to stay far away from Guning. Because she was injured too. She didn't doubt that Guning would attack her once more. Anyway, even if she was scared of Guning, she still refused to give up. On the contrary, Guning had injured them and saved the baby she didn't want, so she decided to sue Guning. "Do you know who I am? How dare you injure us? I'll make you pay for this," Senior Mrs. Shin threatened. She tried to bully Guning with her high status because she had no idea about Guning's background. Hearing that, Senior Mrs. Shin was no longer worried, because the Shin family had great influence in City B. Couldn't be easier for the Shin family to cause trouble for a young girl. Guning, however, didn't care about it at all. "Great. Show me what you can do. You!" Senior Mrs. Shin was mad when Guning disdained her. "Very well, let's see." Without delay, she took out her phone and made a call. Guning stared at Junior Mrs. Shin, then asked, "What do you plan to do now?" Junior Mrs. Shin looked sad. "I'll get a divorce. It's my baby. I'll raise her by myself." Guning actually wanted to know Junior Mrs. Shin's attitude. If it was just Senior Mrs. Shin's idea and had nothing to do with Junior Mrs. Shin's husband, there was no need for Junior Mrs. Shin to get a divorce. However, it seemed that Junior Mrs. Shin's husband also valued boys over girls, so Junior Mrs. Shin chose to get a divorce. "You can leave, but don't ever try to take the manor back," said Senior Mrs. Shin in a hurry. It was a very expensive manor, and she wouldn't allow Junior Mrs. Shin to take it back. "It's my family's property. Why can't I take it back?" Junior Mrs. Shin shouted angrily. Given the current situation, she didn't need to please Senior Mrs. Shin any longer. After all, Senior Mrs. Shin wanted her newborn daughter to die. She hated Senior Mrs. Shin to death now. In the past, she tolerated Senior Mrs. Shin's temper for their family's harmony, but it didn't mean that she would grin and bear it. The way Senior Mrs. Shin treated her newborn daughter really hurt her deeply. "Shu Fangyi, the manor is your dowry, and it belongs to our family now," said Senior Mrs. Shin in a domineering tone. Shu Fangyi was the name of Junior Mrs. Shin. "It was mine before I got married. It belongs to me. Even if I marry into your family, the manor has nothing to do with the Shin family. Don't forget that I'm not your daughter-in-law yet according to the law. Although my father's gone, you can't bully me as you want." "I can sue you," said Shu Fangyi. Because Shu Fangyi's father had already passed away and her mother was in bad health, Senior Mrs. Shin always disdained and slighted her. She had no support behind her. Normally, Senior Mrs. Shin only hurled verbal abuse at Shu Fangyi and wouldn't really torture her. Shu Fangyi's husband, Shen Liang, treated her without much affection, but she accepted it for the baby. In fact, she was aware that both Senior Mrs. Shin and Shen Liang valued boys over girls. Once they learned that it was a girl baby, Senior Mrs. Shin told her to have an abortion. Shen Liang agreed, but she refused. Afterwards, Shen Liang's father, Shu Fangyi's father-in-law, stood out and stopped them, so the baby was kept. Shen Liang's father also wanted a grandson, but he disagreed on having the girl baby aborted. Anyway, Shu Fangyi could deliver again. Therefore, Shu Fangyi didn't have an abortion. Unexpectedly, Senior Mrs. Shin didn't want the girl baby and insisted on sending it away. She even said that Xin Liang agreed. Therefore, Xu Fangyi decided to get a divorce. If Xin Liang had treated her well and stood out for her, she wouldn't divorce him. If it had nothing to do with him, they could just keep their distance from Senior Mrs. Xin. Unfortunately, even her husband was unwilling to protect her. Don't try to scare me with the law. It's the dowry, and it belongs to us now. Senior Mrs. Xin didn't take Xu Fangyi's words seriously at all. She knew little about the law and was extremely selfish, so she believed it was hers. Let's go and see, Xu Fangyi argued. No matter what, she wouldn't allow them to steal the manor from her. The property deed of the manor belonged to her. She didn't believe that they had the ability to transfer it to their name. As long as they didn't have her signature, it would still be illegal even if they stole the manor from her through connections. Don't keep me waiting, Senior Mrs. Xin snorted. May I help? Guning asked. Xu Fangyi showed worries. The Xin family is a major family in City B. I don't want to drag you into trouble. Although the manor was hers and they couldn't get the property right without her consent, she was worried that they would play dirty tricks. Do you think I dare to help you without any influence? The Xin family is barely comparable to me. I promise you can keep your own property and you'll get paid for what you've suffered, said Guning. She couldn't care less about the Xin family. Hearing that, Xu Fangyi realized that Guning must be an important figure. No way. We won't give her a cent, said Senior Mrs. Xin furiously. She refused to return the manor, so it was impossible for her to pay compensation. Oh, and it's none of your business, so you better not get involved. Senior Mrs. Xin was afraid that Guning was more influential than the Xin family, so she didn't want Guning to be involved. If you don't want me to be involved after the divorce, she should get back what belongs to her and the compensation paid by the Xin family, said Guning. She definitely knew that Senior Mrs. Xin wouldn't agree, so she was just making fun of her. Impossible! Without surprise, Senior Mrs. Xin got angrier. It was impossible for her to agree on that. Miss, please help me hire a good lawyer. I'll be very grateful for your help, said Xu Fangyi. She didn't lack money to hire a good lawyer, but she couldn't find one by herself. First, she didn't have power or influence, while the Xin family was much more influential than her, so it was hard for her to find a good lawyer who was willing to help her against the Xin family. Xu Fangyi felt very lucky that she ran into a young girl who had a strong sense of justice, or she honestly would have had no idea what to do today. Sure, said Guning. She didn't need Xu Fangyi to thank her. She simply hated them bullying a weak woman and a newborn baby like that. After that, Guning handed the baby to the doctor. At this moment, the baby was totally fine, but it still needed a medical check to set Xu Fangyi's mind at rest. You can take the baby to have a medical check now, but don't let anyone take it away except for the mother. Although the doctor was displeased with Guning's attitude, she didn't dare to allow anyone else to take the baby away because she was unwilling to be dragged into trouble. Senior Mrs. Xin wanted to steal the baby, but she could barely move now, let alone steal it. However, her arm was too painful and she couldn't stand it any longer. Get a doctor to treat my arm, she shouted to the female doctor. Mrs. Xin, please wait a second. I'll call another doctor over to treat you right now, said the female doctor. Although she should take care of the newborn baby right now, she didn't dare to leave Senior Mrs. Xin unattended. Although this was an obstetrics and gynecology hospital, it didn't mean that all of the doctors only knew about obstetrics and gynecology and couldn't treat other patients. Knowledge in the same field was related, so doctors should know how to treat different patients to some extent. Moreover, dislocation wasn't a serious injury, and many doctors could solve that problem. Guning didn't stop other doctors from treating Senior Mrs. Xin and the other man, but she wouldn't. Even if she was going to do something about it, she would only make it worse. You can go now. Just leave it to me, Guning said to Xu Fangyi. Thank you so much. Xu Fangyi thanked Guning once more, then followed the female doctor away. Little bitch, don't you dare leave. I promise I'll pay you back, Senior Mrs. Xin shouted to Guning. Relax, I won't leave. I'll just wait here, but you better watch your language. If you dare to swear at me again, I'll slap your face till you shut up, said Guning. You! Senior Mrs. Shun was unwilling to give in, but she didn't dare to say anything now. Because once Gu Ning used violence, it was impossible for her to fight back. Afterwards, Gu Ning didn't bother to leave, but took out her phone to make a call. She called a nurse first and told them to take Gu Man back to her ward. Then she called Tang Yunfan and told him what had just happened in the hospital. She needed him to hire a lawyer for her. Tang Yunfan was more than happy to help Gu Ning, and was also mad about what happened in the hospital. Senior Mrs. Shin took out her phone to call someone right away when she saw that Gu Ning did. She just called her son, Shun Liang, but failed to get through to him. This time, he finally answered her call. Shun Liang's father was unaware of what they did today, so Senior Mrs. Shin didn't call her husband. Because Shun Liang teamed up with his mother, Senior Mrs. Shin told him the whole thing. She said that they wanted to take the baby away, but Shu Fangyi stopped them and the baby fell to the ground by accident. She also argued that the baby was fine. Senior Mrs. Shin refused to believe that the baby was injured because of them and was saved by Gu Ning afterwards. After all, she only saw Gu Ning picking the baby up and not doing anything else. Shun Liang didn't care about the baby, so he said nothing about it. However, when Senior Mrs. Shin told him that a strange girl interfered and injured them, Shun Liang was shocked. How could a girl injure 5 of them, including 3 men, by herself? It was unbelievable. Shun Liang was a little scared. Actually, he only dared to bully the weak and could never make decisions on his own, or he wouldn't listen to his mother all the time. In the end, Senior Mrs. Shin told him that Shu Fangyi wanted to get a divorce. Shu Fangyi also asked to take back the manor and wanted the Shin family to pay her for her loss. Shun Liang didn't accept that. Although the Shin family had hundreds of millions of yuan in assets, Shu Fangyi's manor was worth over 100 million yuan, so he was unwilling to let her take it away. Besides, it was hard to run a business now and the Shin family was already losing money. Therefore, they had the idea of selling the manor for some money to keep their family's business afloat. If they divorced and Shu Fangyi took the manor back, they would suffer a great loss. Therefore, Shun Liang was unwilling to have a divorce right now. He knew about the law. If Shu Fangyi divorced him, he couldn't keep the manor, so he had to persuade Shu Fangyi to give up. All right, Mom, I think you should stop now. If Fangyi really divorces me, we can't get the manor, said Shun Liang. He didn't want his mother to continue to annoy Shu Fangyi, or it would become serious trouble. What are you afraid of? The manor is her dowry. It should be ours now. She can't take it back, said Senior Mrs. Shin airily. Don't be so dumb. Although it's her dowry, it was also her property before she got married. According to the law, it belongs to her, not us. If we steal it from her, we might be put in jail, said Shun Liang in annoyance. His mother knew little about the law. Really? Senior Mrs. Shin panicked a little. She didn't believe Shu Fangyi's words, but she believed her son. Of course, don't mess with Shu Fangyi again. I'll go to the hospital right now. We must keep her in the marriage, said Shun Liang. Great. Come over as soon as possible, said Senior Mrs. Shin. If that was the truth, she would stop arguing with Shu Fangyi. In fact, she didn't have any more energy to do that now anyway. Saying that, Senior Mrs. Shin gave Gu Ning a glance and said, "Come with more men." She didn't want her son to be injured by Gu Ning. No problem. Shun Liang understood his mother's worries. He was also afraid of that, so it was impossible for him to come alone. Gu Ning clearly heard their conversation, and she was totally disgusted by them. If it was possible, she couldn't wait to beat them again. Right at this time, the nurse came and Gu Ning told her to take Gu Man back to the ward. Gu Ning understood that Gu Ning could handle it, so she wasn't worried about that and went back to the ward along with the nurse. But before she left, she reminded Gu Ning to be careful. At this moment, Senior Mrs. Shin saw Gu Man. In an instant, she rounded her eyes in shock, because she recognized Gu Man, but Gu Man didn't know her. All of a sudden, Senior Mrs. Shin turned to look at Gu Ning and felt that she was very familiar. Gu Ning made her think of a man. "Are you her daughter?" Senior Mrs. Shin asked. Although she clearly heard Gu Ning call Gu Man Mom, she still wanted to make sure of it. "What? You recognized me? Are you scared now? Do you regret it?" Anyway, we still need to deal with this problem. Gu Ning stared at Senior Mrs. Shin with a vague smile. Since Senior Mrs. Shin already recognized her, there was no need for her to keep it a secret any longer. Actually, she had planned on telling Senior Mrs. Shin about her family background when she handled the situation. After all, it was much easier. If she could solve the problem quickly, she was unwilling to waste time. You! Hearing Gu Ning's answer, Senior Mrs. Shin was full of anxiety. She realized that she had offended someone she shouldn't mess with. Although it was Gu Ning who interfered in their family's affair, it was hard to end the argument now that she was involved. The Shin family was a major family in City B, but it was not comparable to the Tang family. Mom, who is she? The young woman also panicked when she saw her mother's anxious expression. It was obvious that even her mother was afraid of this young girl. Senior Mrs. Shin's daughter was named Shen Jing. As for the three men, one was Shen Jing's husband, one was Shen Jing's uncle, while the last one was Senior Mrs. Shin's nephew. The Tang family, said Senior Mrs. Shin. She had heard about Tang Yunfan's story with Gu Man because it was an open secret in high society. She often socialized with those rich wives, so it wasn't surprising that she was aware of that. In addition, she had also seen Gu Man's photos. Photos of Tang Yunfan were everywhere in finance magazines, so Senior Mrs. Shin was very familiar with his face. The Tang family? Everyone was terrified. Which Tang family? Shin Jing asked. Even though there was only one famous Tang family, which was the richest family in City B, it was so shocking that Shin Jing must make sure of it. If it was the well-known Tang family, how should they handle what they had done today? The other people all turned to stare straight at Senior Mrs. Shin. They wanted to make sure of it and hoped that it wasn't true. Even if it wasn't the well-known Tang family, it couldn't be poorer than the Shin family given Senior Mrs. Shin's reaction. Don't worry, I won't bully you with my connections. I think we should solve the problem fairly, said Gu Ning. In fact, although Gu Ning did nothing, they didn't dare to argue with her anymore after knowing about her family background. Senior Mrs. Shun was in awe of the Tang family, but she was still unwilling to give in. Miss Tang, I don't think it has anything to do with you. Please don't interfere in our family's affair. We won't blame you for injuring us. It might damage your reputation if other people know what you've done, said Senior Mrs. Shin. After knowing about Gu Ning's family background, she didn't dare to shout at her again, but she still threatened Gu Ning. She was reluctant to let Gu Ning go after she injured her, but she could do nothing about it. Therefore, she decided to take a step back and hoped that Gu Ning would stop interfering in it. I have a great sense of justice. I'm willing to help Miss Shu. I don't think people will criticize me after they know why I beat you. You'll be criticized instead, Gu Ning said. And I think you might be kept in the Public Security Bureau for a few days for stealing a baby from its mother. There was a mocking smile on Gu Ning's lips. You! Hearing that, Senior Mrs. Shin was mad. The baby fell to the ground by accident. We didn't do it on purpose. Isn't the baby fine now? Why should we be punished? Shin Jing argued at once. Because the baby fell from her hands, she would be punished first if they had to take the responsibility. However, she didn't mean to let the baby fall. She was bumped when they were pushing and pulling each other, so the baby fell. The baby is fine? Ridiculous. Gu Ning sneered. The baby almost died. Without her help, the baby wouldn't have survived. Even if the baby was indeed fine now, Shin Jing was still wrong. Although the baby is fine now, you still dropped it, said Gu Ning. Miss Gu, Shu Fengyi won't divorce my son. As long as they don't divorce, nobody can blame us for it, said Senior Mrs. Shin. However, Senior Mrs. Shin wasn't sure of it. After all, Shu Fengyi seemed determined to get a divorce. Otherwise, she wouldn't have turned to Gu Ning for help. If so, let's see what Miss Shu will choose to do. Gu Ning was unwilling to waste more time arguing with them. To be honest, Gu Ning wasn't sure whether Shu Fengyi would give in after Xin Liang came and said something to please her. Shu Fengyi seemed determined earlier, but she was angry at that time. She might not really mean what she said. Not every woman had the courage and determination to leave her violent or disloyal husband. Therefore, If Xu Fangyi really forgave Xinliang, she couldn't continue to interfere in their family's affair even though Xinliang was only catering to Xu Fangyi because of her manner. She was an outsider after all. At this time, a doctor came to treat the senior Mrs. Shun and her nephew's injured arms. It was painful to put the dislocated arm back to its original place, so senior Mrs. Shin screamed loudly. Once it was back in its original place, it wasn't painful any longer, but it would still take some time for them to make a full recovery. After a while, Xu Fangyi came back with the baby after having a medical checkup. The baby was totally fine. Other people believed that the baby wasn't injured at all, but Xu Fangyi believed that Gu Ning had saved the baby's life. Even though the baby survived, Xu Fangyi hated senior Mrs. Shin and the others as deeply as usual. At the same time, she also stayed alert in case they rushed over and hurt the baby again. However, senior Mrs. Shin and the others wouldn't do anything to hurt Xu Fangyi now, because they wanted her to stay in the marriage. Because of what senior Mrs. Shin just did, she couldn't say anything about it now. She could only leave it to Xinliang. After Xu Fangyi took the baby back, she subconsciously moved to Gu Ning's side, because only Gu Ning could protect her now. The baby was carried by a nurse, who was Xu Fangyi's caregiver, so she followed her to Gu Ning's side. Because senior Mrs. Shun and Xinliang had no intention of keeping the girl baby, they didn't bother to pay for a babysitter. Luckily, the caregiver in the hospital could do the same thing. She cooked for Xu Fangyi and took good care of her. The caregiver had great sympathy for Xu Fangyi. She was scared of marriage now because she didn't want to have such an evil mother-in-law. If the same thing happened to her in the future, she would be helpless. She didn't understand it either. Senior Mrs. Shin was also a female. How could she disdain other females? Moreover, it was junior Mrs. Shin's daughter, not hers. Mothers-in-law nowadays were difficult to get along with. Just as Gu Ning said to senior Mrs. Shin, senior Mrs. Shin's mother should have strangled her to death when she was born. In fact, she felt that all the women who hated girls shouldn't live a good life even if they weren't killed. Let's go in now, Gu Ning said to Xu Fangyi. Your mother-in-law just called your husband. We can come out after he comes. Hearing that, Xu Fangyi wasn't surprised. Her husband should be present. Even if senior Mrs. Shin didn't call him, she would do it. Upon thinking of Xinliang, Xu Fangyi felt hurt. Although there was no love between them, they used to like and care about each other. In fact, if they had a divorce because Xinliang cheated on her, she wouldn't be too sad. But her mother-in-law wanted to send her baby away. It was completely unacceptable. Let's go in now, Xu Fangyi said to the caregiver. After that, they walked into the ward. Gu Ning closed the door and shut senior Mrs. Shin and the others outside. Senior Mrs. Shin was furious, but she didn't dare to do anything right now. She could only wait outside till Xinliang came. She immediately called Xinliang and wanted to tell him that the girl turned out to be a member of the Tang family. Unfortunately, the line was busy and she couldn't get through to him. When they were in the ward, Gu Ning told Xu Fangyi that she had heard senior Mrs. Shun's conversation with Xinliang on the phone. Xinliang was unwilling to have a divorce because he wanted her manner. Hearing that, Xu Fangyi felt it was ridiculously funny. He doesn't want a divorce? I don't think it's up to him. I won't allow anyone to hurt my baby. If they didn't hurt her daughter, even if they disliked her daughter, Xu Fangyi wouldn't have made up her mind to get a divorce. Given her ability, she could raise her daughter properly by herself. She could get pregnant again, not because she wanted to have a son, but because she was just willing to do more for their family. However, they disliked her daughter and even hurt her daughter, which was totally unacceptable. Even though they apologized and wouldn't hurt her daughter again, she couldn't forgive them. What had already happened was reality, and apologies couldn't make it up. Seeing Xu Fangyi's reaction, Gu Ning was sure that she really wanted to divorce her husband. After senior Mrs. Shin tried a few times, she finally got through to Xinliang. Xinliang arrived at the hospital with 5 strong gangsters who were good at fighting. Since the girl was unusually strong, he needed gangsters to help him deal with her. When Xinliang received his mother's call and learned that the girl was Miss Tang, he was totally shocked. In that case, he shouldn't mess with her. The Shin family couldn't bear the result if the Tang family was angered. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to divorce Xu Fangyi now, and Miss Tang couldn't do anything about it as long as Xu Fangyi forgave him. Xinliang believed that Xu Fangyi wouldn't divorce him. He could hurl the blame on his mother and make a promise that he would protect her and their daughter in the future. In order to give the baby an intact family, he bet that Xu Fangyi wouldn't insist on getting a divorce. It seemed that he didn't know Xu Fangyi very well, or he wouldn't be so ridiculously confident. Xinliang brought his men to the ward and met Senior Mrs. Xin. "They're in the ward, including Miss Tang," said Senior Mrs. Xin. "You can stay outside. I'll go talk with Xu Fangyi," said Xinliang. After that, Xinliang went to knock on the door. It was soon opened and Gu Ning showed up. Although Xinliang didn't know Gu Ning, only a caregiver, Xu Fangyi, and Miss Tang were in the ward. The caregiver obviously wouldn't be Miss Tang, so this girl who opened the door for him must be Miss Tang. However, Gu Ning was too beautiful, so Xinliang was stunned the moment he saw her. "Hi, are you Miss Tang?" Xinliang asked to make sure of it. "Yes, I am," said Gu Ning and moved aside to let Xinliang in. "Miss Tang, nice to see you. I'm Xu Fangyi's husband. Can I have a private talk with her?" Xinliang said. He was a little displeased that Gu Ning stood in his way, but he had to curb his anger. "Come on in." Gu Ning invited Xinliang to come inside, but she didn't seem willing to leave. Seeing that, Xinliang frowned and said, "Miss Tang, can you leave for a while?" "Sorry, this is Xu Fangyi's ward, and she wants me to stay," said Gu Ning. Since she said that, Xinliang didn't insist. No matter how unhappy he was, he dared not chase Gu Ning out. He didn't want to mess with her. In case Xinliang argued with Xu Fangyi and woke the baby up, the caregiver took the baby to the guest room for a rest. Xu Fangyi looked cold when Xinliang stepped inside. She didn't bother to give him a glance, and directly said, "I think we should divorce." Because Xinliang was aware that Xu Fangyi wanted to divorce him, he wasn't surprised and only showed sadness on his face. "Honey, I know what my mom did this time is really unacceptable, but I wasn't there. It's my mom's fault. I should apologize to you on behalf of her. Please, for the sake of the baby, we can't divorce. If you don't want to see my mom, we can move out. I promise I won't let anyone hurt you and our daughter again. All right?" Since he didn't want Xu Fangyi to divorce him, he would keep the baby. It was easy for him to raise a kid anyway. Xinliang seemed serious and sincere, but he actually had his own purpose. "Really?" Xu Fangyi sneered because Xinliang was hypocritical. "Xinliang, I'm not dumb. I know that you agreed with your mother. Don't lie to my face and say that you know nothing about it. It's ridiculous. After living with you for a year, I clearly know how you really think of me. I tolerated it for the sake of an intact family. I know that your family values boys over girls, but I thought that you wouldn't hurt the baby because it's related to you. However, it turns out that I was wrong. I couldn't believe that you would rather kill it," said Xu Fangyi. "Fangyi, don't get me wrong. I don't want to kill the baby. If I had that idea, I would have told you to have an abortion. I honestly had no idea about my mother's behavior today. It was my mother's idea," Xinliang explained. "You did try to force me to have an abortion, but your father stopped you." Xu Fangyi sneered. "I admit that I value boys over girls, but I've changed my mind. I accepted the baby and I even thought of a name for her," said Xinliang. "It doesn't mean anything. You just did it for fun. You don't want me to divorce you because you want my manor. I'm telling you it's impossible for you to take it away from me," Xu Fangyi shouted emotionally. "Fangyi!" Xinliang suddenly didn't know what to do. He didn't expect Xu Fangyi to see through him. "All right, let's get divorced tomorrow. If you're willing to be cooperative, we can finish it harmoniously. I'll only take away my belongings. I don't want a cent from your family. I also need you to sign an agreement to cut off your relationship with my daughter. My daughter will have the same surname as me. She'll have no relationship with your family and I won't tell her anything about you after she grows up," said Xu Fangyi. "If you don't agree, I think we can only talk about it in court. If so, I'll take away my belongings and the compensation. Your mother brought some people and tried to take my baby from me. If I call the police and sue her, she'll be punished for threatening the baby's life. Your family's reputation will be ruined by then. Xu Fangyi was obviously threatening Shen Liang. It was what Gu Ning told her to do. After all, the baby was fine now, so the Shen family wouldn't pay a high price for that even if they called the police. They would only be held in detention for a few days and pay a compensation of a few thousand yuan. On the other hand, with that bargaining chip, Xu Fangyi could force Shen Liang to get a divorce and solve the problem as soon as possible. Actually, if they really took it to court, it would also be troublesome. Xu Fangyi just gave birth to the baby, so she needed time to make a recovery. Besides, there might be new problems after she leaves the hospital. Shen Liang felt cornered. If the drama spread abroad, it would indeed damage the Shen family's reputation. Their family's business could be affected too, which was a terrible result. Most importantly, Gu Ning was with Xu Fangyi here, so he didn't dare to do anything. Shen Liang blamed Xu Fangyi for being so lucky. Xu Fangyi luckily met Gu Ning and Gu Ning helped her out. Who told you I want your manor? My family isn't poor. Why should I steal your manor? Shen Liang refused to admit it and pretended that he couldn't care less about Xu Fangyi's manor. Then do you care about me or the baby? Do you think I'll trust you given what I've just been through? The baby's been born for a week, but you barely came to see her. Every time you showed up, I could see that you dislike her. Don't tell me you're busy. I know you always have free time. I think you should stop wasting time persuading me, because I don't buy a word you say, said Xu Fangyi. Shen Liang was awkward, but was reluctant to give up. Do you have to do this? Can't you give me another chance? Do you have to let the baby have no father? Stop talking about the baby. If it hadn't been for Miss Gu, the baby could have been killed or sent away. You're not a qualified father. In fact, I can sue your family for human trafficking. In that case, you'll be severely punished, said Xu Fangyi. Hearing that, Shen Liang was scared and suddenly realized that he knew very little about Xu Fangyi. He thought that she would only be mad for a while after the baby was sent away. But unexpectedly, she seemed determined to put them in jail. If you agree to divorce, I won't sue you for what your family has done to me today. Anyway, I won't lose anything if we have to take it to court, said Xu Fangyi. Shen Liang fell into silence. It was a very difficult decision. After being silent for a few seconds, Shen Liang said, I need some time. I'll reply to you tomorrow. If I don't receive your reply before 12 p.m. tomorrow, I'll see you in court, said Xu Fangyi. After that, Shen Liang walked out and Xu Fangyi sank to the bed. She was completely exhausted now. It was very tiring, but she had to be strong, or she wouldn't be able to protect her baby against the Shen family. How is it? Did she agree? Senior Mrs. Shen immediately asked Shen Liang once he walked out. Xu Fangyi is determined to divorce. She says if I don't agree, she'll sue me, said Shen Liang in disappointment. If Xu Fangyi divorced him, his family couldn't get the manor. What? She still wants to divorce after you tried to please her? How could she be so unreasonable? Senior Mrs. Shen was mad. She thought that Xu Fangyi wouldn't divorce her son as long as her son came. You're the unreasonable one here. The moment Senior Mrs. Shen finished, Gu Ning showed up at the door. She coldly said, if your mother-in-law wants to send your baby away and even tries to kill your baby, your husband dislikes your baby and only wants to steal your property, would you be willing to accept that and give them your property? Senior Mrs. Shen didn't know what to say. If she were the daughter-in-law, she surely wouldn't do that. She could only blame Xu Fangyi for being unreasonable because she wasn't the victim. Mom, let's talk about it at home. Shen Liang was unwilling to embarrass himself in public, so he pulled his mother away. Senior Mrs. Shen didn't want to leave, but she could do nothing about it even if she stayed. She was also afraid of Gu Ning, so she had to leave in the end. When they were gone, Gu Ning went back to Gu Man's ward, but before she left, she gave Xu Fangyi her number and told her to call whenever she needed help. Back in Gu Man's ward, Gu Man asked Gu Ning about everything. Although she went back to her ward earlier, she couldn't forget what Xu Fangyi had suffered. She felt great sympathy for the poor woman. Gu Ning told Gu Man everything. Although Gu Man thought it was tiring for a single mother to raise a kid alone, she supported Xu Fangyi in making that decision, because Xu Fangyi could only protect her baby by getting a divorce. No one should accept such a bad and calculating family. It's not a bad thing for her to get a divorce. She can only protect her baby by doing that. Anyway, she can look after herself and raise her baby on her own. There is nothing to worry about, said Guman. Right. I know some people value boys over girls, but I can never understand why some women disdain girls like that, a nurse said. In fact, she was born in a family which also valued boys over girls, but she never understood that phenomenon. Although there was a saying that people relied on their sons to support them when they got old, normally daughters took more care of the family. It happened to the nurse's family. Her parents valued boys over girls, but only the daughter cared about her parents. The son never bothered to pay special attention to them. The nurse had a son and a daughter as well. Her kids had already grown up, but her daughter cared more about her than her son. Well, there are many women who are suffering whether in their own family or after they marry into another family. Women are always regarded as outsiders no matter how well they do, said another nurse. She had suffered the same treatment, so she was very sensitive to it and hated that phenomenon. Tang Yunfan already hired a good lawyer, but they didn't need it right now. They would see what Xinliang would decide to do tomorrow. If Xinliang agreed to get a divorce and stopped causing trouble, they wouldn't need a lawyer. However, if Xinliang caused more trouble, they would contact the lawyer. After Senior Mrs. Xin and Xinliang went home, they told Xinliang's father everything. They didn't dare to keep it a secret, because it would only get worse. Xinliang's father was scared when he heard what they had done. To his surprise, his wife and son could be so evil. He was so mad at them that he suddenly felt they were extremely strange. He angrily criticized Senior Mrs. Xin and Xinliang. Although he didn't have a strong sense of justice, he wasn't as selfish and cold-blooded as Senior Mrs. Xin and Xinliang. He also wanted Xu Fangyi's manor, but he wouldn't rob Xu Fangyi of it. They were a family after all, so he thought that Xu Fangyi could be willing to help him if his company needed money. It was impossible for him to violently steal it from her. Therefore, Xinliang's father didn't want Xu Fangyi to get a divorce and take the manor away, but he still agreed to it. Xu Fangyi only wanted what belonged to her, which was very reasonable, and they couldn't take it from her. Honey, can't we think of another way? That manor is worth over 100 million yuan. Senior Mrs. Xin didn't want Xu Fangyi to leave with the manor. No matter how much it's worth, it has nothing to do with us. Stop arguing about it. If it ruins our family's reputation and business, I'll divorce you and chase you out. Xinliang's father snapped at Senior Mrs. Xin. If it hadn't been for you, it wouldn't have become such a serious problem. You don't like girls, but we can tell Fangyi to get pregnant again after she has recovered. If it's still a girl, she can give birth to another one. We'll eventually have a boy. Anyway, we're rich enough to raise even 10 kids. I don't understand why you're so stupid to dare to break the law. Senior Mrs. Xin was very unhappy when Xinliang's father criticized her, but she didn't dare to argue with him. Xinliang's father was right. It was her fault that she was so impulsive. If she disliked girls, she could keep her distance from them. She didn't have to send the baby girl away. Xinliang's father turned to him and said, "Talk with Xu Fangyi again tomorrow. If she's determined, listen to her and get a divorce. You should know what you've done is totally unacceptable." The next moment, Xinliang's father went upstairs. He was furious and didn't want to see Senior Mrs. Xin. He wanted Xinliang to keep Xu Fangyi, but he understood that it was impossible. Xinliang's father didn't know that Guning was involved in it yet, or he would have been angrier at his stupid wife and son. "Liang, what should we do now? Should we listen to your father?" Senior Mrs. Xin asked unwillingly after her husband left. "What else can we do now? It's all your fault. If it hadn't been for you, Xu Fangyi wouldn't have insisted on divorcing me." Xinliang blamed his mother for everything. Although he was wrong too, he wouldn't have thought of sending his own daughter away if his mother hadn't brainwashed him. Like his father said, they were rich enough to raise many kids and Xu Fangyi could give birth to more kids till there was a boy. "I did it for you." After being criticized by her husband, Senior Mrs. Xin was very displeased. But now her son also blamed her for it, which only made her angrier. She felt that nobody could understand her. "Yes, for me, You caused it to be like this now. Shen Liang shouted at his mother, then directly went back to his room. He was unwilling to let Xu Fangyi leave him. After all, Xu Fangyi was a very good wife, although there wasn't much affection between them. However, if he was being honest, he was more unwilling to lose the manor. You! After being shouted at by Shen Liang, Senior Mrs. Shen was furious. However, she couldn't argue with her son, so she could only sit heavily on the sofa. She swore at Xu Fangyi in her heart. If Xu Fangyi was dead, she wouldn't be able to take the manor away. Thinking of that, Senior Mrs. Shen suddenly felt it might not be a bad thing if Xu Fangyi was dead. But she didn't dare to do anything to hurt Xu Fangyi now. She knew her husband's character very well. Her husband would do what he said. If her husband divorced her and chased her away, she would lose everything she had now. Jing Yuniao and Miao Jingjing went shopping with Jiang Lilua and Si Jin today, and they bought many clothes. Each of them bought 3 coats. Because they were all cultivators, they didn't need thick clothing, so they bought thin coats for spring and autumn. They didn't change coats often, so 3 were enough. In addition to coats, they also bought more sweaters and pants, which they often changed. Jiang Lilua and Si Jin felt they didn't need so many clothes, so they tried to stop Jing Yuniao from buying more, but Jing Yuniao insisted. In fact, they didn't buy too many clothes, but it was their first time shopping for clothing, so it seemed that they had bought a lot. Afterwards, Jing Yuniao took them to buy underwear, shoes, and socks. Once they were in the underwear store, both Jiang Lilua and Si Jin flushed red and hesitated to go in. Finally, they summoned up their courage and walked inside. They needed to buy underwear for themselves in the future, so they had to learn how to do that. Jiang Lilua waited outside and randomly bought some male underpants. After walking into the lingerie shop, Jing Yuniao told Si Jin to look around and choose her favorites. Si Jin was too shy to pick, so she quickly grabbed a few pieces. Because the underwear Gu Ning gave her was suitable for her body, she directly picked lingerie of the same size. Jing Yuniao understood that Si Jin was shy, so she didn't force her to shop for long. Si Jin was a woman, so she needed to buy some things for women like makeup, bags, jewelry, and so on. They went to Gufan for bags, and Cozy for the makeup products. Jing Yuniao didn't call Gu Ning when they went there, even though Gu Ning could give them a discount. Gu Ning had sent them too many things for free, so they didn't want to bother her whenever they shopped outside. Moreover, they were willing to shop in Gu Ning stores. It wouldn't cost them much anyway, not to mention that Jing Yuniao had a VIP card and could get a discount of 20%. As for jewelry, Si Jin didn't have the habit of wearing jewelry, so they didn't buy any. By the time they had finished shopping, it was afternoon and time for dinner, so they went home. Jiang Lilua and Si Jin were a little embarrassed to see Shangguan Yang afterwards, because they had bought so many things, but they couldn't reject Jing Yuniao's kindness. However, when Shangguan Yang saw what they bought, he didn't think it was too much. He even asked them whether it was enough, and said that if it wasn't enough they could buy more, which amused Jiang Lilua and Si Jin. Because of that, they felt a lot more relieved. They were spending Shangguan Yang's money, so they cared a lot about his feelings. Shangguan Yang didn't think money was very important. He preferred to enjoy his life, so he ate and bought whatever he liked. If he lacked money, he would go make some. Although Shangguan Yang only had the money that Leng Xiaoting gave him, he had many valuable things with him. He had a lot of magical pills. He could sell a random magical pill for over 1,000,000 yuan, which was enough for him to live a good life. Shangguan Yang, personally, spent most of his money on delicious food. He never cared about clothing. He only needed clothes to fit him well and couldn't care less about the quality. Chao Wenxin contacted Yuzi last night because she liked gowns designed by Charm and had decided to buy one at Charm. Charm focused on designs at the beginning, but it also provided photography later on. It hired experienced photographers, so the service wasn't cheap. Once it started offering photography services, it attracted many more customers. Some people who came to do a style would also take some photos if they had time. Although it wasn't cheap, people who bought gowns at Charm were normally very rich. Many people were interested in it, but Charm wasn't a professional photography studio. Photography was just an additional service. In addition, the price was very high, so ordinary people couldn't afford it. As a result, it wasn't crowded. When Chao Wenxin came to see Yuzi, Yuzi quickly arranged for a photographer to take wedding photos for them. Because Chao Wenxin was pregnant, they didn't take photos for long in case she got tired. They were a very beautiful couple and the photographer was professional. So each of their photos came out quite charming. Yuzi didn't know that Chao Wenxin was already pregnant until they met. Premarital pregnancy wasn't an honorable thing. So Chao Wenxin didn't want to tell everyone. In fact, it didn't take much time to take wedding photos, and they actually spent more time on their looks. Therefore, when they finally finished, it was already 5 p.m. After taking the photos, Xian Bei and Chao Wenxin didn't leave right away, because they needed to choose their wedding clothes. Chao Wenxin wanted Yuzi to make her wedding gown. They didn't have much time and Yuzi had other orders to finish, so she couldn't design a new gown for Chao Wenxin. She could only adjust one of her original designs for her. After all, it took time to create a new design. Chao Wenxin agreed on that, because she knew that they didn't have much time. When it was time for dinner, Chao Wenxin invited Yuzi to share a meal with them. At this time, Yang Ziqian came to see Yuzi, so they dined together. Yang Ziqian felt a bit envious when he heard that Chao Wenxin was going to get married. In fact, he couldn't wait to marry Yuzi. He wanted to propose to Yuzi, but she was too busy and he didn't want to burden her. However, it seemed that he should start to plan for their wedding, because he couldn't wait any longer. When you met someone you wanted to spend the rest of your life with, you would care a lot about getting the marriage certificate. With that certificate, you would become a legal couple and you could have your own kids. Tang Yunfan went to the hospital to see Gu Man that afternoon and planned to stay with Gu Man for the night. Therefore, he told Gu Ning to go home first after they ate. Gu Ning didn't go back to Huafu Hills, but went to the Tang family's house by herself. Back in the Tang family's house, all the elders were home. So once Gu Ning got back, they asked her about Gu Man's condition. Jiang Lihua originally wanted to visit Gu Man, but she had an appointment that afternoon, so she didn't go to the hospital. She only got home a short time ago. Although they didn't go visit, they had called Gu Man to show their care for her. Anyway, when they saw Gu Ning, they still asked Gu Ning about Gu Man's condition. Chatting with the elders, Gu Ning suddenly had a vision. In the vision, Tang Jiakai and two friends were in the wilderness. They were lost and called each other's names, but they couldn't see or hear each other's voices even when they were close to one another. What was more surprising was that Tang Jiakai and one of his friends directly walked through each other's body when they walked past one another. They were both human beings. Neither of them was a ghost. After that, Gu Ning saw the answer. Next to them, there was a grave and a ghost was on it. It was obvious that this ghost was causing trouble. Under the effect of the ghost, the three boys were put in different spaces, so they couldn't hear or see each other. It was very dangerous, so Gu Ning had to immediately go to rescue them. However, Gu Ning didn't want to worry Tang Haifeng and the other family members, so she made an excuse that she wanted to hang out with her friends and needed to go out for a while. The Tang family never stopped Gu Ning from gathering with her friends. They knew that Gu Ning could protect herself, so they said nothing about it. After Gu Ning drove out of the Tang family's house, she rapidly rushed to the destination. At the same time, she called Tang Jiakai. She didn't know whether it had already happened or which space Tang Jiakai was in right now, but she still needed to call him. Tang Jiakai answered her call, and Gu Ning felt greatly relieved. It meant that Tang Jiakai was still in the same space. "Hi, Ning Ning." Tang Jiakai's voice was trembling a little. "Where are you?" Gu Ning asked. Although she already knew the answer, she still needed to ask him about it. "I'm in a mountain and I'm lost. I can't find my friends. They won't answer my calls or reply to my shouts. I don't know how to leave this place. I can't find the way out," Tang Jiakai said, trembling heavily. He was scared because of the creepy situation. "Stand there and don't move. Send me your location. I'll pick you up right now," said Gu Ning. She knew what had happened, but she couldn't frighten Tang Jiakai. She asked for his location because she didn't want him to know that she already knew where he was. It would be hard for her to explain later. "Sure," said Tang Jiakai. Because Tang Jiakai was scared and helpless after he got lost and separated from his friends, he was very relieved when Gu Ning said that she would come to find him. He was very anxious to find his friends, so he forgot to call Gu Ning for help. He didn't realize that he could turn to her for help until she called him. The mountain Tang Jakai was on wasn't close to the city B, so Guning spent nearly an hour on the road even though she drove very fast. During the hour, it was great torture for Tang Jakai. Because he was alone in a remote mountain late at night, it was impossible for him not to be terrified. Hi, Ningning. Tang Jakai couldn't be fully relieved until he saw Guning. Once Guning showed up, he wasn't scared any longer. When Guning walked over, she saw Tang Jakai and his two friends nearby. She could see them because she had a pair of jade eyes. In addition to that, Guning also saw the ghost floating above the grave. Why did you come here with your friends? How did you get lost? Guning asked. There had to be a reason for it, and she needed to know it in order to save them. After all, Tang Jakai was free, but his two friends were trapped. Although the ghost didn't trap Tang Jakai, it cast a spell on him and he couldn't leave until dawn. However, the two boys trapped in another space might not be able to leave even after daybreak. As Guning talked, the two boys could vaguely hear her, but it wasn't clear, so they thought that it was an auditory hallucination. Because Guning was a few meters away from them and didn't speak loudly, they couldn't hear her clearly. They could hear Guning's voice, but they couldn't hear Tang Jakai's because Guning wasn't an ordinary human being. The two boys actually suffered the same situation as Tang Jakai. Both of them felt that they were separated from the other two friends. They couldn't hear any responses nor could they leave. Besides, there was no signal. Therefore, their experience was even stranger than Tang Jakai's. So they were really scared and wondered whether they had encountered a ghost. They refused to believe in ghosts, but they were too frightened to think normally. What was worse, the more they felt it could be a ghost, the more terrified they were. Today's the death anniversary of a friend of my friend. His grave is right here. My friend wanted to visit his grave to mourn his death, so he called me and another friend. After we finished the custom, we walked away, but we noticed that we were lost, said Tang Jakai. Hearing that, Guning pondered over it. It seemed that Tang Jakai's friend wasn't just the friend of the dead person who was buried here, or the ghost wouldn't deliberately trap them here. Therefore, Guning felt that there must be a misunderstanding or a grudge. Frankly, Tang Jakai's friend might have something to do with the person's death. If there was a grudge between them, Tang Jakai's friend must have come here out of guilt. Well, you're going to witness something creepy and shocking. Be mentally prepared, Guning said seriously to Tang Jakai. Tang Jakai panicked a little, then became serious too. Ningning, is there really a ghost? He asked subconsciously. He didn't believe that ghosts really existed, but what he had just been through was too strange. It was just a thought. He didn't actually think it could be true. Guning gave him a meaningful glance, then nodded. Yeah. Tang Jakai rounded his eyes in shock. He focused on Guning's face, trying to see whether she was just joking. However, Guning was very serious. It's true. Tang Jakai's face turned deathly pale and he began to tremble in horror. Yes, Guning said. Don't worry. It's fine since I'm here. Tang Jakai was more surprised. How could Guning stay so calm even though she knew there was a ghost? Why did she say that it would be fine since she was here? How strong was she? She wasn't afraid of ghosts at all. Was Guning just joking? Tang Jakai was full of questions, but his throat was too dry to make a sound. When the male ghost floating above the grave heard Guning's words, it turned to look at Guning coldly and began to observe her. Was she joking with Tang Jakai by saying that there was a ghost? If she meant it, could she see the ghost? And if it was true, why wasn't she scared? Who was she? What did she do? Was she a threat? Thinking of that, the male ghost became alert. If she was an ordinary human, the ghost wouldn't be afraid, but she couldn't be an ordinary human if she meant what she said. Follow close behind me, Guning said to Tang Jakai. If any accidents happened, she could quickly protect him. Although the ghost wasn't very aggressive, Guning didn't want Tang Jakai to be in danger. Moreover, even if the ghost wasn't very aggressive and Guning could easily catch it, she couldn't destroy it right away. She had to help the two boys out of its trap first. If she didn't save the two boys, they might be trapped in different spaces even after the male ghost was destroyed. The only way to save the two boys was to persuade the male ghost to let them out. If Guning wanted to do that, she had to figure out the grudge between them. Only when Guning solved the problem could the male ghost let go of his obsession. Sure. Tang Jiakai agreed and followed close behind Guning. He was a grown man and it was embarrassing that he hid behind a girl. But Guning was much stronger than him. She was his idol, so he didn't care whether it was embarrassing or not. Besides, his life was more important than his face. There might be a ghost. It was scary enough when he had just heard about it, so he was afraid that he might be scared to death if he really saw it. After that, Guning walked towards the grave. She stopped 2 meters away from it, then met the ghost's eyes. The male ghost wasn't sure that Guning could really see it until she stared straight at it. Instantly, the ghost became even more alert. "What do you want?" Guning asked straight to the point. Tang Jiakai and the male ghost were amazed by Guning's question. Even the 2 boys who were trapped were surprised. However, they could only hear a girl's voice, but couldn't see anyone. So they were scared and trembled in horror. Was it a female ghost? Who is talking? The 2 trapped boys shouted at the same time, but only Guning and the male ghost could hear them. "Ning Ning? Who are you talking to?" Tang Jiakai asked. Could it be a ghost? He thought to himself. He couldn't see anything and only saw Guning talking to the grave. Was it because... Tang Jiakai suddenly rounded his eyes in shock. Was there a ghost in this grave? Was Guning talking to the ghost? The next second, Tang Jiakai's face turned pale and he trembled heavily. "You can see me?" The male ghost was taken aback. Although he had thought about it earlier, he was still astonished when she stared straight at it and talked to it. "Right?" Guning replied to the male ghost, but didn't answer Tang Jiakai's question. "What do you want? Can you let them go?" she asked again. Who is talking?" The 2 trapped boys continued to shout. Was there someone talking to them? Let them go? Why? They had done nothing. Let them go? Impossible. If it hadn't been for Chen Yushi, I wouldn't have been killed, the male ghost said emotionally, showing his deep hatred. If your death is caused by Chen Yushi, how about the other boy? Why did you trap him too? Guning asked. She wasn't sure whether it was true that Chen Yushi caused the male ghost's death. Could be true, but it could also just be a misunderstanding. Hearing Guning's words, both Tang Jiakai and the 2 boys were scared. Whose death was caused by Chen Yushi? Who had Chen Yushi killed? Because Guning was talking to the ghost in the grave and it was Chen Yushi's friend who was buried inside. Tang Jiakai thought that the dead person might have a relationship with Chen Yushi. However, in his eyes, Chen Yushi was a good boy. He shouldn't have committed any crimes. People shouldn't judge a person from his appearance, but Tang Jiakai still refused to believe that Chen Yushi was a criminal. Because he's also involved, said the male ghost. No, I've never killed anyone. I've never killed anyone. One of the 2 trapped boys argued at once when he heard Guning's words. He was Chen Yushi. Chen Yushi. How did the person in this grave die? Guning asked. She couldn't jump to conclusions just because of the male ghost's words. Hearing that, Tang Jiakai was sure that Guning was indeed talking to the grave, or to be specific, the ghost in the grave. He couldn't find his 2 friends because the ghost stopped him from doing so. The ghost believed that it was Chen Yushi who caused its death. Tang Jiakai wasn't certain, but he felt it was unbelievable. Anyway, Guning was asking Chen Yushi. Did that mean that Chen Yushi was nearby? However, Tang Jiakai could see nothing, but Guning could. Tang Jiakai was even more scared now. He wanted to ask Guning about it, but it wasn't the right time. Although Chen Yushi didn't know where the voice came from, he still answered the question and he knew whom Guning was talking about. 3 years ago, the year after the National College Entrance Examination, Zhang Lihong, Wang Qiwei and I went to travel in country tea. We stayed in a hotel. When it was late at night, I was starving. I asked Wang Qiwei and Zhang Lihong whether they wanted to have some night snacks. Zhang Lihong was in a deep sleep, and we couldn't wake him up. I didn't want to bother him, so Wang Qiwei and I left to buy some food. After we had night snacks and came back, we found that the hotel we stayed in was on fire. Because Zhang Lihong was asleep, he failed to run away and was caught by the fire. I blamed myself for leaving the hotel. If I hadn't gone to buy night snacks, we could have woken Zhang Lihong up and he wouldn't have lost his life in the fire. I feel very guilty, but it was an accident, said Chen Yushi. So, it was really just an accident. Chen Yushi and Wang Qiwei were innocent. However, from Zhang Lihong's perspective, they went to travel together and stayed in the same hotel. Chen Yushi and Wang Qiwei went to have night snacks, but left him alone. It was understandable that Wang Qiwei harbored a grudge. If you had woken me up back then, I wouldn't have been caught by the fire, Zhang Lihong shouted, but Chen Yushi couldn't hear it. Zhang Lihong, I understand your anger. You went out for a trip together. You stayed in the same hotel. If they had woken you up and went out for night snacks together, or if they had stayed with you, you could have survived the fire, but it isn't their fault. They didn't know what would happen when they went out. If they had known about the accident, they would have woken you up and taken you out. You were asleep, and they didn't want to bother you, so they left you in the room, said Guning. She wasn't criticizing Zhang Lihong, because he was in a terrible mood. If he was angered, he could become violent. Hearing Guning's conversation with Zhang Lihong, Tang Jiakai, Chen Yushi, and Wang Qiwei were all frightened, especially Chen Yushi and Wang Qiwei. They thought that Zhang Lihong was already dead. But Guning was still talking to him. Was she talking to a ghost? Who are you? Are you talking with Zhang Lihong? Isn't he? Chen Yushi asked Guning and thought to himself that she might also be a ghost. Otherwise, he should be able to see her. You don't need to know that. Don't talk again until I ask you another question. Be honest with me, but close your mouth when I'm not talking to you, said Guning. She didn't want Chen Yushi to annoy Zhang Lihong, and she mainly needed to deal with Zhang Lihong right now. Oh, sure. Chen Yushi agreed. He somehow felt that this girl wouldn't hurt him no matter who she was. Obviously, she was defending him. Zhang Lihong thought that Guning's words were reasonable, but he was still reluctant to accept the result. So what? I died and they survived. What will make you willing to get over it and let them go? Guning asked. She stopped persuading him and tried to figure out his purpose first. I want them to die with me, said Zhang Lihong with strong hatred. He couldn't get over it until they were dead too. Guning was displeased. They're innocent. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to get into the next incarnation by doing that? Chen Yushi and Wang Qiwei trembled heavily and were filled with horror. To their surprise, Zhang Lihong wanted them to die with him. I don't care. If I get into the next incarnation, I'll forget who I am, said Zhang Lihong. Some ghosts wanted to get into the next incarnation, while some had no interest in it, because they would lose all of their memories of the previous incarnation. Aren't you afraid that your family might be affected? They could have bad luck and be dragged into unnecessary trouble because of you, said Guning. Zhang Lihong was surprised and hesitated. Seeing that, Guning understood that he cared about his family. Chen Yushi heard from Guning's words that Zhang Lihong wanted them to die with him. Although Chen Yushi was aggrieved, he felt guilty upon thinking that Wang Qiwei and Tang Jiakai were completely innocent. He didn't want them to die due to his mistake. Besides, Tang Jiakai was born in a family of high status. If the Tang family learned that Tang Jiakai died because of him, the Tang family would certainly punish his family for that. Chen Yushi didn't want his family to be affected. Thinking of that, the timid Chen Yushi summoned up his courage and said, If Zhang Lihong wants someone to die with him, I'll do it. Let Tang Jiakai and Wang Qiwei go. They're innocent. Guning and Zhang Lihong were shocked. They didn't expect him to make such a decision. It was hard to see a man who cherished friendship nowadays. Even if Chen Yushi felt guilty for causing trouble for his friends, it wasn't an easy decision. Zhang Lihong, I can see that Chen Yushi cherishes friendship very much. Your death was an accident, but they never stopped blaming themselves for it. If they were caught in the fire instead, I believe that they wouldn't harbor a grudge, said Guning. Although it didn't happen and Guning actually had no idea what they would do. She still tried to persuade Zhang Lihong by saying so. They weren't caught by the fire. Why do you think they wouldn't? Zhang Lihong questioned. Do you have no confidence in your friendship? Guning asked. If so, there is nothing I can say now. Instantly, Zhang Lihong fell silent. In fact, he was convinced by Guning but it was hard for him to get over it after he had harbored the grudge for so long. Chen Yushi, during these years, have you visited Zhang Lihong's family? Gu Ning asked Chen Yushi. Because Zhang Lihong cared about his family, Gu Ning tried to persuade him with his family. If they often visited Zhang Lihong's parents, Zhang Lihong might be persuaded and give up on forcing them to die with him. Chen Yushi answered. Of course, I know Mrs. Zhang isn't in good health, and she was heavily hit by Zhang Lihong's death. Wang Qiwei and I visit them once a month. Mr. Zhang is very busy, so we normally take Mrs. Zhang to the hospital for the medical check. She's much better now. Zhang Lihong's younger sister is now studying in the same school as us, and we're taking care of her. Even though we have nothing to do with Zhang Lihong's death, he's one of our best friends. We would obviously look after his parents after he died. Hearing that, Zhang Lihong was touched. In that case, it would be unreasonable if he still wanted them to die with him. After all, they didn't cause his death. Do his parents still blame you for the accident? Gu Ning continued. At the beginning, they blamed us for it because we went to travel together, but only Zhang Lihong died. They got over it afterwards. We're all adults after all, and we should take responsibility for our own safety. We didn't want the accident to happen, so they forgave us, said Chen Yushi. Chen Yushi didn't know that Zhang Lihong could hear him, so he wasn't deliberating saying that to Zhang Lihong. He just told the truth. Zhang Lihong's anger was going away. Gu Ning said nothing. She only stared at Zhang Lihong. She wanted to see what he would choose to do after hearing Chen Yushi's reply. Well, my parents are right. Adults should take responsibility for their own safety. They didn't cause the accident. I can't blame them for that. Finally, Zhang Lihong was completely convinced. If so, I shouldn't ask them to die with me. I can let them go, but they must promise me to visit my parents more often for me. If my parents encounter any trouble, they must help them, said Zhang Lihong. He understood that it wasn't his friend's duty, but he was already dead. The thing he cared about the most was his parents and younger sister. Chen Yushi, Wang Qiwei, Zhang Lihong said if you can help him take good care of his parents and help his parents whenever they encounter trouble, he can let you go, Gu Ning said to Chen Yushi and Wang Qiwei. No problem, said Wang Qiwei. Even if Zhang Lihong didn't ask them to do that, they had been doing it these 3 years. Even if he didn't say that, we'd continue to do that, said Chen Yushi. They had never stopped looking after Zhang Lihong's parents. Although they couldn't treat them as if they were their own parents, they would call and visit Zhang Lihong's parents when they had time. Hearing their answer, Zhang Lihong was relieved and disappeared. The next second, the spell cast on the other boys also disappeared. Chen Yushi and Wang Qiwei immediately appeared in front of Gu Ning, and they could see Tang Jiakai. Jiakai! Chen Yushi and Wang Qiwei shouted and ran towards Tang Jiakai. Tang Jiakai was excited to see them, but he didn't dare to run, because he was still trembling in horror. In fact, Chen Yushi and Wang Qiwei were also still afraid, but they had to run to Tang Jiakai in case they were separated again. When they saw Tang Jiakai, they noticed Gu Ning too, but they couldn't clearly see her face. They could only see that it was a girl. Therefore, they guessed that she was the one who was speaking to them and Zhang Lihong. Who was she? How could she talk with Zhang Lihong? At the beginning, they thought that she was also a ghost, but they could see her now, so clearly she wasn't a ghost. They were curious about the girl, but they were shocked after they recognized her. They had heard of Gu Ning and were aware that she was the chairman of the Shengning organization. She was also Tang Jiakai's cousin, but this was their first meeting. To their astonishment, the girl turned out to be Gu Ning. Hi, Miss Gu. Chen Yushi and Wang Qiwei greeted her at the same time. Nice to see you. Gu Ning politely responded to them. Did you? Chen Yushi opened his mouth and wanted to ask whether she was the one who was talking to them earlier. He guessed so, but he felt that he needed to make sure. Let's go now. We can talk about it after we leave. Gu Ning interrupted. Although Zhang Lihong was already gone and wouldn't appear again, this wasn't a good place for them to stay. Could harm their health. Upon hearing that, Chen Yushi stopped and they quickly left with Gu Ning. Because they were too scared and could barely walk properly, Gu Ning gave each of them a power crystal and told them to take it. It wasn't the first time that Tang Jiakai had taken a power crystal, so he was aware of its effect. And although Chun Yushi and Wang Qiwei didn't know about it, they trusted Gu Ning and took it without delay. Once they took the pill, they felt an immediate change in their bodies and their limbs were full of strength again. Chun Yushi and Wang Qiwei were shocked, but didn't ask about it. Zhang Lihong's grave was on the mountain, and their car was stopped at its foot. Since his family lived in a nearby village, he was buried here. There were mountains surrounding the villages, so there was enough ground to bury people. If it had been in the city, dead people could only be cremated. A spot in the cemetery was very expensive and could cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, so ordinary people couldn't afford it. Tang Jiakai drove there, but he was still horrified and couldn't drive back yet. Therefore, he could only get in Gu Ning's car and would send someone over to drive his car back after he got home. Tang Jiakai and the others weren't fully relieved until they were finally in the car. Even then, they were still trembling a little. What they had experienced today was extremely dangerous. Ningning, did you really see Zhang Lihong? Could you really see ghosts? Tang Jiakai asked. It was still quite unbelievable in his opinion. Chun Yushi and Wang Qiwei were curious about it too. Although they felt that Gu Ning had indeed seen ghosts just then, it was too unbelievable. Yeah, Gu Ning said, there are far more unbelievable things in this world. Before I saw ghosts, I didn't believe in them either. But now I'm convinced that they really exist. After all, I've met them. Hearing that, Tang Jiakai and the other boys drew in a deep breath. It wasn't really a surprising answer, but it was still shocking. Why can you see ghosts? And why can't we? We were shouting each other's names, but we couldn't hear any voices except for yours, asked Chun Yushi with great curiosity. Yeah, and you don't seem scared at all, said Wang Qiwei. Not only could Gu Ning see ghosts, but she was also not afraid of them. She had saved them, so Wang Qiwei took her as his idol now. He admired her more than he had admired anyone else before. Normally, humans can't see ghosts, but one kind of person can. They have different eyes, and I am one of them, so I can see ghosts. And since I can see ghosts, I can see and hear you too. I can also talk to ghosts, said Gu Ning. She could only give them that explanation. I've seen ghosts many times before, so I'm not afraid of them. In fact, weak ghosts can't really affect human beings. They could only do some magic and change the surrounding magnetic field and trap you in a different space. In that case, you can't see or hear each other. Hearing that, they figured out what had happened, but they were still scared in retrospect. Gu Ning continued. Anyway, it's very dangerous. If the ghost is unwilling to let you out, you can't leave and will starve to death. Chun Yushi and Wang Qiwei inhaled in fear and trembled a little. They were quite lucky that Gu Ning helped them out. Without her help, they could have been trapped to death inside. Gu Ning was their lifesaver. Miss Gu, thank you so much. If it hadn't been for you, we could have lost our lives today. Right? I'm unable to say how grateful I am for your help. No matter what you need, please feel free to let us know. We won't spare any effort to help. Chun Yushi and Wang Qiwei thanked Gu Ning. They knew that she didn't lack money, so they didn't offer her money and instead offered help. Sure, said Gu Ning. She didn't reject their kindness and agreed right away. She might not need their help, but she had indeed saved their lives, so they would feel relieved if she accepted their offer. Moreover, Gu Ning wouldn't slight them just because they were still students. Even though they were just students now, they could have influence in the future. Sometimes it didn't require much influence to achieve something, and even strong people might need help. Miss Gu, how's Zhang Lihong now? Chun Yushi asked. Although he was very terrified tonight, he still cared about his friend. His soul completely disappeared from this world and went into the next incarnation, said Gu Ning. Can people really get into the next incarnation after they die? Tang Jiakai asked. I'm not clear about that. Perhaps some can and some can't, said Gu Ning. She wasn't sure of it because it had never happened to her. Oh, remember to keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone else. All right? Gu Ning told them seriously. Sure. Tang Jiakai and the other two boys agreed with a serious expression. They understood how serious it was. If they told other people about it, other people might not believe it and it might also cause unnecessary trouble. Miss Gu, You're really amazing. Right? After they calmed down, Chun Yushi and Wang Qiwei began to compliment Gu Ning. Haha. Ning is always this impressive. Gu Ning didn't think it was a big deal, but Tang Jiakai felt very proud of her. As usual, Gu Ning was his and the Tang family's pride. She was perfect in every aspect. Tang Jiakai believed that there was no other kid who could be as impressive as Gu Ning. People who learned that Gu Ning was the Tang family's granddaughter never hesitated to compliment her once they met members of the Tang family. Moreover, Gu Ning never stopped achieving greater things, so he was also curious about her abilities. After they were back in the city center, Gu Ning drove Chun Yushi and Wang Qiwei home before she went back to the Tang family's house with Tang Jiakai. That night, Tang Jiakai, Chun Yushi, and Wang Qiwei couldn't sleep at all. They had nightmares about what had happened to them, leaving them to wake up from the dreams in horror. Although it was already past, they couldn't get over it within a short time. Whenever they thought about that, they would still feel scared. Chun Yushi and Wang Qiwei were targeted this time, so they were more scared. They didn't even dare to turn off the lights. Once the lights were off, they felt that Zhang Lihong was right by their side. Early the next morning, Gu Ning went to see Gu Man in the hospital, because Tang Yunfan had to leave for work. After she was in the hospital, she stayed with Gu Man and didn't pay a special visit to Xu Fangyi. She helped her out of kindness, but there was no need for her to pay special attention to Xu Fangyi the entire time. If Xu Fangyi needed help, she would call Gu Ning and Gu Ning would see what she could do. Xu Fangyi had told Shen Liang to make a decision before 12 p.m., so Shen Liang arrived at the hospital at about 10 a.m. When he walked into Xu Fangyi's ward, he didn't see Gu Ning and felt relieved. He stood in awe of Gu Ning to some extent. However, even if Gu Ning was absent, Shen Liang didn't dare to harm Xu Fangyi, because Gu Ning would know about it if he did. And if Gu Ning helped Xu Fangyi again, it wouldn't do him any good. Although it was their family affair and Gu Ning was an outsider, Gu Ning was much more influential than his family. Shen Liang tried to persuade Xu Fangyi not to get a divorce, but Xu Fangyi was determined, so Shen Liang had to give in. If he didn't agree, his family would suffer a greater loss at the court. Because they agreed on the divorce, there was no need to hire a lawyer and they directly went to finish the documents at the Civil Affairs Bureau. As for the divorce agreement, Xu Fangyi had already finished it last night and they just needed to print it out later. Therefore, once Shen Liang agreed to get a divorce, Xu Fangyi pulled him to the Civil Affairs Bureau. She just gave birth and should stay indoors, but she couldn't wait any longer. She had to finish it as soon as possible in case any accidents happen. Shen Liang carried his household registration and the marriage certificate with him, so they could go directly. Xu Fangyi would pack up her staff in the Shen family's house after she had made a full recovery. She still needed to stay in the hospital for more days to recover. After all, she could get better care in the hospital. Because her mother wasn't in good health, Xu Fangyi didn't want to exhaust her. If her mother came, her mother only needed to chat with her and see the baby for a while. Moreover, she hadn't told her mother about what had happened yesterday and her divorce yet. She decided to do it after finishing the divorce documents. At 11 a.m., they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau and soon they were finished with the documents. Shen Liang gave up custody and cut off his relationship with the kid. Because it was a girl, the Shen family didn't think it was a big deal. After finishing the divorce documents, Xu Fangyi went straight back to the hospital. On the way, Xu Fangyi called Gu Ning and told her that she had already divorced Shen Liang. She also wanted to thank Gu Ning. If it hadn't been for Gu Ning, her daughter could have been killed and she wouldn't be able to divorce Shen Liang so quickly. Gu Ning comforted and encouraged her for a while. After having the call with Xu Fangyi, Gu Ning told Gu Man about the result. Gu Man was also relieved when she heard that it was done. Xu Fangyi found her mother in the ward when she was back in the hospital. Her mother looked very displeased. As soon as her mother saw her get back, she angrily swore at the Shen family. Her mother criticized the Shen family for being cold-blooded and even cried in fury in the end. Obviously, Xu Fangyi's mother heard about what had happened yesterday. Actually, shortly after Xu Fangyi left, her mother came to the hospital and heard some of the nurses talking about what had happened to her. Her mother was furious after hearing the whole story, then quickly walked to Shu Fangyi's ward. She didn't see Shu Fangyi. Only a caregiver and the baby were in the room, so she asked the caregiver what was happening. The caregiver shouldn't have told Shu Fangyi's mother about it, but Shu Fangyi's mother had already heard of it, so the caregiver told her everything. After a long while, Shu Fangyi's mother finally calmed down. Undoubtedly, after the terrible drama, she supported Shu Fangyi in getting a divorce, so she didn't call Shu Fangyi right away. Instead, she waited to talk about it when Shu Fangyi was back. It wasn't easy to raise a kid alone, but it was better to be a single parent than have such a horrible family. She truly loved her daughter and she loved her granddaughter deeply as well. She couldn't tolerate what the Shin family had done to her two beloved babies. She was also grateful to the girl who had saved Shu Fangyi's baby and helped her out, and wanted to thank the girl face to face. However, she had no idea where the girl was right now. Although she knew that the girl was also in the hospital, she felt embarrassed to pay a sudden visit. She could only wait till Shu Fangyi was back and told Shu Fangyi to contact the girl. Shu Fangyi immediately comforted her mother because it might hurt her mother's health if she cried too much. After a long while, Shu Fangyi's mother stopped crying, but she was still very mad. I think I should thank the girl face to face. Can you ask her whether she has time? Do you know which ward she's in? We can prepare a gift when we thank her, said Shu Fangyi's mother. Of course. Shu Fangyi had the same idea. Although she had already thanked Gu Ning on the phone, it would show her sincerity by thanking Gu Ning face to face. Afterwards, Shu Fangyi called Gu Ning and said that her mother wanted to thank her face to face. She asked Gu Ning whether it was convenient for them to pay a visit. It wasn't a big deal in Gu Ning's eyes, but she understood that it was very important for Shu Fangyi. If Shu Fangyi couldn't thank her face to face, Shu Fangyi and her mother probably wouldn't feel relieved. Therefore, Gu Ning told Shu Fangyi the number of her ward. Shu Fangyi and her mother didn't immediately go there, because they hadn't prepared any gifts yet. As soon as they had Gu Ning's permission, Shu Fangyi's mother went to buy a gift. At 1 p.m., Shu Fangyi and her mother went to Gu Man's ward. Once they saw Gu Ning and Gu Man, Shu Fangyi and her mother repeatedly thanked them. Gu Ning invited them to have a seat and a nurse went to pour water for them. Gu Ning stopped the nurse, then went to do it herself. She secretly put a power crystal in each of the glasses for Shu Fangyi and her mother. Shu Fangyi had suffered a lot yesterday, which must have had a bad effect on her body. She just gave birth to a baby, and it could affect her mental condition as well. Therefore, Gu Ning's power crystal could help her feel better. As long as she had a good recovery afterwards, she would be fine. As for Shu Fangyi's mother, Gu Ning could see that she was in bad health and couldn't walk steadily. In that case, Gu Ning's power crystal could fill her body with more strength. Once Shu Fangyi and her mother drank the water Gu Ning gave them, they felt the change in their bodies. They were full of strength and energy, but they didn't think it was the effect of the water, so they said nothing about it. Gu Man encouraged Shu Fangyi to be strong. Although she proposed to get the divorce, she was really hurt by what had happened. She would be lying if she said that she didn't feel sad. However, she was also greatly relieved. After getting a divorce, she decided not to get married again. She wasn't totally disappointed at marriage, because there were happy marriages. She just didn't want her daughter to be aggrieved in the future. After all, if she married again, her second husband wouldn't be her daughter's biological father. She was afraid that her second husband wouldn't treat her daughter well. There were good men, but Shu Fangyi was unwilling to take the risk. Besides, not many men would really accept another man's kids. She could raise the kid on her own and she would do it. Shu Fangyi didn't expect Gu Man to be so nice and accepting. She thought rich wives were all arrogant. After Gu Man's encouragement, Shu Fangyi indeed felt better. Although she couldn't get over it within such a short time, she was in a much better mood now. Shu Fangyi and her mother thought that they shouldn't stay in the ward for too long in case they bothered Gu Man. They also cared about the baby in their ward, so they left after chatting with Gu Man for about 20 minutes. After they left, Shu Fangyi's mother said to her, "It's really strange. When we were in their ward just then, I suddenly felt full of strength and energy again. I can walk steadily now. I had the same feeling. I thought it was just a coincidence. I didn't expect that you had the same feeling." Xu Fangyi was surprised. She didn't pay much attention to it because her body was only a little weak now and she wasn't in bad health, so she didn't notice a big change. However, after hearing what her mother said, she suddenly felt it was strange. Perhaps we shared their good luck. They're so nice, so they must have a lot of good luck, said Xu Fangyi's mother. It was the only explanation she could think of. Xu Fangyi didn't know how to explain it, so she agreed with her mother and didn't think further about it. Anyway, it was good for them. When Xu Fangyi and her mother were gone, Gu Ning had to go to the airport to pick up Gu Qing and Wen Yulan. They would arrive at 3 p.m. and it was currently 1:30 p.m., so she had to leave for the airport now. The moment Gu Ning showed up at the airport, many people recognized her. She caused a sensation and people kept on coming to say hi and take photos with her. Gu Ning knew it would happen, so she didn't go to the arrival hall until she estimated that Gu Qing and Wen Yulan would be out of the plane. In that case, she only needed to wait about 10 minutes. Gu Qing and Wen Yulan would soon come out and they would leave together. However, although Gu Ning only waited there for about 10 minutes, she was still surrounded by many people. People who didn't know her were very curious to know what was happening. She seemed very popular, but she wasn't a star. After they figured out that she was a very outstanding entrepreneur, people were all amazed and had a deep impression of her. 10 minutes later, Gu Ning saw Gu Qing and Wen Yulan, and they left together. Gu Ning drove them straight to the hospital. When Gu Qing and Wen Yulan came out, they saw how popular Gu Ning was and felt extremely proud of her. Ning Ning is even more popular than a star, Gu Qing joked. Right, Ning Ning is more influential than a star. I can't think of another person who can be as successful as Ning Ning at such a young age, said Wen Yulan. She didn't say that to fawn on Gu Ning. It was her real thoughts. A long time ago, when Yulan had changed her attitude towards Gu Ning. She wouldn't be jealous of Gu Ning no matter how successful Gu Ning was. She would only feel proud of her. Gu Ning didn't feel embarrassed when her family complimented her. After all, it was the truth. Gu Ning brought Gu Qing and Wen Yulan to the hospital, and they were all amazed by the high-end equipment inside. They didn't think it was a waste of money that Gu Man stayed in this hospital. The Tang family was super rich, so if Gu Man stayed in a normal hospital, it would become a joke in their circle. Other people would also think that Gu Man wasn't important in the Tang family. In the afternoon, Zhang Lihua and Tang Yunrong also came to see Gu Man, and they went to have a meal in the cafeteria in the hospital. After having a meal and a rest, Zhang Lihua and Tang Yunrong went home. Tang Yunfan had a business meal that afternoon, so he only arrived at the hospital at 8:30 p.m. When Tang Yunfan came, Gu Ning brought Gu Qing and Wen Yulan to Huafu Hills. They would go see Gu Man again the next morning. After Gu Qing and Wen Yulan came to City B, they had nothing else to do, so they decided to stay with Gu Man all day. And since Gu Man had Gu Qing and Wen Yulan by her side, Gu Ning didn't need to stay in the hospital all the time. When she had time, she would go to her company. Xian Bei also left that afternoon, so Chao Wenxin went to live in her own family's house. After breakfast the next morning, Gu Ning took Gu Qing and Wen Yulan to go visit Gu Man in the hospital. Gu Ning left when she finished lunch, deciding to go to her company to see how everything was going. However, halfway there, Gu Ning received Gu Qing's call. Gu Qing told her that Gu Man's belly became painful and she was about to deliver. As a result, Gu Ning immediately went back to the hospital. At the same time, she called Tang Yunfan and Tang Haifeng. Tang Yunfan wasn't busy, so he directly left work and went to the hospital. Tang Haifeng also rushed over, followed by Zhang Lihua and Tang Yunrong. They all came to the hospital as fast as possible. Gu Qing and Wen Yulan shared the news with Jiang Su and Gu Qinyang. Gu Man was about to deliver, so they should come right away. It was difficult to give birth to a baby. Even if it was quick, a pregnant woman might have to suffer for 2 hours before the baby came out. If it was slow, it might be over a dozen hours. Therefore, it was excruciating. However, for the baby, mothers could be very strong and were willing to do everything. Looking at Gu Man's face contorting because of agony, Tang Yunfan didn't know what he should do. He clasped her hand and kept on comforting her by calling her darling. Although everyone's heart ached for Gu Man, nobody cared about her more than Tang Yunfan did. When Gu Man could barely stand the pain, She was pushed into the delivery room. Because it was getting more and more painful, it meant that she could deliver at any second. Standing outside, everyone was restless. An hour later, the baby was out, and it only took nearly 2 hours from the beginning to end. It wasn't the fastest, but was still very quick. When Gu Man was pushed out of the delivery room, Tang Yunfan didn't check the baby first. Instead, he ran to ask Gu Man how she felt. Other people did the same thing. They went to see Gu Man before the baby. Gu Man was sweaty and out of strength after giving birth to the baby. Therefore, Gu Ning secretly put magical power into her body when she held Gu Man's hand. After absorbing the magical power, Gu Man's breath became steady and she gradually regained her strength. Gu Ning only put an appropriate amount of magical power into Gu Man's body in order to not attract special attention. She couldn't let Gu Man recover right away, because it might cause unnecessary trouble. "Thank you so much. I love you, darling." This was the first sentence Tang Yunfan said to Gu Man. His eyes were wet with tears and his body trembled a little because he was too worried about Gu Man. Only when a man loves a woman deeply would he suffer the same pain as her. In fact, it was rare to see a man who cared so much about his wife. Nowadays, many people believe that it was a woman's duty to give birth to kids. Some would even criticize a pregnant woman for moaning in pain when she was about to deliver. Moreover, it was also important for a woman to have a full recovery after delivery, or it might cause problems when she got old. However, some people thought that women should go to work right after they had rested for several days. If they stayed at home without doing anything, they would be criticized. Therefore, most women nowadays lived a tragic life. They needed to give birth, take care of the babies, do housework, make money, and even look after the old. They were merely free all-around nannies. Men, on the contrary, could play on their phones and wait to be served by their wives. Not every couple was the same, but it was like that in most cases. Women always tolerated the pain for their kids, and would only get a divorce if they suffered from domestic violence or betrayal. Anyway, Tang Yunfan and Gu Man were a loving couple. Even Gu Qing and Wen Yulan were envious of Gu Man, although their husbands also treated them well. At least, they valued their wives' efforts and didn't ignore what their wives had done for the family. However, they were hardly comparable to Tang Yunfan, perhaps because they didn't know how to express their love for their wives. Everyone went to see Gu Man first after she delivered. So when Gu Ning put magical power into Gu Man's body, she had a look at her younger brother. A newborn baby was normally ugly and wrinkled, but it had everyone's love. Both Tang Yunfan and Gu Man were very good-looking. They had a stunning daughter, so their son should also be attractive. Tang Yunfan had thought of a name for the kid, and he was named Tang Jiayu. Gu Ning shared the good news with Jing Yunyao, who congratulated them. She couldn't come over right now, and wouldn't be able to see them until Leng Xiaoting was back in the capital. Master Leng also received the news. He didn't go to see Gu Man in person, but sent other people over. Leng Yuanjin and his wife would go visit Gu Man with Jing Yunyao in a few days. As for Jiang Shuyuan, Master Leng wouldn't let her go to see Gu Man because of her terrible relationship with Gu Ning. Jiang Shuyuan was reluctant to go as well. Gu Ning also called Leng Xiaoting, but his phone was turned off. He should be carrying out a task. Xu Fangyi and her mother came to see Gu Man right after they heard the good news. They also prepared a thick red envelope for Gu Man. They came to visit Gu Man, not to ride on her coattails, but because Gu Ning just did them a big favor, so they should pay a visit. If they didn't show up, it would make them seem ungrateful. Although they had already sent a gift, it wasn't enough to return Gu Ning's kindness. Xu Fangyi and her mother understood that they weren't very familiar, so they didn't come until there were fewer people in Gu Man's ward. If Gu Man's family was there, they would be embarrassed. Therefore, when Xu Fangyi and her mother walked in, Tang Haifeng, Jiang Lihua, and Tang Yunrong had already gone home, and only Tang Yunfan, Gu Ning, Gu Qing, and Wen Yulan stayed. Xu Fangyi was aware of Gu Man's status and recognized Tang Yunfan, so she was very nervous when they met. Although her family was rich too, she had never met an important figure like Tang Yunfan before. Therefore, it was understandable that she was nervous. Xu Fangyi's mother didn't know them, so she wasn't nervous. However, they understood that Gu Man needed a rest after delivery, and Xu Fangyi felt very nervous since Tang Yunfan was here, so they left after staying there for a few minutes. Gu Man didn't want to hurt their feelings, so she accepted the gift and red envelope. She decided to prepare a gift for them too when Xu Fangyi's daughter was a month old. She couldn't forget her manners after all. After they left Gu Man's ward, Xu Fangyi felt a lot more relieved. What's wrong? Xu Fangyi's mother asked in confusion. This is the first time that I've seen such an important figure. I was so nervous, said Xu Fangyi. Who's the important figure? Xu Fangyi's mother asked. She knew that Xu Fangyi was talking about a certain person in Gu Man's ward, but she didn't know who it was. Mrs. Tang's husband. They're members of the Tang family. Her husband is the chairman of the Tang Huang organization, said Xu Fangyi. Although she didn't tell her mother earlier, she had no intention of keeping it a secret. What? Xu Fangyi's mother was shocked. She didn't expect them to be members of the Tang family, and even less that the man turned out to be the chairman of the Tang Huang organization. Jesus, they somehow got the chance to meet such an important figure. So Shen Liang agreed to get a divorce after Miss Tang got involved, said Xu Fangyi. When Xu Fangyi brought up Shen Liang, both she and her mother felt disgusted. Luckily, it was already over, and they could continue to live their lives. After staying with Gu Man for a few hours, Tang Haifeng and the others also left. There was nothing they could do for Gu Man, and Gu Man needed a rest. Only Tang Yunfan, Gu Ning, Gu Qing, and Wen Yulan stayed. Tang Yunfan stayed in the room to keep Gu Man company, while the other people went to watch TV in the living room. Jiang Su and Gu Qinyang immediately flew over once they heard that Gu Man was about to deliver. They had cleared their schedule for the visit. Because they knew that Gu Man would deliver these days, they came right after they finished arranging their work. They heard the news at 1 p.m., but their flight would only take off at 3 p.m. So when they arrived at City B, it would be about 6 p.m. Gu Qinxiang reached the airport 20 minutes earlier than Jiang Su, so he waited at the terminal for a while. This time, Gu Ning didn't come to pick them up. Tang Yunfan did. As soon as Tang Yunfan picked them up, they went to the hospital. It was nearly 7:30 p.m. when they reached the hospital, so Tang Yunfan took them to have a meal after they had been at the hospital for about 20 minutes. Although they were relatives, Jiang Su and Gu Qinyang still felt nervous when they faced Tang Yunfan. Tang Yunfan was very kind to them, but they couldn't relax. After all, Tang Yunfan had a very high status. There was a large gap between their statuses, so it was hard for them to be at ease. The Huangdang Hotel wasn't far away from the hospital, so Tang Yunfan took them to have a meal there. Because Gu Ning would drive them to Huafu Hills where they were going to stay after having the meal, she went with them. There were 2 nurses who were taking care of Gu Man, and Tang Yunfan would go back later. Knowing that Tang Yunfan was coming, the hotel manager waited in the hall with great respect. As soon as Tang Yunfan showed up, he walked forward to welcome him. However, before he could talk to Tang Yunfan, someone interrupted. Oh, isn't it Gu Qinyang? It was a man who sounded acidic. Hearing his voice, everyone turned to look at him and saw a fat, middle-aged man. There were 2 other men along with him, but Gu Ning didn't know any of them. He used to be Gu Qinyang's classmate, and he was a director of a certain bureau in a second-tier city now. He was comparatively more successful than their other classmates, so he kept a high profile. Wherever he went, he put on airs. However, he only dared to bully the weak. He didn't recognize Tang Yunfan, or he wouldn't have been so arrogant. Although Tang Yunfan was a businessman, common officials didn't dare to slight him. Gu Qinyang was unhappy to see the man, but he still politely greeted him. Hi, Yang Mingji. Upon hearing the way Gu Qinyang greeted him, Yang Mingji was displeased and criticized. Gu Qinyang, how could you call me by my full name? I'm a director after all. I think you should call me Director Yang when we're outside. I know you're an ordinary public servant. Hearing that, both Tang Yunfan and Gu Ning slightly raised their eyebrows. They disliked Yang Mingji's behavior, but said nothing about it. Fine. It's my fault. Please forgive me, Director Yang. Even if Gu Qinyang was angry, he still did what Yang Emingzui wanted him to do. All right, I have to go now. Wait a second. We're going to have fun in a clubhouse. Why don't you join us? We're old classmates after all. It's rare for us to meet, said Yang Mingji. Sorry, I came with my relatives, said Gu Qinyang. Yang Mingji didn't notice Tang Yunfan and Jiang Su until this moment, but he thought they weren't important. They can go with us. No need, we have to deal with something later. Gu Qinyang turned him down again. Given their relationship, it was unnecessary for them to hang out together. Besides, Gu Qinyang understood that Yang Mingji invited him to dine together simply to make him pay the bill. Although Yang Mingji didn't lack money, he was mean and greedy. He would never pay the bill on his own if it was possible. Gu Qinyang, what do you mean? We rarely meet. Shouldn't you treat me? You should know that I have a relationship with your leader, said Yang Mingji. Obviously, he was implying that Gu Qinyang should buy him a meal. If Gu Qinyang didn't do that, he would stack the deck against him. Tang Yunfan and the others were surprised by Yang Mingji's words. How could he be so shameless? He just threatened Gu Qinyang in public. Treat you. Tang Yunfan couldn't stand it any longer. He wouldn't allow other people to bully his brother-in-law right in front of him. What treatment do you want? Tang Yunfan asked. Due to his high status, Tang Yunfan had an air of authority. Although he didn't show his anger, Yang Mingji already felt stressed. Looking at Tang Yunfan, Yang Mingji began to guess who he was, but he didn't think that Gu Qinyang would have a relationship with important figures. Therefore, Yang Mingji did his best to calm down and answer. Isn't it obvious enough? Sir, I think you should improve your comprehension. You? The hotel manager opened his mouth when Yang Mingji was so rude to Tang Yunfan, but Tang Yunfan stopped him at once. Surely I know what you're implying, but I'm just surprised. I've never seen such a shameless person like you before. How could you force other people to pay your bills with your power? Didn't you hear that he needs to deal with something later? How dare you threaten him? Do you think you're really somebody? Tang Yunfan said. He was very straightforward and loud, so he attracted a lot of attention from other people. Other people all turned to look at Yang Mingji disdainfully. Yang Mingji felt very embarrassed. He didn't expect Tang Yunfan to humiliate him and make his intention public. However, he didn't realize that he actually asked for it himself. He couldn't blame Tang Yunfan. One could only earn respect by himself. You? Yang Mingji was mad and immediately put on airs. What do you think you are then? How dare you talk to me like that? I was talking to Gu Qinyang. It's none of your business. Gu Qinyang's my brother-in-law, so it has something to do with me. As for who I am, I'm surely more influential than you, said Tang Yunfan. You? Yang Mingji was angrier. Gu Qinyang, you're aware of my position. How could you let him talk to me like that? Yang Mingji turned to scold Gu Qinyang again. He still had no idea how important Tang Yunfan was. He refused to believe that Gu Qinyang could have a relationship with any important figures. He believed that Tang Yunfan treated him badly only because Tang Yunfan didn't know his position. Your position? Ridiculous. Gu Qinyang snorted and said nothing further. Compared with Tang Yunfan, Yang Mingji was merely a nobody. However, he didn't say it aloud, because he wasn't sure whether he should. If he said it aloud, he felt that he would be the same kind of person as Yang Mingji. Both of them trying to bully other people with power. What's wrong with my position? Yang Mingji didn't understand what Gu Qinyang was implying. He only heard irony in Gu Qinyang's words, so he was displeased. The two men who were with Yang Mingji, however, figured it out. Although they didn't know Tang Yunfan's importance, they bet that he must have a high status. Therefore, they were unwilling to mess with him and decided to persuade Yang Mingji to give up. Director Yang, forget it. I think you should stop embarrassing yourself. Right? Forget it? No way. I was humiliated publicly. Yang Mingji refused to give up, as if he was aggrieved. Humiliated? You can feel humiliated? I thought you're too shameless to have that feeling. Tang Yunfan laughed at him. Even if he had seen shameless people before, he was still surprised by Yang Mingji's shameless behavior at this time. What do you mean? Yang Mingji questioned angrily. I mean what I said. You should earn respect by yourself, but you're embarrassing yourself instead. You even blame other people for it. I can see how shameless you are, said Tang Yunfan. You're the shameless one here, Yang Mingji argued. All right, I have no patience with you now. Let me put it frankly, I'm Tang Yunfan, the owner of this hotel, said Tang Yunfan. Then he meaningfully stared at Yang Mingji. He wanted to see what Yang Mingji would say next. Tang Yunfan wasn't tolerant. Even though Yang Mingji didn't break the law, he wouldn't be polite to him if he dared to annoy him. Tang Yunfan never liked bullying other people with his influence, but he wouldn't hesitate to pay bullies back. What? Yang Mingji was shocked. Tang Yunfan? The owner of this hotel? He had definitely heard of Tang Yunfan, who wasn't only the owner of this hotel, but was also the chairman of the Tanghuang organization and a member of the Tang family in City B. Yang Mingji was stunned. He didn't expect Tang Yunfan to be Gu Qinyang's brother-in-law. How was it possible? Given what he knew, Gu Qinyang's family was very ordinary. Gu Qinyang had two sisters. One married a blue-collar worker, while the other was a single mother with a daughter. If Tang Yunfan was Gu Qinyang's brother-in-law, Tang Yunfan must have married Gu Qinyang's sister. However, it was impossible for Tang Yunfan to fall in love with a poor, single mother. Yang Mingji, his friends, and the onlookers were very surprised. The onlookers didn't know Gu Qinyang, so they didn't think it was impossible for his sister to marry Tang Yunfan. Looking at Yang Mingji, everyone believed that he asked for humiliation himself. How could he mess with such an important figure? Mr. Tang, At this moment, Yang Mingji lost all of his confidence and pride. Whether he believed that Gu Qinyang was a relative of Tang Yunfan or not, it was obvious that they had a relationship. As a result, he didn't dare to slight them. Yang Mingji didn't doubt Tang Yunfan's words, because this hotel was owned by the Tanghuang organization. If anyone dared to pretend to be the chairman, the staff would easily find out. What can you say now? Tang Yunfan asked with a vague smile. Mr. Tang, I'm sorry, I failed to recognize you. I didn't mean to annoy you. Please forgive me this time. Yang Mingji begged for Tang Yunfan's mercy and didn't seem arrogant at all. He couldn't care less about his face now. If Tang Yunfan was mad at him, he could be easily removed from his position. Most importantly, he wasn't a good public servant, so he felt guilty. Forgive you this time? I think we're at the same age and you should be mature enough, right? How could you be so dumb? Tang Yunfan made fun of Yang Mingji. Yang Mingji understood that Tang Yunfan did it on purpose, but he dared not say anything. Mr. Tang, I'm really sorry. Please forgive me. I promise it won't happen again. Yang Mingji continued to beg for Tang Yunfan's mercy. He was truly scared this time. Didn't you want my brother-in-law to treat you? He doesn't have time, and you threatened him? Added Tang Yunfan. No, I should buy you a meal instead, said Yang Mingji. He hoped that they could accept his invitation and let him go today. We don't need that. It's just a meal. We can pay for it by ourselves, said Tang Yunfan deliberately. Given Tang Yunfan's wealth, he could afford as many expensive meals as he wanted. Yang Mingji was embarrassed. Even though he knew that Tang Yunfan was making fun of him, he didn't dare to argue. In fact, he had no idea what to say at this moment. Although Yang Mingji was shameless, he didn't do anything to hurt them. So Tang Yunfan had no intention of punishing him. He only wanted to humiliate him for a while and didn't think it was a big deal. Unfortunately, Yang Mingji was too dumb to figure out who he should apologize to. Mr. Yang, are you really dumb or are you acting dumb? Shouldn't you apologize to my brother-in-law instead? Tang Yunfan said. He didn't want to waste more time on Yang Mingji. But Yang Mingji must apologize to Gu Qinyang. Hearing that, Yang Mingji finally realized what he had done wrong. Although he always disdained Gu Qinyang, he didn't dare to slight him right now. Given Tang Yunfan's influence, Gu Qinyang would become rich sooner or later. Therefore, he had to please Gu Qinyang from now on. Gu Qinyang, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. It's all my fault. I promise it won't happen again. Yang Mingji had a good attitude. Actually, he was pretty good at fawning on other people. All right, I think it should be over now, said Gu Qinyang. He understood that Tang Yunfan asked Yang Mingji to apologize to him. He didn't want to waste more time on Yang Mingji either, so he let Yang Mingji go. Thank you so much. Yang Mingji felt relieved when Gu Qinyang was willing to let him go. Without delay, he quickly left with his two friends. I'm sorry for the trouble. I hope it doesn't ruin your appetite. When Yang Mingji was gone, Gu Qinyang apologized to other people. He mainly apologized to Tang Yunfan. Even if he knew that Tang Yunfan wouldn't mind, he couldn't forget his manners. Jiang Su and Gu Ning were his relatives, so he understood that they wouldn't blame him and that it wasn't necessary for him to apologize to them. It's fine. He caused you trouble. It's his fault, said Tang Yunfan. After that, they went upstairs. On the other hand, as soon as Yang Mingji walked out of the hotel, he sank to the ground. His two friends were scared and immediately helped him get back to his feet. They were frightened too, but they hadn't offended Tang Yunfan, so they could stay calm. However, they felt that they should cut off their friendship with Yang Mingji since he had annoyed Tang Yunfan. Even if it seemed that Tang Yunfan forgave him, Yang Mingji wasn't a good man. Actually, Yang Mingji had visited City B many times, but had never settled the bill once. Instead, they treated him every time. As a result, they were mad at Yang Mingji, but couldn't argue with him right now. They could only decide not to treat him again when he came next time. The dishes were already prepared, so Gu Ning and her family enjoyed the meal right after they arrived. At the same time, a post about Gu Ning on Weibo went viral. What's the relationship of Goddess Gu, Gu Ning, and the Tang family in City B? Why does she closely resemble the chairman of the Tang Huang organization? Photos attached. The first photo was taken when they were in the hall of the Huangdeng Hotel, and Gu Ning stood next to Tang Yunfan. It wasn't very clear, but they looked very alike. That wasn't the most important clue. It was only used to prove that Gu Ning and Tang Yunfan were together. The second photo was the valuable clue. Tang Yunfan's and Gu Ning's faces were very clear in the second photo. Because both of them were famous, there were pictures of them on the internet. However, when they were in the same photos, many people could see that they closely resembled each other. Although the world was big and there were a lot of people who looked familiar, Gu Ning and Tang Yunfan strongly resembled each other, which made people think that they could be father and daughter. Jesus, I think it's possible. Are they father and daughter? No way. The world is so large and there are many people who look familiar. They closely resemble each other, but they are still different. Although there are many people who look similar, most people don't make others think that they're related by blood. But some do. I have a feeling that Gu Ning and Tang Yunfan are related. Well, that's just my opinion. I agree. If there is no close relationship between them, Master Tang and Tang Yunfan wouldn't have attended the opening ceremony of the Shengning organization in person. They could just send someone else to go. In fact, I had that doubt when the Shengning organization was established and Master Tang and Tang Yunfan went to congratulate Gu Ning. It caused some discussions, but we couldn't be sure of it. Anyway, I believe they're related. I heard that Gu Ning was born in City F, not in City B. How could she be related to the Tang family? Everyone was guessing, but no one knew the truth. Before long, someone who claimed to know about it stood out and clarified it. As far as I know, Tang Yunfan got lost about 20 years ago. A year later, he came home without any memories. Early last year, Tang Yunfan married Gu Ning's mother, so I guess he met Gu Ning's mother during the year when he was lost. They had a family reunion after nearly 19 years. In that case, Gu Ning is really Tang Yunfan's daughter. Did Gu Ning's mother have a premarital pregnancy? Does it mean that Gu Ning grew up in a single-parent family? Some people began to question Gu Ning and her mother's behavior and became a little offensive. It might not be a premarital pregnancy. Perhaps they got married back then. Don't attack them before you know the truth. Right, but I don't think it's a problem that a woman has a premarital pregnancy. It's not uncommon nowadays. It's a totally different era now. Now it's very normal, but it was unacceptable 20 years ago. That's a double standard. I don't think it's different now. Premarital pregnancy is always unacceptable. Anyway, it's their family affair. Why are you guys so excited? Are you jealous? Many women were indeed jealous of Gu Man. Although Tang Yunfan was already in his early 40s, he looked much younger than his age. Moreover, he was handsome and rich. There were countless young women who ached to marry him, but they had no chance. I think they're merely jealous. Tang Yunfan is handsome and rich. He must be the perfect man in many gold diggers' eyes. Right, it's what many women want nowadays. Look at those famous actresses. Even if they are young, they still choose to marry old rich men for money. No matter what Gu Ning's mother did, she and Tang Yunfan at least truly love each other. Why is someone criticizing single-parent families? What's wrong with a single-parent family? Don't hold any bias against single-parent families. Even though Gu Ning was born in a single-parent family, she was still raised to become a very successful businesswoman. It proves that her mother is excellent at education. Calm down. No one is biased against single-parent families. Right, don't be so sensitive and emotional. Were you born in a single-parent family as well? As they talked about that, some began to argue over single-parent families. Because many kids who were born in a single-parent family were treated unfairly, they were sensitive and hated to hear other people's discussions on single-parent families. However, the majority of the internet users continued to talk about Gu Ning's family background. If so, Gu Ning didn't become successful on her own. The Tang family must have helped her a lot. In that case, I don't think she's very impressive. Some people started doubting Gu Ning's abilities once they learned that she was Tang Yunfan's daughter. However, most people still believed in her. If she didn't have abilities, she wouldn't have become successful no matter how much help she had. In addition, Gu Ning wasn't only a successful businesswoman, she was also a straight-A student. She had many other achievements to prove that she was very outstanding. Ridiculous. Isn't it obvious enough that Gu Ning is unbelievable? Why do you have to deny her abilities just because of her family background? You're either jealous of her and refuse to admit that she's far better than you, or you're dumb and can't understand her comprehensively. Right, Goddess Gu is much stronger than you think. She's my idol forever. Me too. I love Goddess Gu forever. Whether she's Tang Yunfan's daughter or not, she has my support. When Gu Ning read the news, she was already back at Huafu Hills after they finished eating. She played on the phone and Chu Peihan mentioned her. Gu Ning couldn't care less, because it wasn't a big deal or a new topic. No matter how she proved herself, people who refused to admit that she was better than them would always doubt her abilities. People who believed in her, on the other hand, would support her as usual. If they were familiar with Gu Ning, they would know that her success had nothing to do with the Tang family. As for her relationship with Tang Yunfan, it wasn't a secret. She just didn't bother to make it public, so she didn't care about what other people were saying about her. Anyway, when Gu Ning saw that her fans kept on defending her on the internet, she felt very touched. The next day, Gu Ning got up to run in the morning, since she hadn't run in the morning for a long time. When Gu Ning came back, Gu Qing and Wen Yulan had already prepared breakfast, so they ate together. After a while, Gu Ning brought them to visit Gu Man in the hospital. They would leave tomorrow because they had their work to deal with, and Gu Man didn't need their help. There were many people who were taking good care of her after all. If no one was looking after Gu Man, Gu Qing would surely clear her schedule and stay with her. Gu Man had helped them a lot, and they were sisters. Sisters should help each other. Tang Yunfan didn't go to the company today, so he dealt with his work on the phone. Luckily, he wasn't busy currently, because Tang Yunfan and the nurses were taking care of Gu Man, and Gu Man just delivered. She was weak and needed a good rest. Gu Qing and the others decided to leave in order to not bother Gu Man. Therefore, Gu Ning brought them to have lunch. Then they walked around in City B for a while before going back to Huafu Hills. They would go to see Gu Man again after dinner later. Gu Qing and the others were leaving at 10 a.m. the next morning, so Gu Ning would directly take them to the airport after they had breakfast. Therefore, they wouldn't be able to see Gu Man the next day. At noon, Gu Ning received Lung Shouting's call. He finished his work and would be going back to the capital very soon, so he would go to City B tomorrow. In City F, when Yumixi went to enjoy her vacation back in City F, she didn't fool around all day. She was still an intern at Shenghua Real Estate, but she worked 9 to 5 and she had weekends so she could date Mu Ku. Muku also had his own business to manage. He owned a jewelry store, so he was busy managing it during the vacation. His jewelry store wasn't large or very popular, but it was profitable. Now he had 2 branches. One was also in City F, while the other was in a city next to City F. Muku was only an ordinary businessman, so his business didn't expand as quickly as Guning's. And because Muku's jewelry store wasn't large, he didn't have his own factory. He worked with other factories and would give them his designs to make jewelry. Chu Peihan spent most of her time at home. She either hung out with Hao Ran and her other friends, or went to drink in their bar. Su Anya used to be a very obedient daughter, and she seldom had fun in bars. She rarely stayed outside late, and normally went shopping with her friends. However, she changed after becoming friends with Guning, and now she hung out every day with Chu Peihan. It didn't mean that she was a bad girl now, but she was better at socializing. She became more mature and gained more experience. The Su family witnessed her positive changes, so they didn't stop her from going out. Chu Peihan and the others weren't bad people. Although they were naughty sometimes, they had a bright future ahead. So it would only do Su Anya good if she spent time with them. That day, Chu Peihan was having a nap in the afternoon. All of a sudden, her phone rang and she immediately woke up. However, when she saw the name of the caller, she frowned. It was Han Qinglin. Why did he call her at this moment? She was having a good dream. However, even though she was displeased, Chu Peihan still answered his call. What? She sounded mad. I came to City F. Shouldn't you come out and buy a meal for me? Han Qinglin asked in excitement, but Chu Peihan didn't hear it. Why did you come to City F? Chu Peihan asked in surprise and confusion. For work, but I'll deal with it tomorrow. I'm free today, so shouldn't you, as my friend, be my guide in City F? Why don't we go have some delicious food? Han Qinglin said. Where are you now? Although Chu Peihan didn't get along with Han Qinglin, she didn't hate him and accepted him as a friend now. So since a friend came to her city, she should treat him. I just got off the plane. You can make a schedule for the tour first. I'll call you when I reach the city center, said Han Qinglin. No problem, said Chu Peihan, then hung up. Without delay, she got up and washed herself. She was going out, so she put on light makeup. Normally, stars put on a baseball cap, a mask, and a pair of glasses to avoid being recognized by their fans. But Han Qinglin only wore a simple baseball cap. He felt it might attract more attention if he put on too many accessories. Moreover, Han Qinglin didn't have a lot of fame yet, so he would be fine in the crowd. In that case, a baseball cap was enough for him to disguise himself. After the call with Chu Peihan, Han Qinglin put on a satisfied smile, which surprised his assistant. His assistant understood that Han Qinglin was just having fun in the entertainment industry and that he would actually take over his family's business sooner or later, so there was no need to worry about his future. After all, Han Qinglin had just gotten some fame, and rumors could ruin his career, but Han Qinglin didn't care about that. However, what his assistant was dissatisfied with was that the activity in City F actually had nothing to do with Han Qinglin. But Han Qinglin went to settle it by himself. He asked for no money, and the host only needed to pay for the cost of the trip and the accommodation fee. It was a good thing for the host, so the host agreed. At the beginning, the assistant didn't understand why Han Qinglin did that, but he had a guess after hearing their conversation on the phone. Qinglin, who's that? The assistant gossiped. A friend, said Han Qinglin. What friend? The assistant continued. Han Qinglin gave the assistant a glance. Before he said anything again, the assistant gave in. All right, just ignore it. Anyway, the assistant believed that it must be a girl Han Qinglin liked, or he wouldn't have proposed to attend the activity without pay. Han Qinglin was very friendly, but he was born in a business family. He was much more shrewd than ordinary people, and he wouldn't be willing to suffer losses unless he wanted to. The host sent people to drive Han Qinglin and his assistant to a downtown hotel first. After checking in, Han Qinglin told his assistant to rent a car from the hotel. At the same time, Han Qinglin called Chu Peihan. He asked where she was and said that he would go to pick her up. Chu Peihan told Han Qinglin where her family lived. Then Han Chenglin left his assistant in the hotel. While he left, he was going on a date, so he didn't take his assistant with him. His assistant was reluctant to let Han Chenglin go out alone. After all, this was their first trip to the city, and they barely knew anyone. In fact, Han Chenglin was a grown man, and he wouldn't get lost. The assistant simply wanted to meet the girl Han Chenglin was going to see. He was curious about her looks and her relationship with Han Chenglin. Unfortunately, Han Chenglin didn't allow him to go no matter what reason he gave. The assistant could do nothing about it. Han Chenglin was his boss, and he had to listen to him. As a result, the assistant went back to his room alone. He didn't want to rest because he wasn't tired at all. Instead, he began to play mobile games. Han Chenglin wasn't familiar with City F, but there was GPS in the car. When he reached Chu Peihan's home, he called her. 2 minutes later, Chu Peihan walked out. Upon seeing her, Han Chenglin beamed with happiness. Chu Peihan, on the other hand, was expressionless. However, although she was expressionless on the surface, she didn't hate seeing Han Chenglin. She was actually a little happy. After Chu Peihan got in the car, she said, "I'll take you to a popular tourist attraction in our city first. I haven't visited it yet, but I think it should be fun. My friends and I always wanted to go there, but some of us are often absent, so we haven't had a chance." Great! Han Chenglin didn't care where they went, but he was glad to hear that this was also Chu Peihan's first time visiting the place. Chu Peihan didn't know its location, so they used the GPS. It was located in a suburb because there were many outdoor activities. Although it was a cold day, the sun was out. The temperature wasn't too low, so there were still many people coming out to have fun, especially now that it was a holiday. Most of the visitors were high school and college students. Among them were a lot of couples. Both Han Chenglin and Chu Peihan were very beautiful, so they attracted a lot of attention once they arrived at the tourist attraction. Some girls wanted to strike up a conversation with Han Chenglin, but none of them had the courage because of Chu Peihan. Because when a young man was with a young woman, they were usually either a couple or siblings. Most girls liked handsome men, but it didn't mean that they would steal the man from his girl. "Well, I think I should give you some space. Look at the girls. They can't wait to get close to you, but they are hesitating to start a conversation with you because of me." Chu Peihan joked with Han Chenglin. Hearing that, Han Chenglin was unhappy. "Why do you think I'm interested in them? I'm not a playboy. How could I know what kind of man you are? Men enjoy flirting with beautiful girls. I don't think you're different," said Chu Peihan. "Have many men tried to impress you before?" Han Chenglin asked. "It's not easy," said Chu Peihan disdainfully. She disliked men who had no wisdom and were self-centered. "I can see that." Han Chenglin nodded. Han Chenglin actually didn't have much interest in outdoor activities, but he enjoyed himself because Chu Peihan played with him. When they were done, Chu Peihan and Han Chenglin were about to leave. However, Chu Peihan saw 3 familiar faces at this time. They were her classmates. However, they weren't friends, so Chu Peihan had no intention of saying hi to them. If they normally met each other, they wouldn't bother to talk to each other because the girls were jealous of Chu Peihan because of her beauty and family background. Although they didn't know the details, they were sure that Chu Peihan had a powerful family. Now they saw a handsome man beside Chu Peihan and thought it must be her boyfriend. However, they weren't certain, so they decided to talk to Chu Peihan. "Hi, Chu Peihan, it's been a while." Chu Peihan understood that Han Chenglin was their target when they came to talk to her, because although they talked to her, they were staring at Han Chenglin the entire time. Chu Peihan gave Han Chenglin a cold glance. Whenever she was with him, she would always encounter trouble. Han Chenglin felt he was innocent, because he had done nothing wrong. Even though Chu Peihan understood that they targeted Han Chenglin, she had to be polite since they greeted her. So she said in a flat voice, "Hi, what a coincidence. Is this your boyfriend?" One girl asked. She was the deputy class leader of their class, Lu Lufei. Upon thinking that such a handsome man might be Chu Peihan's boyfriend, Lu Lufei and the other girls got jealous. Why could Chu Peihan have a powerful family and a handsome boyfriend? Moreover, given the man's clothes and his watch, which was from an international brand, he must be rich too. Yeah, I'm Peihan's boyfriend, said Han Qinglin before Chu Peihan opened her mouth. He didn't mean to embarrass Chu Peihan at this moment, although he wanted to see her reaction after he said that. In fact, he could see what Lu Lufei wanted to do. If he didn't say that he was Chu Peihan's boyfriend, Lu Lufei would start to strike up a conversation with him, and he didn't want to waste time on her. Therefore, he directly said that he was Chu Peihan's boyfriend to keep the girl away. Chu Peihan, however, gave Han Qinglin a glare. Since when did he become her boyfriend? She understood that Han Qinglin purposely said that to Lu Lufei because he was Lu Lufei's target. If she denied it, Lu Lufei would certainly strike up a conversation with Han Qinglin. Therefore, Han Qinglin simply wanted to keep his distance from Lu Lufei. Chu Peihan was a little displeased, but didn't deny it. She didn't care whether Lu Lufei misunderstood their relationship. Anyway, she could kick Han Qinglin away after she got a real boyfriend. Han Qinglin didn't miss Chu Peihan's reaction. Although she disliked what he said, she didn't deny it, which meant she didn't hate him. It wasn't very satisfying, but it wasn't too bad. Perhaps he was losing his patience. Hearing Han Qinglin's reply, Lu Lufei and the other girls were disappointed, but they weren't surprised because they had thought that they might be a couple. All right, we have to leave now. Enjoy yourself. Han Qinglin then ignored the girls and left holding Chu Peihan's hand. Chu Peihan struggled a little in vain before she eventually accepted it. In fact, if Chu Peihan really wanted to get rid of him, it was impossible for Han Qinglin to hold her hand. After all, compared with Chu Peihan, Han Qinglin was too weak. Chu Peihan gave up simply because she didn't want Lu Lufei to laugh at her. She just agreed that Han Qinglin was her boyfriend, so she couldn't get rid of him right now. Well, since we have met and it's time for dinner, why don't we sit together? Lu Lufei suddenly stopped them. Although she knew that the man was Chu Peihan's boyfriend and she didn't dare to do anything to him, she still wanted to know more about such a handsome man. Sorry, we already have an appointment, and we're not familiar enough to share a meal, said Chu Peihan in a flat voice. Afterwards, she left Lu Lufei behind and quickly walked away with Han Qinglin. They were indeed unfamiliar, so Chu Peihan didn't hesitate to embarrass her. Lu Lufei was furious. She knew that Chu Peihan did it deliberately, but she couldn't do anything about it because she didn't dare to anger Chu Peihan. If Chu Peihan was angered, she might be beaten. Chu Peihan is as arrogant as always. I think she'll cause herself trouble sooner or later if she doesn't change, said Girl A. She only dared to badmouth Chu Peihan now that Chu Peihan was far away. Right, I wonder whether she'll be arrogant when she's amongst kids of wealth and power. If she annoys those trust fund kids, she might be punished seriously, said Girl B. Although Chu Peihan was born in an influential family, her family only had influence in City F. It meant nothing after she went to the capital. I bet she has already been punished many times, said Girl A. She wasn't sure of it, but she hoped that it had happened to Chu Peihan. Did you forget that Chu Peihan and Gu Ning are close friends? Gu Ning has unbelievable connections. Chu Peihan will be fine unless she offends someone who has a very high status, said Lu Lufei. She had heard a lot about Gu Ning. Hearing that, Girl A and Girl B closed their mouths. They almost forgot that. Chu Peihan held Han Qinglin's hand, so he felt very excited, although he knew it was just an act. When they had walked far away, Chu Peihan let Han Qinglin go at once. Han Qinglin felt upset, but didn't show his feelings, nor did he say anything. Chu Peihan felt it was weird when she held Han Qinglin's hand. She didn't hate it, but her heart was pounding. However, Chu Peihan composed herself, because she didn't want Han Qinglin to know what she was thinking. It would be embarrassing. There is always trouble when I'm with you, Chu Peihan complained. Well, how about this? I'll buy a meal for you this afternoon to make it up to you, said Han Qinglin. He asked Chu Peihan out to see her, so he had no intention of asking her to buy him a meal. You came to my city. I should pay the bill. It's just a meal. I can afford it, said Chu Peihan. She couldn't forget her manners. Fine, you can buy me a meal this afternoon, and I'll buy you a meal after I finish my work tomorrow. Han Qinglin stopped arguing with Chu Peihan. and instead directly used that excuse to ask her out again tomorrow. Sure. Chu Peihan didn't think further about it. She thought it was acceptable, so she agreed. When Chu Peihan wasn't paying attention to him, Han Qinglin put on a satisfied smile. After that, they got in the car and left. Back in the city center, they went to have steak at a fancy Western restaurant. Because Han Qinglin was the guest, Chu Peihan let him decide what to eat. Han Qinglin felt it was more romantic to have a Western dinner, so he decided to have steak. Also, there were only two of them, so if they went to have a traditional meal, it would be difficult for them to order appropriate dishes for two. It would be a waste of food if they ordered too much, but it would be inappropriate if they only ordered 3 dishes. Chu Peihan seldom talked to Han Qinglin because she didn't know what to say, but Han Qinglin was very talkative and wouldn't stop talking with Chu Peihan. Why don't we go to a karaoke bar tonight? Asked Han Qinglin. There are just 2 of us. It'll be boring. I prefer to go home and play mobile games, said Chu Peihan. Even if they were going to do karaoke, it would only be fun when there were a lot of people. Han Qinglin, however, wanted to have some private time with Chu Peihan, but it seemed that Chu Peihan didn't want to go do fun stuff when there were only 2 of them. Why don't you call your friends? I don't know what to do after going back to the hotel. In order to spend more time with Chu Peihan, Han Qinglin had to tell Chu Peihan to call her friends. Chu Peihan hesitated for a second, then said, I need to ask them whether they're free. I have about 6 friends in this city, who always hang out together, unless we're busy. No problem, said Han Qinglin. He didn't care how many friends Chu Peihan had. He simply didn't want to leave her right now. Without delay, Chu Peihan mentioned her friends in City F in their WeChat group. Other than Gu Ning, they were all back to City F for the vacation. At this time, they had finished dinner, and most of them were free, so they agreed to meet up once they read Chu Peihan's message. However, only 5 of them could come, because An Yi and Qin Zixuan were busy. Han Qinglin booked a private room on the internet where they would meet at 9 p.m. Since Han Qinglin invited them out, he had to arrive earlier than his guests, so at 8:30 p.m., he and Chu Peihan reached the karaoke bar. Hey, why don't we sing a song together? Han Qinglin asked. Before her friends came, Han Qinglin hoped that they could sing a song together first. They could also sing a song together after Chu Peihan's friends came, but it was a different feeling. At that time, he might be ignored. Sure. Chu Peihan felt bored just sitting there, so she agreed and chose a song both of them could sing. They worked in the entertainment industry, so it was easy for them to sing. Han Qinglin was good at acting, dancing, and singing. Chu Peihan had many skills too. After professional training, Han Qinglin could sing as well as the original singer, while Chu Peihan wasn't as good. When they sang the second song, Su Anya arrived. The moment she pushed the door open, she was struck dumb. She heard the singing from outside the private room and thought that it was the original song, but it turned out that someone was singing. Jesus, he was so good at singing. He was nearly as good as the original singer. For unprofessional people, he indeed sang as well as the original singer. There was no big difference. The next moment, Su Anya saw Han Qinglin's face and was surprised again. She didn't expect him to be a handsome man. The first idea that appeared in Su Anya's mind was that he must be Chu Peihan's boyfriend, so she turned to look at Chu Peihan meaningfully. Seeing that, Chu Peihan knew that Su Anya had misunderstood. However, she didn't know how she should explain, because she had told her friends that Han Qinglin was senior to her in their school on the phone. Even though she had explained that to her friends, Han Qinglin invited her friends to have fun together, which meant she was very important to him. After Su Anya came in, Han Qinglin put down the microphone at once. Since Chu Peihan's friend was here, it would be impolite if he continued to sing and said nothing. Hi, I'm senior to Chu Peihan in our school. My name is Han Qinglin. Han Qinglin immediately introduced himself to Su Anya. Hi, I'm a close friend of Chu Peihan, Su Anya. Su Anya also introduced herself, but she felt Han Qinglin's name sounded a little familiar. However, she was afraid that she was wrong, so she didn't mention it. Although Su Anya believed that there was a special relationship between Chu Peihan and Han Qinglin, she didn't point it out. After a while, Muku and Yumixi came and greeted Han Qinglin too. They didn't know it was Han Qinglin who invited them to have fun together, so they were surprised to see him when they met. At the same time, they also gave Chu Peihan a meaningful glance. Anyway, they didn't tell Chu Peihan that Han Qinglin might have special feelings for her, because it was their personal affair. After that, Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping arrived. Han Qinglin was only 2 years older than them, so there was no age gap between them. They all soon became friends, then drank and played games together. About half an hour later, Su Anya still felt that Han Qinglin's name was very familiar, so she took out her phone and looked it up on the internet. After reading news about Han Qinglin, she finally realized who he was. Actually, she had watched TV shows starring Han Qinglin. Although his role wasn't very important, she was impressed by his good looks. She had even searched for his real name. "Hey, Anya, what are you doing?" Hao Ran sat next to Su Anya. When he saw her staring at the screen of her phone, he asked curiously. Hearing his voice, Su Anya came back to her senses, then handed her phone to Hao Ran. "Read it yourself." "What?" Hao Ran was confused. He took Su Anya's phone and read the news, then was astonished. The young man who was senior to Chu Peihan turned out to be a star. It greatly surprised him. Although it was very normal that there were stars in Chu Peihan school, he didn't expect that Chu Peihan could become friends with them. "Qinglin, are you a star?" Hao Ran asked excitedly. Although he didn't have an idol, he still got excited since a big star was drinking with him. Hearing that, Zhang Tianping also turned to look at Han Qinglin in surprise. Han Qinglin was a star? "Yeah, I'm an actor, but I've only played a role in 2 TV shows," said Han Qinglin. He didn't elaborate on it, but nor did he bother to keep it a secret. Since they found out, he was willing to admit it. "Can we take some photos together then? I must show off?" Hao Ran asked, feeling slightly embarrassed. Of course. Han Qinglin normally disliked taking photos with strangers, but it was Chu Peihan's friend, so he was more than willing to do it now. It wouldn't do him any harm if he could form a good relationship with her friends. "I want photos too," said Zhang Tianping. Although he didn't want to show it off, it was a rare chance to see a big star, so he wanted to keep the memory by having some photos. "And me!" Su Anya joined them at once. Seeing that they were so excited to see Han Qinglin, Chu Peihan rolled her eyes. He wasn't very famous. Did they have to be so happy? She was working in the entertainment industry now, and she was going to play an important role in a show. That night, they enjoyed themselves very much, but they didn't drink too much, because it wouldn't be as fun if they got drunk. They usually stopped drinking when they felt that they had had enough. They also usually didn't stay out too late and would separate at about 11 p.m. Therefore, when it was 11 p.m., they separated. Because they had known that they would drink, they didn't drive and directly took a taxi back home. Han Qinglin had told his assistant to come to pick them up, so he would send Chu Peihan and Su Anya home. Muku would send Yumixi home, and Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping were both strong men, so they could protect themselves and took a taxi home. Han Qinglin's assistant didn't know that he went out to see Chu Peihan until now. If so, Han Qinglin must have come to City F for Chu Peihan. It seemed that there was chemistry between them. Han Qinglin's assistant recognized Chu Peihan because of the rumors about them not too long ago. He used to think that they were just friends and it was a misunderstanding, but now it turned out that he was wrong. He didn't know that Han Qinglin went out to see Chu Peihan before he came to pick them up, because he wasn't aware that Chu Peihan lived in City F. "Nice to see you, Miss Chu." The assistant greeted Chu Peihan. Because she might become Han Qinglin's girlfriend, he had to be nice to her. "Do you know me?" Chu Peihan was surprised that Han Qinglin's assistant recognized her. In fact, she didn't know that he was Han Qinglin's assistant. "Yeah, I learned about you when you had those rumors with Qinglin," said the assistant. At the same time, he carefully gave Han Qinglin a glance. He wanted to see whether Han Qinglin would get mad when he talked about the rumors. Han Qinglin didn't seem mad at all. Instead, there was a vague smile on his face. Upon hearing the rumors, Chu Peihan felt a little uneasy. She was unhappy about it, because whenever she was with Han Qinglin, there was always trouble. "Rumors? What rumors? Why is there a rumor about you? Are you? Su Anya got interested at once and wanted to hear more gossip. When rumors about Han Qinglin and Chu Peihan went viral, only a few of them had read the news. Because it didn't cause a sensation and Chu Peihan didn't talk about that stuff with them, they weren't aware of it. Chu Peihan understood what Su Anya wanted to hear, so she angrily knocked Su Anya's forehead with her knuckle. Stop asking about it. There is nothing between him and me. It was just a misunderstanding. Ouch! Su Anya shouted in pain. It actually wasn't very painful, but she deliberately shouted loudly. Don't you know that women love gossip? Why are you so eager to deny it? Did you panic? I denied it because it's not true, said Chu Peihan in annoyance. I didn't know that. That's why I asked you about it, said Su Anya. She wasn't fully convinced by Chu Peihan's explanation. She didn't know the truth, but she could feel that there was something different between Chu Peihan and Han Qinglin. At this moment, some passers-by turned to look at them. So Chu Peihan directly pulled Su Anya into the car, in case any rumors were caused again. Get in now! Chu Peihan shouted at Han Qinglin when she saw that he still stood outside. Han Qinglin gave her a smile, then walked to sit in the front passenger's seat. His assistant was the driver. After the car started, Su Anya whispered in Chu Peihan's ear. Hey, is there really nothing between you two? Her voice wasn't loud, but Han Qinglin could still hear it. However, he pretended that he heard nothing. Chu Peihan gave Su Anya a glare. Nothing. Come on, he's so handsome and he's a star. Why didn't you do something? Doesn't he like you? Su Anya asked. Chu Peihan was angered and shouted. How could you say that to my face? Why do you think he is the one that doesn't like me? I have no interest in him. Miss Chu, Qinglin is a quality man. Han Qinglin's assistant defended him. Although he wasn't clear about Chu Peihan's family background, he knew that Han Qinglin's family was very rich. In fact, even if Chu Peihan's family was the richest in City F, it wasn't comparable to Han Qinglin's family. He didn't say that to scold Chu Peihan, but he wanted to let her know that Han Qinglin was a good choice. It's none of your business. Focus on driving, said Han Qinglin. He understood that Chu Peihan was just mad and didn't mean to attack him. He also knew that his assistant misunderstood Chu Peihan, so he stopped the assistant. Fine. The assistant felt a little aggrieved, but he said nothing further since Han Qinglin didn't care about it. After all, it had nothing to do with him and he was just an outsider. It doesn't matter whether he's good or not. It's just my feelings. Do you understand? Chu Peihan replied to Han Qinglin's assistant. Han Qinglin's assistant nodded, because it was the truth. Different women had different preferences. Some preferred money, some preferred a good-looking face, while some wanted love. When a woman didn't lack money and was good-looking, she undoubtedly wanted love. Han Qinglin was a little upset, because it meant Chu Peihan had no special feelings for him now. Never mind, he had time and patience. But Su Anya still wanted to ask about something, but Chu Peihan glared at her again. If you dare to say another word, I'll gag your mouth. Su Anya felt aggrieved and pouted, but stopped asking, because she knew that Chu Peihan meant what she said. Could she fight with her? It was impossible for her to win, so she had to give in.